I don't know if this guy had a criminal record before he went into that nursing home or not. No idea. Usually they don't, and then all of a sudden, bad guy. Like Laken Riley's killer. It's nuts. It's absolutely nuts. Sad. People are letting this happen. This administration is cleaning up as much as they can, as fast as they can. Okay. Quick break. Let's get to a word from our friends at, let's do silent, slnt.com/Sean. Let's face it, guys and gals. You guys know what I'm about to tell you about your phone, right? Your phone is a tracking device. It is a tracking device, folks. Between government agencies, big tech, corporate data brokers, even cyber criminals, they are all fighting for a piece of your digital footprint. And the worst part about it is they're supposed to ask, but they don't. They just take it. That is why Silent exists. Silent makes Faraday gear that blocks all wireless signals, including cellular, Wi-Fi, Bluetooth, GPS, RFID, and near-field communications. You know what no signal means? It means no tracking, no remote access, and no breadcrumbs. It's the same technology trusted by special operations teams around the world, used to block signals, avoid surveillance, and secure communications wherever the mission leads. And right now, it is available to you. So you can protect your family, you can protect your freedom, and you can secure your digital footprint. All you got to do is drop your phone in a silent Faraday sleeve, and it's off the grid, completely silent and invisible to the outside world. From their backpacks to their sleeves to their crossbody, Silent's patented technology gives you total control of your privacy. Visit slnt.com/Sean. Get 15% off and free shipping on qualifying orders. That is slnt.com/Sean. Protect your rights, secure your data, and stay one step ahead. Silent.com, slnt.com/Sean. Silence! Silence chaos. Go silent today. slnt.com/SHAWN. All right. Let's get into this Virginia situation. First of all, the Democrats in Virginia and national Democrats as a whole, they are crying. It is like a stage 5 meltdown. Nuclear reactor is melting down. Chernobyl level meltdowns going on right now over the Virginia Supreme Court ruling that overturned Virginia's gerrymandered maps. Okay, it's been an incredible sight to behold watching the meltdown. So Virginia is now trying to take their redistricting fight to the United States Supreme Court. Good luck. You're taking it to the United States Supreme Court, but the best part about it is, and look, nobody's perfect. I've made spelling mistakes in the past. I'm also not the Solicitor General of one of the 50 United States of the United States of America. There were spelling errors all over this thing. They misspelled the state of Virginia. Look at this. Don Scott. Here, on your screen. I think it should be on your screen. Yeah. Don Scott, in his official capacity as Speaker of the Virginia House of Delegates, versus Ryan T. McDougal, Virginia State Senator. The frick is going on? DEI is alive and well in Virginia. But on a more serious note regarding Virginia, remember No Kings? You guys remember No Kings, right? Donald Trump, there was a, here's the king. I am the king. All rise for the king. I'm the greatest king in the history of the world. I'm a compassionate ruler, wonderful king. They were like, Donald Trump's a king. He's ignoring the courts. He will do anything to get his way. He's acting like a king. All right. So let's get through this. Let's go through the timeline of events here in Virginia, right? With redistricting in Virginia, you had a referendum that was placed up for a vote on April 21st. And it passed by like 2.5 percentage points. And we can have the conversation. Did it actually pass? Was it fraud? What happened? None of that matters right now because it technically passed. And then, as soon as it passed, a judge in Virginia halted the certification of that referendum. They said it was unconstitutional. It violated Virginia's state constitution. Oh, well, Texas was allowed to do it. That's because Texas has a different state constitution. That's why Texas is called Texas and Virginia is called Virginia, or Virginia, as the Virginia Solicitor General had in his little filing there to the United States Supreme Court. Virginia. The Virginia State Supreme Court heard the appeal to that case, and the Virginia State Supreme Court upheld the ruling that said the gerrymandered maps were unconstitutional, again, violating the state constitution of Virginia. So now the Democrats have been struck down by the highest court in the state of Virginia. They're filing an appeal, trying to take this all the way to the Supreme Court. Can't spell the state of Virginia, Virginia, right? It's like Leering Centers all over again. But there is a crazy plan right now. Remember, no kings, right? There's a crazy plan right now, the Hail Mary that they're calling it in Virginia, to replace the whole Supreme Court in Virginia, the whole court, by changing the minimum retirement age. I'm sorry, the maximum age. Gosh, I got that wrong. That's annoying. Changing the maximum retirement age, the maximum age that these justices can be. So right now, I think forced retirement in Virginia is 73 years old. They want to change it. The Democrats in Virginia want to change it to 54 years old, which just so happens to be the age of the youngest Virginia Supreme Court justice on the court right now. So that they can then say, oh, all of you guys are too old. You all have to go. Replace all of them with justices, presumably younger than 54, who will sign off on the map. Are you kidding me? So Donald Trump is overturned by the United States Supreme Court, right, on tariffs. And he says, this is a horrible decision, and we're going to go implement tariffs through another legal avenue, i.e. he listened to the Supreme Court. He said some bad things about him, but he never said, all right, that's it. We got to get Congress to act, and everybody who ruled against me, we're going to find a way to get rid of you and replace you all in my image. That's not what Donald Trump did. He said, okay, this ruling sucks. This is a kick in the balls, but we're going to find another way to implement the tariffs. That doesn't sound like a king to me. No king's people should be furious over what the Democrats in Virginia are doing. Their referendum passed. It was overturned by a judge in Virginia on a constitutional basis. Again, it violated Virginia's state constitution. Oh, how come Texas doesn't follow the same rules? Because Texas is a different state with a different state constitution. That's why Texas is called Texas and Virginia is called Virginia. Still with me? Good. Virginia State Supreme Court upheld that judge's decision after hearing the appeal from the Democrats in Virginia. The redistricting maps were overturned, and now the Democrats in Virginia want to change the forced retirement age to 54 years old, which is the age of the youngest current Virginia Supreme Court justice, so that they can clean house and replace all of them with their Democrat governor with justices that will uphold their maps. That is what totalitarians do. That is how kings behave. That is how tyrants rule. Donald Trump was overturned by the Supreme Court on tariffs and said, this sucks. We're going to do it a different way, i.e. abiding by the ruling. Democrats were overturned, and they're throwing hissy fits and are now threatening to remove the whole Supreme Court in the state of Virginia. Luckily, it sounds like a lot of people, there are some sane Democrats in Virginia who are like, come on, we can't do this. And that will result, the final result will be a big win for Republicans, not just in Virginia, but nationwide as well, especially as more southern states like Mississippi, Alabama, and South Carolina start redrawing their maps. Dallas, though, Hakeem Jeffries is having a rough time right now. All right. To close out this Virginia news, you guys know who Mark Elias is? I've said his name on a number of occasions on this show. I haven't talked about, actually, I talked about him a couple of weeks ago when that judge first overturned the ruling, and Elias, this is terrible, this is terrible. So just so you guys know, Mark Elias was big with the Clintons in 2016. He was instrumental in 2020 for the Democrats going into states like, ready for this, Georgia, Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, swing states, and suing and expanding. This is before COVID, by the way, expanding the absentee ballot programs in those states and suing, to change election law without going through the legislature. Right? This guy's as much as I can't stand him, he's fairly effective. He threw a tantrum over the Supreme Court, the Virginia State Supreme Court overturning the redistricting referendum. And I got to play this for you because it's always nice. When this slob is whining, it is a good day for the good guys. Watch.
I've not heard you this angry in a long time. Just share how this scrambles your workload.
Look, in the end, here's why I'm angry. In the end, Democrats are still going to take control of the House. Okay? That's the good news, right? In the end, I think Democrats still could win the Senate. In the end, politics will be politics. But the reason why I am so angry is because the Supreme Court of the United States chose to strike down a law that was passed in 1965 that Congress was in dialogue with the court, over in the 1970s and 1980s. And for the last 40 years, we have lived under a set of principles that all players have accepted as a fair, level playing field. And then a group of white Louisianans decided to challenge a map, and the U.S. Supreme Court ordered the parties to argue a case that none of the parties wanted, which was whether the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was still in effect under the right test. And then the parties did it, and they chose to issue an opinion in the middle of May while primaries were going on. And then the U.S. Supreme Court thought, you know what? Sure, we let black voters wait 2 years and vote under illegal maps, but God forbid these white voters have to do the same in Louisiana. That would be a constitutional crisis. And against all of that backdrop, have we learned nothing? Have we learned nothing? Has the broader legal community not learned anything? Other than the civil rights groups, have people not learned that when you do this to black voters, it turns out bad for democracy for everybody? So yeah, I'm angry. I'm angry because of the appalling silence that's going on right now around this case and the aftermath.
Mark Elias almost in tears there. Well, Republicans are going to win the House. Democrats are going to win the House, and they may win the Senate. I don't know. Because remember, what is the rule? When we talk about why the Democrats are mad about the Supreme Court narrowing the scope of Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act, why are they mad? They're not mad because they think it's racist. The Democrats are the racist ones. They're the ones who love the SPLC, who's funding the KKK. Why are they mad? Because this is a threat to their power. They thought they had a bunch of minority districts that were in their pocket going into the midterms, and now they don't. So Elias wants to preface that with, we're still going to win. It's going to be fine. And then tell you all the reasons why it won't be fine. And he lists those reasons through the lens, and he explains those reasons through the lens of race. When it's not about race, it's about Democrat power. If this decision took power away from Republicans, they would be throwing a ticker tape parade down the streets of Washington, D.C. for the Supreme Court, the way they were celebrating when the tariff ruling came out. Okay? So if this guy is whining and on the brink of tears on MS Now, it's a good day for the good guys. All right, let's take a quick break, and then we're going to make fun of AOC, because that's always fun, okay? Let's get to a word from our friends at Cove Pure. It is covepure.com/SHAWN. This thing is great. We've had it for over a month now. It has worked very well.
Yeah, I set it up on Easter.
Our water tastes real good now. Love it. Covepure.com/SHAWN. You may have seen this. Researchers have been documenting male fish developing female characteristics in rivers all across the United States. You guys seen that? It's pretty crazy. It comes from birth control pills that wastewater treatment plants can't fully filter out, and it is in the same water that runs into your house. No, thank you. That's why we use Cove Pure to purify our water. So here's how this actually works. When people take medication, their bodies don't absorb all of it. The rest gets flushed, goes through wastewater treatment, and those plants were never built to catch pharmaceutical compounds. So estrone from birth control pills, antibiotics, antidepressants, they come right out of your body, back into your tap. Your standard pitcher filter from the store isn't going to cut it here. These compounds are too small and too persistent. You need something that can filter things at a molecular level, and that is exactly what Cove Pure is and what it does. Their clear wave reverse osmosis technology is certified to remove up to 99.9% of contaminants, estrone, fluoride, PFAs, lead, arsenic, basically anything that isn't water gets filtered out. We love the hot water filter. Brennan uses the hot water filter multiple times a day. The hot water feature, you could choose the temperature, comes out, boom. You don't have to wait for it to boil. I happen to like the fact that it puts minerals back into the water before you drink it. You get some calcium, you get some magnesium in your water, so you're not drinking empty water. Those fish did not have a choice about what was in their water, and you don't either unless you get a Cove Pure. So go to covepure.com/Sean, and right now you can get a $250 discount on this amazing unit. That's Cove Pure, covepure.com/SHAWN, covepure.com/Sean, covepure.com/SHAWN for $250 off. Let's laugh at AOC. This clip went around over the weekend, and at the end of last week, I didn't get a chance to have some fun with it. Apparently, AOC believes billionaires don't actually earn their money. Watch.
There's a certain level of wealth and accumulation that is unearned, right? You can't earn $1 billion.
That's right.
You just can't earn that.
That's exactly correct.
You can get market power. You can break rules. You can do all sorts of things. You can abuse labor laws.
Yep.
You can pay people less than what they're worth.
Yep.
But you can't earn that, right?
That's right.
And so you have to create a myth that since you didn't earn that, you have to create a myth of
Okay. I love that. You can abuse labor laws and you can pay people below what they're worth. Who does that sound like? Who does that? Who gets paid below minimum wage? And
Illegals.
who? Thank you. So I blanked out the second part of the. Yes, illegals. Illegals. Yes. Yay. Now, here's a really good one. What was the American Revolution fought over?
America.
Well, yes, but what was America at the time?
Right?
What was America at the time?
What do you mean? What was America?
What was America
13
wasn't
colonies.
13 colonies, but what united those 13 colonies? What were they fighting
hate of
against?
England.
England, why?
The taxation.
Taxation. Yes.
Without representation.
Taxation, tyranny,
Yeah.
being ruled by a king, right? That was the original No Kings movement. According to AOC, that's not what the American Revolution was fought over. Watch.
The American Revolution was against the billionaires of their time.
Oh.
And we were declaring independence from such an extreme marriage of wealth and power and the.
So the American Revolution was fought against billionaires, according to AOC. Did you know that one of the most wealthy people in the world at that time actually funded the Americans in the American Revolution? Did you know that? I bet you didn't. I bet you didn't. This is what happens when you read things. So AOC says that the American Revolution was fought against billionaires. The billionaires of their time. Millionaires, the billionaires. By the way, speaking of the millionaires and billionaires, Tom Steyer in California, he's running for governor, is a billionaire, i.e. the boogeyman of socialists, right? Billionaires have to pay their fair share. They don't have a right to exist in our country without paying their fair share. Bernie, right? AOC. And the American Revolution is fought over and billionaires. Okay, no. But Tom Steyer, a billionaire, just got endorsed by the California Democratic Socialists of America. You're endorsing a guy you say shouldn't exist. The American Revolution. Billionaires of their time. Isn't that great? John Hancock, arguably one of the richest people in the colonies, was the first to sign the Declaration of Independence. He's the one who signed it all big. Right? Robert Morris, the richest man in America in 1776, a signer of the Declaration of Independence, used his vast personal wealth to pay for the American Revolution. Robert Morris. I believe he's from New York. That is what the town of Morris, New York is named after. Used his own personal wealth to finance much of the American Revolution. So the billionaires actually helped us. Well, billionaires, you know. Not according to AOC. Okay? No kings. Happy no kings. Whatever. I can't wait for the next one of those protests, by the way. So we get some more unseasoned boiled chicken breast singing some stuff. All right, let's get to one more sponsor. It's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
I'm sure by now you've heard that silver went up 160% last year, 2025. I bought this silver for $22 an ounce. It's now worth almost $100. And we and experts think that silver is going to get up to about $200 an ounce. Palladium and platinum were stuck at $900 an ounce for like over a year, or in that area. Now they're up over $2,000. Gold is approaching $5,000 an ounce. If you have ever thought about putting some or all of your retirement or nest egg or savings or just buying bullion in precious metals, now's the time to do it. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. That's goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Go leave your name, your email, and your phone number. Schedule a time to talk to the folks over at Golden Crest Metals. Get your free gold guide today, and make sure you tune in on Saturdays at 1 p.m. for the Crest Report, where we dive deep into precious metals, why they're doing what they're doing, and where we expect them to go. It is like insider trading. Nancy Pelosi knows about that. We don't. It's just inside information. It's not even really that. It's called knowledge. Get yours today and get a part of gold, silver, palladium, and platinum and diversify your portfolio today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA.
goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Slight correction. Robert Morris was from Pennsylvania. Lewis Morris was from New York. And that is who the city of Morris is named after. Lewis Morris was a landowner in New York from a place in New York known as Morrisania. So it's named after him. That's now part of the Bronx. So there you go. But Robert Morris, who is known as the financier of the Revolution, was from Pennsylvania. And originally opposed signing the Declaration of Independence, but came around to sign it and funded and financed the revolution. All right. One more thing. I have avoided this at just about all costs, but I want to play it now because I just want to end the show on a very, not serious, but defiant note. Okay? Here is Trump talking about this. Folks, do not fall for the hysteria. Everyone loves to fall for hysteria. We all fell for school bus-sized drones over New Jersey. Remember school bus-sized drones? And then Jeff Van Drew went on television, said there was an Iranian mothership. You would think a school bus is pretty big, right? Yeah. Even the short bus is big. Yeah. If you saw something like that in the sky, you would say, might want to get a picture of that. Don't fall for the hysteria with this hantavirus thing. Do not. Here's Trump's comment. Oh, the World Health Organization. Okay. No. Are you going to rejoin the World Health Organization? No. No, we're not.
I'd like to see a big extension. Okay? Will your team travel to Moscow, Mr. President?
Consider leaving the World Health Organization because of the outbreak of hantavirus?
No, we seem to have things under very good control. They know that virus very well. It's been around a long time. Not easily transferable, unlike COVID. But we'll see. We're studying it very closely. We have very good people studying it very closely.
We are not doing it again. If anyone comes up to you and tells you, put a mask on, you got to wear a mask. Nope. No. That's it. That's all you got to tell them. No. Just say no. Nope. We're not doing social distancing. Lockdown. Mm-mm. Curfews. No. Vaccination. Mm-mm. You got to put on it. Nope. I don't have to put anything on. We're not doing it. It's quite literally that's it. We are not participating in this hysteria. And you're going to see it. The internet loves to do it. Why? Fear sells. Instagram, TikTok, YouTube, these sites exist because people can go on there and scare the shit out of you and collect money off of your fear. That's why. Don't give into this. Don't fall for this nonsense. Do not. We're not doing it again. All right. Thank you so much for watching and listening. Jeremy Herrell coming up next here on rumble.com/LFATV. As President Trump says, we will never give up. We will never give in. And we will never, ever surrender. And if all else fails, we'll just become ungovernable. Thank you. God bless you. God bless this one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Have a great rest of your Monday. We're back here tomorrow, same time, same place, rumble.com/LFATV. 4 ungoverned West Virginia primaries are tomorrow. Go take out some rhinos politically in West Virginia. Jeremy Herrell.
Well, good morning, everybody. It is May 11th, Monday, 11:02 a.m. Eastern Standard Time. And you are locked and loaded right here on rumble.com/LFATV. This is live from America, and I am your ever so humbled, God-fearing, and God-loving host of the show, Jeremy Herrell, the hip-hop patriot. And I am broadcasting, as always, from the wonderful Hawkeye state of Iowa. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to our producer's least favorite day of the week. Producer Eli, we're ready to rock and roll, baby.
What's going on, LFATV family and patriots? It's Monday. It's my least favorite day of the week, but we need to get some work done. Hit the rumble button, hit the share button. Let's get these numbers up, and let's go.
Michael, how you doing? Good to see you. Mamo Hawk is in the building. Deb Paul and Bad Moon. JD Zena. Pickers, New Jersey. Wheezy C3 is in the building. Barb Naylor is here. Nick and Betty. Erica Falkenberry. Octubre. Chica. Good to see you. Big Mama Campbell. Logan. Kenria's mom. And I saw a really cool name here. Well, not the big guy. Not the big guy. Jessica O'Brien, good to see you. Pissed Off Lady, good to see you. Echo Bella, good morning, good morning. Calpurnia, how are you? And Sherry Z, good morning. Just want to send a text real quick. All right. I had to send a text to our producers. By the way, has everybody wished producer Frankie a congratulations for his new baby and his new found fatherhood? If you guys ever, I'm sure producer Frankie is in the chat once in a while. You can definitely say hello to him. Janmar says, Jeremy, Lily is the sweetest. Well, how many of you guys got a chance to see Patriot Pals? How many of you got a chance to see Patriot Pals this Saturday? Because I got to tell you, it was a special for Mother's Day. And we talked about the women of World War II. And about Rosie the Riveter. And about how when the men were off fighting on the front lines for World War II, the women and the young children and everybody were fighting on the front lines here in America to keep the country going strong and to make sure that we were pumping out munitions and tanks and everything from our factories to our men on the front lines. It was really a symbiotic teamwork makes the dream work time in our country. And we won World War II. It showed the world what's possible when everybody works together for the same goal. Now, it wasn't World War XI. That hasn't happened yet. Door Slam McGrowan said, we had Patriot Pals on all of our motel lobby TVs with a $5 donation. We got a $2 donation from MDUS. Says Eli, Marine Corps Monday, LFA Semper Fi. I'm Sullivan. I will listen to Patriot Pals after the show. Can't wait. Oh, you're going to love it. It honored moms, and my daughter Lily made her debut. So it was me and Eli and Lily tackling the topic of the day. And I got to tell you, I am getting so many pictures, email, private messages, Facebook messages. Thank you, Echo Bella, for the $5 daily donation. Says happy to be here. God bless you. We're getting so many messages from people that are sending us pictures of their kids and grandkids watching the show. Now, I haven't posted those because I haven't gotten permission from everybody to just repost their grandkids and their kids watching the show. But we're getting, I don't know, dozens of pictures coming in. And then we also got a great idea via email, and I won't share too much with you right now, but the idea of making Patriot Pals was to give children an option or another opportunity to learn what they might not be learning in school, what they should be learning in school, public schools. And the idea was to get it into, like homeschools as part of history learning. And a teacher of 20 plus years reached out to me and said, have you thought about making this a curriculum? And I said, I have. I just haven't really gone down that rabbit hole yet. And they're like, well, I think you should make this a curriculum and put out like little coloring books and little quizzes and word searches and things like that for each episode. And since the episodes only happen once a week, you could really build a curriculum over the course of 3 months that touches on all these topics, put it together, maybe put it in a chronological order if you want to, based on what you're talking about in our history. But either way, I thought, wow, what a great idea. So if you guys haven't seen Patriot Pals yet, even adults will love it. Trust me, especially if you watch LFA TV. If you watch LFA TV, there's nothing like seeing Eli wearing some red, white, and blue MC Hammer pants and a tank top, running around looking like Sylvester Stallone in Rocky IV. There's no easy way out. Wearing an American bandana, helping save the day. Eli, I think the cartoon version of you might be the coolest cartoon version of anybody I've ever seen.
Damn, Skippy, I guess I'd have to agree with that. And those aren't MC Hammer pants. Those are Rex Kwon Do pants. And you don't want a roundhouse kick to the face while I'm wearing those bad boys.
Yeah, Eli, you know what the greatest part of that show was? the last week's show, is when I'm like, hey, Eli, thanks for joining us today, buddy. And obviously this is for kids, so we're talking like we're talking to kids. And I'm like, Eli, thanks for joining us today, buddy. He goes, you got it, pal. And stay tuned for next week. We'll be right here. I can't wait. And in the background, Eli's in a tank. And in the background is a leveled city. It looks like Gaza. And he's like, hey, kids, we'll be back next week. And I'm just like, how did we not see that one? And then the other one where it was the other part of Eli where I was like, see, ask your mom or dad how you can do some teamwork around the house today to get things done this weekend or whatever. And it showed you and me in the kitchen of this house like we were like a gay couple raising Lily. And I thought, now kids aren't going to see that, but I thought as an adult that was funny.
I was totally okay with the tank and me decimating the world, but I wasn't too sure about me and you living together.
Again, it's for kids, folks. It's for kids. But yeah, Eli's like, hey, kids, don't worry. There's a dirty Nazi right there. Boom! Anyway, he thought he was going to live, but not today. We'll see you next week on Patriot Pals. We might want to audit these things and look at them a couple more times before we put them out.
Was going for that movie, the Fury, with Brad Pitt. He was going for that type of feel for that scene. I was like, oh, you nailed it.
Yeah, exactly. All right, folks. LFATV.us, official website. LFATV.us. We'll pull that up on the screen for you. This is what it looks like. Look at that. Who's that handsome guy right there? I'm talking about Don Jr., not the guy on the right, Jeremy Herrell. Help us, ladies and gentlemen, get to places like the White House. I will be going to D.C. next week. We will be broadcasting live on Sunday morning for the rededication of this country back to God. So that's really cool. We'll also be broadcasting live from the Rumble studio, the Live from America show that you're watching right now. And then we're going to rush over to Congress and try to do some ambush interviews. We'll be there next week. But if you want to help us, always have a budget on hand to do that stuff. Do like the pissed off lady and become a one-time or monthly donor here at LFA TV. Congratulations to Bad Moon's daughter's engagement. Amen. Amen, Bad Moon. That's awesome. Now you can be a father-in-law. LFATV.us is where you can donate right to us. You can watch shows, current and past shows. You can watch past short clips as well. Look at Katie Porker sitting there. Look at Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer there. All of these thumbnails and these short clips made entirely by producer Eli. So check them out and check out our store as well, which we will be putting up some new stuff there for the summer here in the next couple weeks. Thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen. Also, the audio. If you listen to podcast on audio only, Live from America with Jeremy Herrell gets you Rise Up and Live from America. So reach out today to your friends and family, and when they say, where did you hear that? Say, I heard it watching LFA TV. It's like those old commercials. Where did you learn this? I learned it by watching you, Dad. Okay, I learned it by watching you. When somebody says, where did you hear that? I didn't hear it on the news. Say, I did on the best news, LFATV.us and Live from America. Check it out. You might learn something. All right, we got a morning video here to start off the day. President Trump and the Trump administration is now causing Democrats to erupt in panic over something completely different than midterms and elections. And that is illegals and banks. It looks like this administration is going to make it illegal for banks that are federally insured to work with illegal aliens. Eli, I never thought of this. But what a genius idea. You almost need a bank account to do everything, whether it be a checking account or a credit card or a debit card. You almost can't do anything without these things these days. And to ban federally insured banks from doing business with illegal aliens, sign me up.
To take part in an immigration crackdown. What I mean by that is sources tell CNN the administration is considering requiring financial institutions to collect and verify their customers' citizenship status, something banks aren't currently required to do. One source says the new policy could come through an executive order. CNN's Matt Egan is following this story for us. So, Matt, what are you learning about how banks are responding to this possibility?
Yeah, well, Omar, this does appear to be part of the Trump administration's aggressive immigration crackdown. Sources tell CNN's Priscilla Alvarez and I that the administration is considering new action that would require banks to check the citizenship status of their customers. Now, this would be something that would actually apply not just on a go-forward basis, but also to existing customers, which is pretty stunning when you think about just how many customers the banks already have. Now, this action could also require banks to check a different category of documents than what they normally look at, including passports. Now, I do want to stress that nothing here has been announced or finalized. It's not clear here whether or not this would come in the form of an executive order or some other action. We reached out to the White House, and a spokesperson said that any reporting on policy that hasn't been officially announced is just speculation. But some Republicans do support this. Republican Senator Tom Cotton, he put out a post on X yesterday where he said, "I strongly support President Trump taking action to prevent illegal migrants from accessing our banking system." And he said he sent a letter to Treasury last fall asking for an investigation into this matter, and that he plans to introduce legislation on this issue shortly. Now, Omar, you asked about how the industry is reacting. Officially, they're not really saying much, right? Representatives from major banks, from bank trade groups, they haven't commented on this. However, sources do tell CNN that the industry is concerned here because they're worried that this kind of action, it could almost compel them to be part of the administration's immigration crackdown. One financial industry source told me that verifying every bank customer's citizenship status would be unworkable. This source said it's a bad idea. We are very alarmed. Now, banks are required to adhere to anti-money laundering rules, know your customer rules.
That's right.
But they don't track the citizenship status of their customers. So if this did become official, that would certainly be a significant change. There's also some questions about whether or not this could discourage immigrants from keeping their money in the bank. Even undocumented immigrants, they do play a significant role in this economy.
Well, not
in
anymore.
2023 alone, undocumented immigrants, they paid $90 billion in federal, state, and local taxes, and they had spending power of nearly $300 billion. And
I got to stop right there. They always say that. They always say that as if somebody wouldn't be picking up that slack. You know what I mean? Well, in 2023 alone, undocumented immigrants paid $90 billion in federal, state, and local taxes, which is $299 billion in spending power. You know what else is $299 billion in spending power? Not giving it to Ukraine. That would have been 250, 60, 70, 80, 90 million in real spending power. You know what else would happen if those illegals weren't working those jobs to pay that income tax? Americans would be. So, no, illegal aliens should not be banking in our systems. I don't care what the pros are. And old dog 1959, I agree with you. I want to see receipts on that because I don't believe all that. And if undocumented immigrants, as CNN calls them, I'm only quoting them right there, are paying $90 billion in federal, state, and local taxes, then how hard is it to find these sons of guns? Huh? If we know the numbers, if we have the so-called receipts that CNN is saying that we have, well, let's trace it back, follow the money, find these sons of bitches, and get them out of the country. Should be that easy, right? I read this morning that voluntary deportations are up 700% since Trump took office. 700%. Gray Wolf said, did you get my Rumble rant? $20. I'm giving to that. Hope it comes to fruition. Yes, we did, Gray Wolf. Thank you so very much. God bless you. So, let's finish this video. It's only got about another 30 seconds left, and then we'll break it down a little bit more.
Point for you here, Omar. The president does talk a lot about cutting red tape. It's something he's very proud of. Something that he mentioned during the State of the Union last night, where he took credit for cutting a record number of job-killing regulations. But this potential action related to banks and the immigration crackdown does show how in some cases the president has actually added new red tape and regulation where he sees fit.
So, come to find out, this is actually moving forward now. Scott Bessent came out and in an interview said that part of the IRS crackdown is going to be exploring the option of whether it become through executive order or whether it gets put into a bill and signed into law. I would much rather have it signed into law through a bill. But now Scott Bessent said that he's moving forward with the options to hand to President Trump on what he should or could do and what role the IRS can and will play in that effort. So it's great that now the IRS might be used to, going after and tracking down all these banks that allow illegal aliens to bank with them, regardless of the spending power that it brings to the United States of America. Shut them down if they don't comply, and then go get the illegal aliens that are attached to that dough, right? Shouldn't be difficult. And again, 700% increase in voluntary deportations. That's pretty big. I want to give a big, huge shout out, if I can, to Golden Crest Metals. We had a phenomenal show, the Crest Report, this weekend. If you didn't get a chance to see it, definitely go see it. It might open your eyes to a lot of things when it comes to gold, silver, palladium, and platinum, especially when I was talking about each and every little silver coin, what it was worth 20 years ago, what it's worth today, why it went up 10 times, and how it's going to go up more than 10 times over the next 20 years. And then I showed you what that little piece of silver would be worth in 20 years from now. And it was such an eye-opening day for so many people. Silver right now is at 86.08. 86.08. So if you didn't watch the Crest Report, what I did is I took some of this silver and I was sitting here doing this. And I was like, just to feel and touch silver. Now this right here, just to give you a quick overview of what I did, this was worth $22 over 3 years ago. It's now worth $86.15. I don't care what dollar amount you attach to something. Where else are you getting that kind of a profit off something that you don't have any maintenance or anything to pay for or any upkeep or any taxes that you're paying on this because you own it? Where are you going to get that kind of an increase on your investment in that short a time? 20 years ago, this was worth $8. It's worth 80 today. You buy this at 80 today, in 20 years, it's not going to be worth $800. It's going to be worth more than that because of the necessity for silver and how there's not enough supply for the demand now and how that's not going to get any better. So, goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. Reach out to them today. goldencrestmetals.com/LFA. And a big shout out to Rich Jacoby and the team there. Thank you so very much. All right, let's go to the Lord in prayer. And you're right. RYW said, do the same for federally insured credit card and debit card companies as well. Absolutely. We got R. Melly at 15 watching from Central Michigan. We love Michigan. God bless Michigan. Here we go. Our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread and forgive us our trespasses as we forgive those who trespass against us. And lead us not into temptation, but deliver us from evil. For thine is the kingdom and the power and the glory forever. In Jesus' name we pray, amen. Amen. Okay. Let's get to it. We hope you guys had a great Mother's Day weekend. JM Jam said, my gold was worth $500, now worth over 8 times more. Talk about a great retirement, right? Talk about a great retirement. I always said real estate is a good retirement investment too if you ever get a chance to buy real estate. The problem with real estate is that you have to pay taxes on it, upkeep, and maintenance. With silver and gold, it just sits there and collects profit. Here we go. First and foremost section of today. The judge has scheduled a criminal trial for James Comey in the Trump assassination post case 8647, excuse me. North Carolina-based U.S. District Judge Louise Flanagan, a George Bush appointee, on Friday tentatively scheduled James Comey's criminal trial in the Trump assassination post case to start on July 15th. The trial date may be moved. Comey's lawyers are, of course, wanting to dismiss the whole case, so they're going to file motions, if they haven't already, to dismiss the whole case, just like they did in the Eastern District of Virginia. Okay? After his court appearance in North Carolina that was originally set for Monday was canceled, Comey will be arraigned on June 30th. So with an arraignment comes a what? What came with Trump's arraignment down in Atlanta, Georgia? What came with Trump's arraignments when we went there and we were covering, when LFA TV was there? Mugshots. Now, I would have liked a mugshot when he turned himself in and was officially arrested, and maybe they have one. And maybe they're just not releasing it until the arraignment. But we should get some kind of a mugshot during these arraignment proceedings. Whether we get them, whether they've already got them and we get them publicly, or whether they do them at some point in the future. But I want the mugshot. I want that big, beautiful mugshot. I want James Comey like I'm going to win this case. Comey's lawyers have previewed that they plan to move to dismiss the case. It'll probably be on June 30th if they've not already drawn up the motion to put in to file now. His pretrial conference is scheduled to take place on or before May 29th. Comey turned himself into authorities and was arraigned in a federal courthouse in Alexandria, Virginia last week, which again may be a mugshot that we will get. Maybe they did it then. But do you notice that there's definitely a mugshot for somebody who's been arrested and has federal charges? Okay? So whether they have it right now or not, we don't. We don't have it. But boy, did they put out Trump's real quick, didn't they? Slam says, mugshots mean nothing if he walks away with 0 guilty verdicts. Let's cross that bridge when we come to it. Let's not be pessimistic and talk things into existence that haven't even come close to happening yet. Obviously, that is a kind of like a rhetorical statement. What's understood need not be explained type thing. Nothing matters if nothing subsequently doesn't happen because of it. Right? I get that. Everybody gets that. But that's so equivalent to saying nothing will ever happen. And do you want to know what that does? Absolutely nothing. It doesn't help people. It doesn't progress things. It doesn't talk good things or positive things into the air. It doesn't keep the foot on the gas. It doesn't encourage anyone or inspire anyone. It's a discouraging thing to say. But Slam, you know I'm always going to say that when you say that stuff, right? But boy, we got Trump's mugshot right away. Why? Because they wanted to demonize him, because it was pertinent, it was imminent, because he was running for president of the United States and they wanted to hurt him. Dilly says, Ukraine and Russia war is finished. Hasn't it been for years, really? Now imagine being James Comey and say, I was walking. This is his, by the way, this is James Comey's statement. I was out for a nice stroll on the beach with my beautiful and loving wife. And as we're out strolling on the beach with our feet in the warm sand and the warm sun on our face and breathing that good, beautiful beach air, smelling the ocean, just in complete tranquility and joy, we happened to come up on something on the beach. As we approached this something that we come up upon, we looked and it said 8647. And there was this nice seashell arrangement there. So we decided to stop and take a picture and then post it on social media. Even though I, James Comey, know what 8647 means, I figured that I would say, wow, this is an interesting arrangement of seashells by the seashore. That's his statement. Not verbatim, not quoting. In a nutshell, that's his testimony. Didn't know what it meant. Just saw it. You know what it must have been? An Applebee's worker must have got off work, decided they were going to go out on the beach and enjoy a nice evening at the beach to kind of calm down after their double shift at Applebee's. And because they work in Applebee's, they're used to saying things like, coming in the wrong door, Expo, need food run. Right behind you. And 86 to Pico de Gallo. Eli and Applebee's workers said, I'm going to go out on the beach and just because I speak in restaurant terms, I'm going to put 8647 in seashells on the seashore. And maybe somebody of importance will see it and it'll do some good. And lo and behold, James Comey walks up on it, former FBI Director James Comey, and says, ooh, what's this? That's the story we are to believe, apparently.
It's true. I just want to let everybody know that when we did work at Applebee's, me and Jeremy, he would put more effort and energy into saying wrong door than just going in the right door.
Yeah, and I was also the one that everybody always used to say, hey, we don't like management. Go in and scream at them. And every day I'm in there screaming at management. Did that not happen to you, Eli? I wanted to 86 the management.
But just have them fired, not kill them.
Yes.
Just have them fired.
Yes, not kill. Have fired. I think James Comey's full of seashells. Don't you? I think James Comey is full of seashells by the seashore. Imagine. Shannon said Applebee's used to be awesome. Now not so good. Agreed. Chili's all the way. Right? If you're gonna have a war between Chili's and Applebee's, I choose Chili's. And they need to bring it back. I want my baby back, baby back, baby back. Want my baby back, baby back, baby back. Chili's baby back ribs. Bring that back. Applebee's sucks. It's not your friendly neighbor anymore.
I haven't been there in a while. I've been to Chili's more than I've been to Applebee's. Every time I go to the range and hit some golf balls, I always go to Chili's and grab a beer afterwards. Let me tell you something. Those cheese sticks with that cheese pull, get out of here.
Get out of here. So his lawyers have said, their testimony is, we just walked up on this. What the hell? 8647. What does that mean? Oh, since I don't know what it means, let me take a picture of it and post it on Instagram. Yeah. Now, the DOJ says they have a lot more evidence, but the trial will begin very soon. I have a feeling that he's not going to get his way like he did in the Eastern District of Virginia, and I have a feeling he's not going to get the trial dismissed. I have a feeling it's going to go forward. It is not Virginia, and even though it's a Bush appointee, it's still miles above the Biden and Obama appointees in Virginia. So We'll see what happens. Caramore says they both suck. I don't know. I do like Chili's. But now, if you're going to put them up against like a Texas Roadhouse or something like that, okay. All right. Gina said, my son worked at Chili's in Vermont. He said they won't follow food safety and use food that is no good. Yeah, I think you could probably get that in every chain, everywhere, and some specific small one here and there, you know. But for the most part, I don't mind Chili's. But Texas Roadhouse, come on now. And if you're in the Midwest, ladies and gentlemen, there are so many others than your large Chili's and things like that. So, but anyway, I don't know how we got on that topic. Seaward said, love Chili's. Now, moving on from James Comey, we know when his trial date starts. We'll follow it. And hopefully we get that mugshot. Now let's move on to another investigated individual. How about Mark Kelly? If you give leeway, if you give food to a stray animal, what does it do? If you go outside and you give food to a stray animal, it will come back every day looking for more food, correct? If you allow a bully to steal your lunch money once, most likely that bully is going to come back and steal your lunch money again. And if you let a treasonous traitor, Democrat, communist, CC paid loving pile of excrement like Mark Kelly get away with traitorous rhetoric, he's going to come back and he's going to do it again. What am I talking about? Well, Mark Kelly decided he was going to go on Face the Nation and give out classified information about our country's munitions, how much weapon we have, how much ammunition we have, and how we are not in a place to fight off a major superpower because of Donald Trump's decision to use a big portion of our stockpile to fight Iran. And he said that he, as a classified information recipient, that's what he sees. Classified information, putting the United States at harm. Why do we even have to investigate this guy? He's the one who said it right on TV.
Margaret, we've been tracking it. A number of times we've been briefed by the Pentagon on specific munitions. Actually, it's been pretty detailed on Tomahawks, ATACMS, SM-3s, THAAD rounds, Patriot rounds, so those interceptor rounds to defend ourselves. And the numbers are, I think it's fair to say it's shocking, how deep we have gone into these magazines. Because this president got our country into this without a strategic goal, without a plan, without a timeline. And because of that, we've expended a lot of munitions. And that means the American people are less safe, whether it's a conflict in the Western Pacific with China or somewhere else in the world. The munitions are depleted. You may have seen me ask the Secretary of Defense this question about how long it's going to take to replenish. We're talking about years.
Well, you know, Admiral Paparo, the head of U.S. Pacific Command, was recently asked in front of Congress about American readiness and whether the diversion to the Middle East was hurting it. He said he did not see any real cost on our ability to deter China. From what you have heard, when you say it's shocking, do you think that the U.S. would be able to defend, for example, Taiwan if China tries to move against it? Or are you saying we are not in a position to do that right now?
Well, it all depends on the length of a conflict. You know, conflict that lasts a matter of days or just weeks. I think we're well positioned to do that. If a conflict goes on for months or years, when it takes years to replenish some of these munitions, of course, we're going to be in a worse posture than we otherwise would be in if this war in Iran didn't happen. And by the way, Margaret, what are the American people getting out of this? I mean, this president said he wasn't going to start any new wars. He was going to bring down costs. He's done exactly the opposite. War against Iran costs on everything are up.
For now. What are you going to say when they're not? You going to even acknowledge it? I don't see anybody acknowledging the price of eggs today. Hey, Eli, while you got your fingers on the keyboard, can you find out what the average price of a dozen of eggs is today compared to 2023? Now, the jury said this is the same thing that many retired journals, colonels, ex-CIA weapons inspector, they talk about what happened when they were there, not while they're there right now, speaking about classified information pertaining to how many missiles and different ammunitions and different military-grade operational weapons that we've used, and how much our supply and stock is depleted. That does, whether you like that or not, puts the American people at risk. And it puts the Taiwanese people at risk, and really the whole world. Eli, what do we have there for prices?
As of early 2026, the average price for a dozen Grade A large eggs has significantly dropped from the 2022-2023 highs, resting at roughly $2.35 in March 2026. This is down from an average of $2.86 in 2022 and far below the peak exceeding $4.80 in early 2023.
Well, there you go. And I remember some places were saying they were paying $7 and $8 for a dozen eggs. Do you know that they're not talking about that today? And if they do, they'll say, yeah, eggs went down, but this went up. Okay? Well, what's going to happen when all the stuff that goes down that you're talking about now, the gas and everything else? Something else is going to go up. And then you're going to completely stop talking about gas and this, that, and the other. They will never, ever, ever give credit. And I want to see Mark Kelly go down in a blaze of glory, in a blaze of non-glory. Now, Pete Hegseth says Captain Mark Kelly strikes again, he says, in an X post. Now he's babbling on TV falsely and dumbly about, and he puts this in capital letters, classified Pentagon briefing he received. Did he violate his oath again? Department of War legal counsel will review. Now remember, Pete Hegseth cannot do anything. He cannot charge this guy. He cannot arrest this guy. He can get the Pentagon legal counsel to refer criminal charges to Todd Blanche, and Todd Blanche can do something. We know that nothing happened to Mark Kelly and the seditious six the last time because Pam Bondi was in office. So my question is going to be, hey, Todd Blanche, will you do something about this if the Department of War legal counsel says we refer criminal charges? Sheba said he could call him to active duty, though. I think there's a lot of things that could be done that we haven't seen be done yet with Senator Mark Kelly. But the more this guy's, maybe that's the plan too, you guys. Who knows? I don't know. Maybe the plan is, all right, this guy's dumb enough to say this. Let's make this guy think that he's in the clear. Now he comes out and says this. Let's make this guy think he's in the clear. Now he's going to come out and say X, Y, Z. And basically give him enough rope to hang himself. I don't know. By the way, I want to give a big shout out and a big prayer to Scotty. He's got an interview in a half an hour or so. Good. Pray you get the job. Work hard. Keep that job. Let's move on to another individual who's being investigated right now and who also may get some criminal charges on him federally. Who knows? Eric Swalwell. We're now finding out that Eric Swalwell sent his young sexual assault victims intimidating Snapchat messages after the bombshell report came out about what happened to him. So this is like trying to hide the evidence after you got caught. Democrat former, like Marjorie Taylor Greene, former Democrat Representative Eric Swalwell sent messages to his young sexual assault victims on Snapchat on the night that the bombshell report came out. You know, when the Democrats threw him under the bus. The San Francisco Chronicle recently published a story about a woman who claimed that Democrat Eric Swalwell sexually assaulted her twice. The woman worked as a staffer in Swalwell's office for 2 years, told the San Francisco Chronicle that Swalwell began pursuing her just weeks after she was hired at the age of 21 in 2019. After the San Francisco Chronicle dropped its bombshell report on Swalwell, 3 additional women spoke to CNN and provided evidence about alleged additional misconduct by the California Democrat. The Swalwell staffer said that she was sexually assaulted by Swalwell. The staffer also said Swalwell raped her years later in 2024 after she left his employment. The unidentified former female staffer sat down with CNN and recounted some of the horrific details about the alleged rape that occurred in 2024. We all heard that. And now, Eric Swalwell sent his young sexual assault victims intimidating Snapchat messages after these came out. Imagine that. Imagine that. Swalwell messaged one woman asking why she had screenshotted his chats, including screen caps of text between the two of them. And CNN says, just prior to that, at 1:40 a.m. Eastern Time, he sent similar messages to other women who received that text and said, quote, "My whole chest got tight." And she immediately started crying after she got the text, she said. So, how is this not trying to hide or get rid of or intimidate a witness, which I would say is obstruction of justice? So I think he should get another charge of intimidation. I think he should get an obstruction of justice federal charge on top of that. And more. Producer Eli, send me the link of President Trump speaking, please. He's talking about Iran right now. While we're waiting on that, FBI launches a criminal investigation into the Senate Intel Committee Democrats for leaking classified information on DNI Tulsi Gabbard to the New York Times. The FBI has repeatedly launched criminal investigations into whether Democrats on the Senate Intelligence Committee or their staff leaked classified intelligence to the New York Times in an apparent effort to damage Tulsi Gabbard during her confirmation battle. According to reporting from Just the News, the probe centers on the National Security Agency criminal referral last year tied to the disclosure of classified overseas intercepts that surfaced in a New York Times report during Gabbard's contentious nomination process. Sources told the outlet that the FBI director at that time, and still today, Kash Patel, moved quickly after learning about the dormant referral, opening a criminal investigation into whether Senate Intelligence Committee Democrats or their staff improperly disclosed classified material. Well, it's not Republicans, and if it is, it's rhinos. Unreal. Unreal. Let's go to President Trump right now, answering questions. I think he's talking about, he was doing a health conference there in the White House, talking about some things with health issues and things of that nature. Let's go to President Trump now. He's answering questions from the press.
Saved thousands of lives of us. But you know what is maybe even more important? We've learned very quickly that some drugs work and some drugs don't. In other words, some drugs take a person who's terminally ill, and there were numerous cases. And without waiting 7 years, 10 years, by the way, we think we've cut it in half, but you do need a period of time. Without waiting many, many years, we know the drug works because we've taken people that were dead. We had a person given the last rites, gone. The kids are crying and started them on this drug, and the person became better. It works, you know, and some don't work. But you learn really fast. It's called the ultimate test, I think, right? You know, they test all these things. They use animals all over the place. They use everything to test. Person's going to die. So they didn't want it because they didn't want to be sued for, the drug companies didn't want to be sued if it didn't work. The country didn't want to be sued. So I got everybody into a room and I said, we're going to do this, but if anybody uses it, they have to sign a document. They sign a very strong document that they're not going to sue the doctor. They're not going to sue the country. They're not going to sue the manufacturer, the pharmaceutical company. They're not going to sue anybody, but we're going to give it a shot. It has been, right to try has been so successful. It's been amazing. Nobody talks about it, but everyone knows how successful.
Mr. President, there was a young man that we visited on, actually in Los Angeles, who was taking advantage of this program. Katie actually spoke to him by phone. It's from Alabama. That he reached out to you directly, and this is the same program that benefited him. And just to put numbers on the Council of Economic Advisors, it's between 500 and whatever it was, 30 million that you said, and $700 billion in savings. So we estimated $600 billion in total savings, and the impact on the American people, Mr. President, is 1 in 3 Americans leave a drugstore without their medication because they can't afford it. Even though they got a doctor's prescription, they know they can make a difference in their lives. That will no longer happen with the most favored nation drug pricing. And we're giving drugs like which, as you call it, the fat shot, the weight loss drugs to all beneficiaries of Medicare. Every senior in America can get them for $50 starting on July 1st. These are just inconceivably good prices, and they're so good, in fact, that we actually save the taxpayer money by reducing the downstream effects of obesity, diabetes, and hypertension. Mr. President, all possible because you took brave action. And again, the quick question we should be asking ourselves is why didn't this happen a decade ago? Katie, what do you think about that young man?
That he is. He has a new lease on hope, and it's because of you. I talked to his parents, and they said, we feel so good about our country that we literally have the president and Dr. Oz and Secretary Kennedy doing everything.
Ladies and gentlemen, the children are our future, and our next generation is we're only as strong as our next generation. And what this administration, sorry to cut off Katie Britt here, but what this administration has done is they have given so many opportunities for our next generations to thrive physically, financially, spiritually after next week and more. So God bless this president.
The people they're finished. They're terminally ill. They're not going to live. And we weren't given, and this went on for years. This went on, Madam Secretary, you're doing such a good job with prices, agriculture. How's the beef doing? We got to get the beef down.
Got to get the beef down.
It's the only thing. We got to get the beef down. But
it's becoming more affordable.
This was so incredible because, and I marveled at it for 30 years. I'd say, why? I'd have friends that were terminally ill. You'd meet people. They were really in bad shape. They weren't going to make it, and they couldn't get a drug that looked like it was going to work. They couldn't get it. They asked me to get it. You have contacts. Could you get it? Couldn't get it. You go to jail if you get, and they're going to die. They'd die 3 weeks later, 4 weeks later. And we're saving a lot of people that were gone, that were terminally ill. And what we're doing is producing almost immediately. You can almost immediately approve these drugs. But it was very, look, legally it was a disaster because everybody would be sued.
All right, we're going to go ahead and just silence that for a little bit, and I'll keep an eye on it. I'll pull it up on my other screen over here. I'll leave it playing over here if press starts asking questions, because their questions usually pertain to stuff that isn't why they're there, and that's usually when it gets interesting. So we'll go to that here in a little bit. But in the beginning of the show, we talked about James Comey, his trial date. We talked about Senator or Captain Mark Kelly, and went into the Senate Democrat committee who keeps leaking information to the New York Times, Washington Post, The Onion, or wherever the hell else it goes. And this leaking of information, it is so deep. It runs so rampant. It might be one of the last things that he even gets a handle on, right? Because it is so bad. Leaking of information. Why do you think that the Pentagon got rid of all of told all the news outlets, hey, this is the way that's going to be here from now on or you're out. And then they booted them all out and brought in new people. Now you don't seem to see many leaks as far as from the Pentagon. And any that you do are coming from a high level, like, senior officials in the Pentagon, high-ranking individuals in the military. They're not coming from low-level reporters anymore, not from the Pentagon. So we got to get a handle on the leaks. All right? Now, as we continue with these people that should be charged and federally committing crimes, let's go to Tim Walz. As there's another fraud scandal erupting in Tim Walz's Minnesota, nonprofit accused of siphoning $6.5 million for luxury cars, Vegas trips, and lavish personal spending. Minnesota Attorney General Keith Ellison, a far-left Democrat scumbag himself, just filed a lawsuit. Oh, hold on, we have some questions and answer segment now.
With President Xi, we're doing a lot of business, but it's smart business. We used to be taken advantage of for years with our previous presidents, and now we're doing great with China. We make a lot of money with China. I have a great relationship with President Xi, and I think you can see that with the fact that in Hormuz, they get a big percentage, 40% of their oil from Hormuz. There's been no ships coming in, no nasty ships coming in that we end up in skirmishes with. He'd like to see it get done. He doesn't want to see, I'll tell you what, look, I respect him a lot, and hopefully he respects me. He didn't respect our previous government, that I can tell you. The guy couldn't talk. It was ridiculous how that ever happened. Our country was hurt so badly the last 4 years. You know, I say it all the time. It was the king of Saudi Arabia, but everybody says it. We were a dead country a year and a half ago. And now we're the hottest country anywhere in the world. And you know that better than anybody. You know, you see that. Olivia sees that. You see it in the numbers. Look at the numbers. Look at the stock market. The stock market is now higher than it was when this war started.
Yep.
So I thought that would go down 20, 25%. It was fine. You know, I'm willing to say terrible expression, take a bullet. It's a terrible expression, especially when it's used by me. But I am. I'm willing to take a bullet for the country. And I said, look, the stock market's going to go down, but we're going to have a threat of lunatics having a nuclear weapon. I deal with them. I say it to them. I say, you people are crazy. I deal with them. They talk differently. I say, you're crazy. You're crazy people. You're nuts. You're not having a nuclear weapon. They think they can talk me into it, and they don't do very well with it. But they know how I feel. They can't have a nuclear weapon. They would use it within an hour after getting it. If the Obama deal wasn't terminated by me, they would have had it 6 years ago. And they would have used it immediately on Israel and also the rest of the Middle East. You saw that when they started shooting rockets. Nobody thought Saudi Arabia and Qatar and UAE were going to get hit, or Kuwait, Bahrain. I think it was a tremendous strategic mistake, and they wasted those missiles. We have the Patriots that knocked them down every time. You know, I told the story. We were shot at one of our great assets, happened to be a ship, great ship. 111 missiles going at very high rates of speed, sophisticated equipment. And, you know, that's all they did is build missiles, thousands of missiles. Who does this except for people that are looking for trouble? We had 111 shot at one of our ships over a very short period of time. Out of 111 missiles going at 3,000 miles an hour, all 111 missiles were knocked down into the ocean long prior to arriving at the target. And the coolest guys are the guys that do this. You know, they're not.
You know, the strongest nation, the righteously strongest nations in the world are the ones that have the ability to end the world and don't. The ones that aren't shooting their thousands of missiles just anywhere they feel like it. The United States could destroy the world 10 times over. Russia could destroy the world 10 times over. China could destroy the world. All of us could destroy the world. The only people with nukes that have nukes today are the only ones that I don't think should have nukes, but grandfathered in. You have them, you have them. I don't think China should have nukes, but it is what it is. Nobody new should be getting nukes, period. I'd like there to be none, except for in the hands of the United States, because we're the only righteous people out there that can have them and not do anything like this. That's just my opinion.
You know, under the calculations for some people are very tough. For other people, not so tough. There's, you know, about 1%. There's not too many. There's not too many people around like that. I say, a lot of times I'll call these gunners because they're phenomenal geniuses. You know, where did you go to school? I went to MIT. Where did you go to school? I went to the best schools. Smart. Got to be smart. We have the greatest military in the world. Okay.
Mr. President, back to motherhood. Your one big beautiful bill.
I like that. Because this is about motherhood, not about the beautiful country of Iran. Go ahead.
Yes, thank you all for being here. Your one big beautiful bill defunded Planned Parenthood for 1 year, but that expires on this July 4th. Would you like Congress to use reconciliation?
Well, we'll see what happens. Congress is now negotiating. We've been very good for the people that want it, for the people that are here, and we'll see how that goes. It's been a very thorny, to put it mildly, it's been a very thorny issue. It's all under negotiation right now. Yes, ma'am.
Would you like to see that defund continue?
Go ahead, please.
Thank you, Mr. President. What do you think about the handling of the hantavirus by the U.S.?
I think
do you regret withdrawing from the WHO, given that?
No, I'm glad. So we were paying the World Health Organization $500 million a year. Look, it's a lot of money, but in the overall scope, it's not that much, but it's a lot of money. And we weren't being treated well, and they were making the wrong diagnoses. I was the one that said it came from Wuhan. They didn't say that. They refused to say that because they were totally owned by China. So I was saying it came from Wuhan. They didn't want to say that. Now it's turned out, I think it's been conclusive that it came from Wuhan. But I said that on the first day because I saw satellite pictures with body bags all over Wuhan. Literally all over Wuhan. So I said that they lied to me or they didn't know. So we were paying for, let's say, 350 million people. We were paying $500 million a year to the World Health Organization. That's a lot of money. What the hell are they going to do with that kind of money? And China was paying $39 million a year for 1.4 billion people. So I said, you know, you got your story wrong because we should be paying about $10 million, not $500 million. And they were willing to negotiate, but it was so popular when I pulled out. They gave us all wrong information. On COVID, they were totally wrong. And I looked today and I saw the same doctor that was there. He's a good politician. I don't know how the hell he kept his job, but he was there telling us about this. Now, the one thing with this one is that it's much harder to catch. And we've had it for a long, it's been around for a long time. People are very familiar with it. So, you know, I hope it's fine. All I can do is everything that a president can do, which is actually somewhat limited. But it seems like it is not easy to spread. In fact, it's in certain ways very hard to spread. It's been, we've lived with it for years, many years, and we think we're in very good shape. We're very careful. And Nebraska has done a fantastic job. They have a place there that those doctors are unbelievable, the job they've done. Yeah, please.
Mr. President, are you going to suspend the federal gas tax?
Yeah, I'm going to reduce until let me tell you, as soon as this is over with Iran, as soon as it's over, you're going to see gasoline and oil drop like a rock.
Yep.
It's going to be dropping down like a rock.
Amen. And he knows exactly when to do it.
Just on the basis of, you know, things have happened. When it first came about, 20% of the oil came out of Hormuz. That's a lot. But, you know, with time, it's like they go into Texas, they go into Louisiana, they go into Alaska, a lot of Alaska. Alaska's, you know, sort of, it seems like very far away from Asia, but it's actually a relatively short trip by comparison to other locations they have to go to get oil. And they go into Alaska. In fact, our big problem is we're building bigger docking, to fill up. But we have, we've become very big on the filling station. We're a big filling station. And what's happening is, when people heard about losing Hormuz, they said, oh, it's genius. They're finding other locations. And some of those people, I spoke to them, companies and countries, some of those people are going to continue to go to Texas. They like it better. They said it's an extra 45 minutes.
It's what I said was going to happen. It's exactly what I said.
It's sort of amazing, it found its way. So a lot of people thought oil would go to $250, $300. It's not. I mean, today it's at less than 100. Think of that. Now, when this ends, you're going to see it drop like a rock.
How long are you going to suspend that tax for then?
Till it's appropriate, yeah. Till it's a small percentage, but it's still money.
Suspending a federal gas tax.
Do you still believe a diplomatic solution is possible with Iran, or do you only have military options left?
No, I think it's very possible. Look, I've had to deal with them 4 or 5 times. They change their mind. They're very dishonorable people.
Yes,
the
they are.
leadership. Don't forget it's the 3rd level. The 1st level is gone. They were unreasonable. The 2nd level was more reasonable. The 3rd level, nobody wants to be president, They say, who wants to be president? There's nobody who raises their hand, But they change their mind. I've had that in business many times.
I wouldn't let them do it again, sir.
These people that you make a deal and then the next day they send you a document that takes 5 days to get there when it should have been there in 20 minutes. It's a pretty simple document. They will never have a nuclear weapon, yeah?
Thank you, sir. I was speaking with Claire Lai this morning. She's the daughter of Jimmy Lai, and she told me that she's been praying and hoping that you'll be the one that brings her dad home. She says of any administration, she thinks you're the one that could do it. Do you think
said
you
Jimmy
can?
Lai.
Jimmy Lai's daughter.
And there's another gentleman, a minister, pastor, as you know. I'll bring them both up. I brought it up before. Jimmy Lai I brought up. The other one I just heard about this morning, actually. And I do bring that up. We've gotten, I don't know if you've been reading, John Cole, who's a great lawyer. He was a tobacco lawyer. Great guy. I won't say he's an older guy because he may be offended by that, but he is. He's a little older. And he's a wise man, actually. Made a fortune with the tobacco. He did the first tobacco lawsuit. And he's a great man. And he's brought back hundreds of people out of various Belarus, you read about that. We had, and the leader has been fantastic. But somebody has to ask him. Biden never asked, we asked. And we're getting hundreds of people out of confinement and prisons that shouldn't be there, and hundreds, and many of them aren't even citizens of the United States. They're people that have been captured in some form, ministers, and people that are really innocent people, and they're being held captive. And I bring up Jimmy Lai. Now, Jimmy Lai, he caused a lot of bedlam. I don't know. It's like saying to me, if Comey ever went to jail, would you let him out? It might be a hard one for me. Does that make sense? It might be a hard one, because he's a dirty cop. But Jimmy Lai isn't that way. But Jimmy Lai, he caused lots of turmoil for China. He tried to do the right thing. He wasn't successful, went to jail, and people would like him out, and I'd like to see him get out too. So I'll bring him up again. I have brought him up. There's another gentleman, a pastor, as you know, with a beautiful daughter and son-in-law that would like to see him get out. I'm going to bring his name up.
Mr. President, what about Taiwan? Do you expect Taiwan to come up in your negotiations?
Yeah, it always comes up. It always comes up. It's. I used to say Ukraine would. 4 years you never even heard the word Ukraine. It was never going to happen. And it was handled so badly, Ukraine. Ukraine should have never come up. They lost last month 25,000 soldiers, both sides. 25,000. They're losing on average 25,000 soldiers. It's like a meat grinder. It's horrible.
All right, we're gonna go ahead and push on now from this. President Trump just answering questions with the press, and I loved what he said there about. He said, "When this is done, you're going to see gas drop like a rock." Question that you might have on your mind is, when what is done? When what's done? There's clearly not a war going on. We got about as much of a war going on with Iran as Ukraine and Russia ever had. Actually, 10 times less. So what does Trump mean when he says, when this is done, gas will drop like a rock? When he ends it. Trump could end this as fast as I'm talking right now. Trump could get online. He could get on the horn. He could address the American people. He could do it from the Pentagon. He could do it from anywhere. And he could say, it's over. And the minute he says that and starts withdrawing, no matter what Iran's response is, because their response can't be anything harmful, whatever their response is, gas is going to drop like a rock. So don't get it into your head Jeremy, you trust what Bibi and what he says? Good luck. I don't trust you and what you say. I know that. I've seen you make some false statements in the live chat. I know that. And I didn't. Did you see me say that I trusted him? Or did you see me say what they said? It's funny how people just take things and hear what they want to hear. Oh, Jeremy just reported what Bibi Netanyahu said this weekend. He must trust him. I reported what James Comey said. Does that mean I trust him? See how dumb that sounds? You see how you just take something and run with it? So I'll get back to that in a minute. But let me get back to what I was saying. Trump could end this anytime he wants. He's already said that they can't get a nuclear weapon. They can't even start rebuilding one now if they tried. So the question is, what is he waiting for? He's waiting for something. If he told you out of his mouth, the day this ends, gas will drop like a rock, oil will drop like a rock. He's saying the day I end it. And I know what I'm doing. And I'm going to end it at the perfect time. And if you ask me what he's waiting for, is for people to be fed up with waiting for oil through the Strait of Hormuz. If you ask me, that's what he's waiting for. For the country, for the world to go, I'm done. I'm just going to continue to buy my oil from the United States because I don't have to deal with any crap. And as soon as he gets to where he wants to be and he feels that his mission is accomplished, then he'll end it. And when he does, he's absolutely right. Gas and oil will drop like a rock. And nobody that complained will be in earshot of anyone. The joy of the Lord said, if it isn't a war, I don't know what is. Have 25 people even died on our side? That's a war? We know less than 50 people have died. Let's give it the benefit of the doubt. 50 people have not died on our side in 3 months. That's the war? Well, hell, I guess World War II must have been an annihilation. The joy of the Lord said Bibi won't let him end it. Trump will end it anytime he wants. Why do you think Bibi came online this week and said, we're going to start weaning ourselves off American financial help? Because the two of them are split far more than any of you are giving credit for. But everybody's going to believe what they believe, so I'll move on. How about that? Let's move on to a more local thing, and that is redistricting. Redistricting. The math never mathed. And now, because the rest of the world, unlike you guys who have been privy to the information that we will win this redistricting war, now the rest of the world is starting to realize that we were going to win this redistricting war all along. Shelton says, dumbass Trumper. Would you like to come on the show and find out who's really a dumbass? I'll invite you on right now. I'll send you an email right now and debate you over facts. No feelings. Just facts of things that have happened. And we'll see who the dumbass is. I'd rather be a dumbass Trumper than a whatever the hell you might be. Are you a dumbass Fuentes? Are you a griper? Are you a griper? Because if so, I would love to have you on here. Love it. And anybody else, too. Oh, I don't argue with women. Eli, look at the response from the dumb shits in the chat. Dumbass Trumper, come on, tell me how I'm dumbass. I don't argue with women. Oh, you gotta love the world, man.
I can't stand these numbnuts. They're exhausting. You guys are just exhausting. You can never back yourselves up. You never have really anything to say.
Nope.
You challenge what we have to say, and
Yep.
then we call you out on it. Oh, I don't stay around here. I'm not. Shut up.
Yep. Shut up. Go back home. Go back to the basement and smell your fingers after you scratch your ass and eat Cheetos. How about that? Anybody who can go on a live chat and say what you said, but not accept an invitation to come on and show how smart you are, you just showed 4,000 people how retarded you really are. By the way, what is a woman? Oh, moving on. Virginia Democrats are plotting to get rid of the entire state Supreme Court and pack it with friendlies to the Democrat Party by lowering the retirement age to 54 after losing their gerrymander map war. They want to force out all the state Supreme Court justices and install cronies who will rubber stamp illegal redistricting schemes. The whole reason that they can't go further with this redistricting effort in Virginia is because the state Supreme Court said, no, you're not doing this. It's against your own state laws. And you hijacked a special session. Just days after the Virginia Supreme Court delivered a massive victory election integrity for America, ruling 4-3 the Democrats' sleazy redistricting referendum was unconstitutional from the very beginning, the Democrats are scrambling for revenge. So their latest authoritarian brainstorm, probably still smarter than Shelton's in the live chat though, lower the mandatory retirement age for judges from 73 to 54. Why? Because that'll get rid of every judge on the state Supreme Court that ruled against them. Imagine that. Exactly the age of the youngest sitting justice and force every single justice off the bench immediately. This would hand the Democrat-controlled legislature the power to pack the court with their hand-picked cronies who would then rubber stamp the illegal congressional map that Democrats tried to ram through. House Majority Leader Steve Scalise wrote on X, just so we're clear, Democrats want to rewrite the Virginia Constitution because the state Supreme Court rejected their unconstitutional maps. For a party that loves to chant no kings, this is very, quote, undemocratic. Democrats are struggling to respond to major redistricting efforts that happen in Virginia. And now that the Democrat Party is starting to realize that they cannot win on the redistricting war, they've got to try to, once again, change the rules to their favor because they can't win in what they call, quote, a democracy. No kings, though, I thought. They won't get away with this. It won't work. For number one, you're gonna have so many lawsuits. One of them being ageism, right? One of them being ageism. You're gonna say now that you're gonna reduce the age of mandatory retirement to 11 years younger than the federal age of retirement. It'll never happen. Eli, another troll in there. OG Bear, Republicans are losers. You're exactly right. They are. So are Democrats. They're all losers. You're exactly right. We agree. We agree.
New York Times is reporting about these machinations at least being discussed by some Democrats at high levels, one of which, as you just detailed, Joey, involves taking out the entire state Supreme Court. Just basically going back retroactively and saying, oh, you're all too old. The new cutoff is 54. You're all ineligible to be justices, so you're out. Filling 7 seats with their own hacks and doing it again. That is banana republic, like total institution destroying madness. Then the backup plan that they're talking about doing, apparently, is to invalidate the 2020 constitutional amendment that was overwhelmingly supported by Virginians, that created the independent redistricting process that has actually brought about a fair map. And then the legislature would say, okay, that one doesn't count anymore. Now we'll draw these new districts. It's wild. I think there are some Democrats tapping the brakes on it, which they should be. If they seriously consider either of these things, it is seismic and like a red flag moment for the democracy that they pretend to care about. Don't do this. The New York Times is reporting about these machinations at least being discussed by some.
So OG Bear Eli says, America First is Nick Fuentes' movement. MAGA fags trying to skin suit our movement. Where'd you get that word? Where'd you get those words from? America First. Didn't your faggy leader go, I'm a moderate Democrat? Didn't your faggy leader push down a woman who was outside of his house? Pepper sprayer with pepper spray that didn't even work, that he admitted his mommy gave him. My mom and dad gave me some pepper spray. It didn't really work. It didn't really work, but I did push her down on the ground, told her to get the F out of here. But yet, when one of his main America Firsters with the little pussy pedophile mustache got slapped by Kevin Smith in New York, a block away from Nick Fuentes, Eli, what did little Nick Fagtis do? What did he do? What did he do when he found out one of his little generals got smacked?
Well, that's horrible. Well, we just won't go down that street.
Yeah. Better not go down that street, Sneeko. Let's go this way. A month later, 2 months later, Sneeko gets slapped in New York too. America First. Oh. Hakeem Jeffries has discussed with Democrats firing the Virginia Supreme Court to reinstate their new congressional map, which would be 10 Democrats, 1 Republican. They do it by having Virginia lower the retirement age and kick out the justices, then invalidate the redistricting rules, and then redo it again and get the state Supreme Court to sign off on them. Do you know how long that would take, by the way, for them to do that? Do you know how many lawsuits would stay in effect? They'd never get it done by the time the midterms happen. And that sent a ton of people online talking about this, including this kid.
This just in,
This
Democrats are now floating the idea of firing the entire state Supreme Court of Virginia because they didn't get the congressional map that they wanted. In Virginia, they're talking about lowering the retirement age just to force the judges out. Then they can reinstall a map favoring Democrats. It's funny how democracy suddenly means removing judges, rewriting laws, and changing the scoreboard after the game already started. This just in, Democrats are now floating the idea of firing the entire state.
That's why I say never, ever, 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 ever kneel and bow down to these federal judges who tell you to stop deporting illegals and you can't fire these people and ICE can't be here and ICE can't go there. I would never adhere to these federal judges after what these Democrats are doing. They're setting a bar. They're setting a precedent. So let's go after them. By the way, it won't happen. I'm telling you right now, as sure as I sit here today, I'm telling you, they will not be able to do this. This is them showing independence of their state, just how much tyrannical power these guys want. The independents of Virginia are do you guys know the biggest voting base is independents in every single state? Got Your Six says, or if you're Ilhan Omar, got your V1 says they can't lie, steal, or cheat. They have nothing. Eli, do you remember that portrayal of the Joker that Heath Ledger did? Remember when Batman is by Christian Bale trying to like intimidate him and interrogate him. And he's like, you have nothing. You have nothing to stop me anymore. You are basically just scrambling at this point.
You've got nothing with all your power.
Yep. Nothing. And they sure as hell don't have an approval rating that would give them the midterms even if we weren't redistricting. I tried to tell you guys that we were in no jeopardy of losing the midterms. This was before redistricting happened. I said that you guys had inside information like Nancy Pelosi. You knew that there were a multitude of things that were about ready to happen or could happen or should happen or would happen or may happen that would have allowed the Democrats no chance. Number one, their approval rating. Number two, if the Save America Act passed. Number three, even if it didn't, Donald Trump said he was enforcing his executive orders on it. And number four, redistricting. We knew the math didn't math. We knew the math never mathed. And now they're going to lose. And they're going to lose in epic fashion. And we, historically, are going to be in the record books. Not only for everything Donald Trump has done in his first year and 3 months in office, but holding on to the House and Senate as the incumbent president, untethered, already fought all of his major court cases, won them, and ready to start the final 2 years of his second or third term, depending on how you look at it. Did they say, yeah, we're going to keep the Senate and the House, folks. Senate and the House.
Kate, I hate to ruin your morning, but it's going to be more like R plus 10
I
or
assure
11.
you will not ruin my morning, Scott Jennings.
It's going to be more like 10 or 11, I think, after all of this, because not only do you have the Virginia case, you've got Louisiana redrawing, Tennessee.
Let's put up the map if we can there, just to show the redistricting push. We calculate that Republicans have figured out a way to pick up about 14 seats. Democrats is about 6, so that's a net 8.
But you haven't. But Louisiana is still yellow. That's going to be another.
Yeah, it's all
Alabama's another one. South Carolina mayor. We'll see what happens in South Carolina. So the point is, and look, don't take it from me. Washington Post, New York Times, the math and the map totally upended. So just a few days ago, Republicans were in the doldrums about the midterms. Mm-hmm. Now, because of Virginia, because of the redraws after the Voting Rights Act case, you've got Republicans feeling resurgent. The map looks good. The money looks good. The candidates look good. So we actually have a real race here, whereas just a couple of weeks ago, Republicans were in despair.
The Republicans still have to win those seats.
Yeah,
Absolutely right. I want to touch on something before we come back to this. Shannon said, Trump turns Iran crisis into Texas energy gold mine. Oil giants 100% ditching the Strait of Hormuz for the USA. Oil and gas companies are telling him they're completely done with the Strait of Hormuz and rerouting straight to Texas. Yes, that's exactly what Trump is doing this for. You ask, what more could Trump do? Why is he holding out? Why are gas prices remaining high? This is why. And you know what he's doing? He's making it so when he does say we're done, that there's no going back. There's no going back to relying on oil and energy prices around the world being dictated through the Strait of Hormuz, through these goat-screwing, has-been, archaic losers. The time is now. And the time to invest in the United States of America is now. That's what America First is. That's what America First actually means, you Nick Fuentes retards. You never go outside pussies. You never say what you really want to say in front of somebody's face, so you got to get online like a keyboard coward and do it that way. That's America First. By the way, your little leader, Nick Fuentes, couldn't fill a stadium if he tried. Until he can do that, you're Fuentes last. How about that? Law professor John Turley, on the Democratic loss in Virginia gerrymandering, said, this is face planting of legendary proportion. What the Democrats just did in Virginia is face plant in a legendary fashion like you've never seen before. That's how bad it is for
like
them.
Gerrymandering. Makes it very difficult to do so. They have a commission to avoid gerrymandering. So to get this through, they had to do a sort of bum's rush to get this in before the midterm elections. And the Supreme Court of Virginia said, no, we're not going to sign off on this. Now, this was a face planting of legendary size for Governor Spamberger. She had previously assured voters that she was vehemently against gerrymandering, and as soon as she was elected, she went to the hard left and then asked and pushed through the most radical gerrymandering scheme in the country. And so this is a remarkable effort that has resulted in a massive loss for the Democrats. They spent a fortune to get this thing through.
64 million.
Yeah, and in addition to the 64 million, they alienated half of this state.
Epic proportion. And when CNN comes on live and says GOP wins this map 10 times out of 10. It's called math. We've been saying this for months here. It's nice that the rest of the world is playing like Hines and finally decided to catch up.
Possible now. The math is much more interesting for Republicans if all this plays out.
So the fight over these congressional seats does not dictate, of course, the results in November. As you're noting, voters will still have the final say, right?
Yeah, that's why I'm going to go back to this, because I just showed you the Texas map. Texas Republicans think they get +5. Voters get the final say. That Texas map, and I'm just using Texas as an example, is based on, you see these blue areas down here. Those are Latino seats, largely Latino majority populations. Republicans said, oh, they voted for Trump and Republicans in 2024. Maybe they'll stay with us. When they drew the lines, they were counting on that. We have seen a lot of those Latinos in 2025 and 2026 come back to the Democrats. So the Republicans have put a heavy thumb, maybe even a foot on the scale, but the voters still get the final say. And Jake, look, this helps the Republicans. Don't get me wrong. Virginia coming off the board and those southern states continuing to move forward helps the Republican math. But it makes a bad situation, makes a horrible situation a little less worse. This is what will decide the election. It's decided every midterm election since I've been alive. Here's the president in 2018. He was at 41% at this point. Fell to 39. They lost 40 seats. This is where he is right now. He is historically low. We don't know where he's going to be in November there. But can the Republicans now, they have a money advantage. Now they have a bit of a map advantage.
Over 10 million.
Can they really keep this to 5 or 10 seats? That's the challenge. History says no, but Republicans are in better shape today than they were yesterday.
All right, and they can thank the Virginia Supreme Court for that. John King, thanks so much. Still ahead, a man who insists
it's possible now. The math is much more interesting.
No, we don't need to thank the Virginia Supreme Court for that. We could thank God and facts. We could thank God and facts. We told you we were going to win the midterms. Obviously, we're not there yet, but we'll see. It's not looking too good. We told you what Trump was doing in the Middle East, why he was doing what he was doing with Iran. We've told you for the last 2 months. Sounds to me like that's exactly what's happening. The people that watch LFA TV are the most informed people in politics in this country. Not because any of us are fortune tellers or can tell the future, because every one of us live, eat, breathe, and sleep this stuff every day, and we understand President Trump. You know, I liken it to this, and not comparing it to spiritual salvation, but comparing it just to an ironic scenario. People can call themselves Christians all the livelong day, but unless they're after Jesus' own heart and Jesus knows who they are, despite whatever sin you say they should or shouldn't commit, most Christians are going to hear, "Depart from me, you worker of iniquity, I never knew you." The Bible says. Could be you, could be me, who knows? Right? And most people didn't understand the parables that Jesus spoke in because they weren't after his heart. So like the Pharisees were like, what the heck is this guy talking about? Right? Well, again, not spiritual or salvation-wise, but much like understanding President Trump. If you don't understand who President Trump is, if you don't know him, if you don't understand how he thinks, if you haven't read his books on the art of the war and the art of the comeback, you don't understand how Trump operates. We do. We know exactly who he is, what he's doing, and why he's doing it. And it's all America first. You might not feel that it's America first when you're paying $4.50 in gas per gallon. But that's called surgery and triage. He's fixing the country. And when it heals and it rehabilitates, it'll be better than it was before the accident. And I'll just tell you this. Has anybody else ever been able to prove what we've said here on LFA TV wrong? This is what the map would look like nationally if there was 100% fair drawn maps. Ready? Democrats 156, Republicans 280. That's what it would look like if there was no gerrymandering whatsoever. This is what it would look like. Meaning that Republicans would overwhelmingly, in fashions never seen before in actual Congress, control the House of Representatives. This is what it would look like if things were fair. They would never win again. Red states, blue cities. That's exactly right, Shannon. That's absolutely exactly right. But we're talking about even in those blue cities, the percentage of Republicans that vote. That's a lot of red, baby. That's Kool-Aid red. That's kicking down the stone wall, Kool-Aid man red right there. And we knew they never had a chance. They never had a chance. So before we break for our next commercial, let's watch them melt for a little bit because it's always fun.
The House. We're going to win back the House anyway. This is about reversing some of the progress we made in the civil rights movement.
I never thought I would see the day that the United States Supreme Court would be so openly partisan with what it's been doing.
Well, too bad.
I think that Justice Roberts is going to take his place alongside some other infamous justices like Taney, who gave us the Dred Scott decision.
Well, remember, there's a corrupt shadow hanging over the Supreme Court. The Supreme Court desperately needs reform. It is a corrupt court.
So Virginia Democrats and Hakeem Jeffries reportedly coming up with a radical plan to get what they want. Quote, the most dramatic idea they discussed, which would involve an unusual gambit to replace the entire state Supreme Court with a goal of reinstating their gerrymandered map. One key to the plan would be having Democrats in Richmond lower the mandatory retirement age for state Supreme Court justices. Unbelievable. Here to react, Fox News contributor and former Speaker of the House, Newt Gingrich. Mr. Speaker, they overplayed their hands, and now you're seeing it play out right now. They're losing right now. Republicans may gain 10-plus states.
They will.
Seats, I'm sorry.
They will.
Well, look,
like we said,
we haven't seen this kind of nationwide power struggle since Thomas Jefferson destroyed the Federalist Party. Between 1796 and 1812, the Democratic Republicans, as they were called, they're now the Democratic Party, the longest existing political party in the world.
That's right.
Jefferson went after literally destroying the Federalists. The word gerrymander comes from the last stage of that fight when Eldridge Gerry drew a map in Massachusetts to try to preserve the Federalists. And somebody said, boy, that district looks like a salamander. And somebody else said, oh, no, that's a gerrymander. Wow. That's where the word comes from. So that's the only other time in American history that we've seen the mobilization of everything. I mean, California's involved. Democrats didn't mind when California wiped out Republican seats. They loved Virginia wiping out Republican seats. All of a sudden, the institutional tide has turned. And this is why Trump is such a historic figure. He is the first person to really take the estate
Newt Gingrich is correct. Not so new anymore. Old Gingrich. But he's absolutely correct. They cheered when they thought they had a way. Now New York has been blocked. That's Hakeem Jeffries. Trump is a bad man. These MAGA Republicans. Now New York has been blocked from redistricting. Virginia's been blocked from redistricting. I don't know how California got it. Actually, I do. It's the amount of illegal aliens that they brought in. Now we've just got to get rid of the illegal aliens off the federal census, and then they would lose seats. And by the way, Thomas Jefferson, is he not one of the greatest men, if not the greatest founding father that we have? You guys, we always hear about George Washington. We always hear about John Adams. We always hear about, all these names that became presidents, but we don't hear about Thomas Jefferson enough. Thomas Jefferson is responsible for the majority of the way we live in this country. He's responsible for the majority of the way we live in this country. Thomas Jefferson was a genius at such a young age. As a matter of fact, most youngsters were back then, because knowledge was power and people seeked knowledge and they looked and they learned as much as they possibly could. Nowadays, people take that for granted. Thomas Jefferson was a beast in his writing and the way he understood a constitutional republic style of a country. Brilliant, brilliant individual. We're going to take a quick break and we're going to come back and we're going to show Mark Elias very angry at the redistricting that they're no longer allowed to do. Folks, last week I talked about my conversation with the people over at the MAGA Patriot wreath for 4th of July and for the rest of this year, actually. This is America's 250th birthday. And there was a lot of people that hadn't got theirs yet and hadn't even gotten a notification of when it would ship. They did run out temporarily. They had to restock and then fulfill orders. I reached out to those who were concerned. I forwarded every email that you shared with me. And the owner himself got involved and said, we're going to make sure we take care of everybody. And anybody who called with any kind of complaint on that and weren't treated appropriately, we'll take care of that too. So here it is, ladies and gentlemen. It's America's 250th birthday. All right? And right now, you're going to see a QR code on your screen. You can click that QR code with your phone, or you can go to themagaoffers.com/LFA, promo code LFA250, themagaoffers.com/LFA, and use the promo code LFA250. That's going to get you this amazing MAGA wreath, this 250th birthday, American red, white, and blue, eagle-inspired MAGA front door or back door wreath. If you want to buy two, buy two. themagaoffers.com/LFA250. That is themagaoffers.com/LFA250. Get yours today. Show the world your patriotism. Show the world your respect for this country. Show the world your respect for our military and the 250 years that we've become the greatest nation on planet Earth. That is themagaoffers.com/LFA250. Get your MAGA 250th birthday wreath today. There's that beautiful thing right there. Again, one more time, themagaoffers.com/LFA250. Big shout out to them too. And the owner getting involved and saying, we're going to make sure that happens. Okay? Dane said, I did not send my email and still have not gotten through to them. Send me your email, lfaproducer@gmail.com. We'll forward it to them, okay? Rosebud said, we got ours and the cross necklace. Awesome. Awesome. Yeah, they got some really good stuff. So thank you to them guys. Okay, let's move on here. Let's go to Mark Elias. Now, if you don't know who Mark Elias is the Democrats' lawyer. He's the one who helped steal the 2020 election. He's the one who fought against the slate of electors, trying to put up their own electors in their state and not be rigged by the state Democrats. And now he's the one crying because redistricting is not going his way.
Well, and I do it.
I've not heard you this angry in a long time.
Oh, let's see how bad he
just
is.
Share with this how this scrambles your workload.
Like, look, I mean, in the end, here's why I'm angry.
Tell us.
In the end, Democrats are still going to take control of the House. Okay? Like, that's the good news, right? In the end, I think Democrats still could win the Senate. In the end, like, politics will be politics. But the reason why I am so angry is because the Supreme Court of the United States chose to strike down a law that was passed in 1965 that Congress was in dialogue with the court, okay, over in the 1970s and 1980s. And for the last 40 years, we have lived under a set of principles that all players have accepted as a fair, level playing field. And then a group of white Louisianans decided to challenge a map, and the U.S. Supreme Court ordered the parties to argue a case that none of the parties wanted, which was whether the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was still in effect under the right test. And then the parties did it, and they chose to issue an opinion in the middle of May while primaries were going on. And then the U.S. Supreme Court thought, you know what? Sure, we let black voters wait 2 years and vote under illegal maps, but God forbid these white voters have to do the same in Louisiana. That would be a constitutional crisis. And against all of that backdrop, have we learned nothing? I mean, have we learned nothing? Has the broader legal community not learned anything? Other than the civil rights groups, have people not learned that when you do this to black voters, it turns out bad for democracy for everybody? So yeah, I'm angry. I'm angry because of the appalling silence that's going on right now around this case and the aftermath.
Oh, and you mean you can't do anything about it, Mark? Eli, do you know what's crazy about this? And I'm going to get deeper into this story that I'm about to talk about right now. But in Tennessee, this goes to show you exactly what we're dealing with here. In Tennessee, you saw all that craziness last week, right? We will overcome, and standing on desks and insurrectioning all the Tennessee State House and all that. You know what's funny about that? The seat that the Democrats are losing is owned right now by an old, white, crusty, salty American. The seat would be won by a younger, smarter, black woman. And the Democrats are screaming, yo, that's racist. Make that make sense.
Is the old, crusty white man's name diversity?
Yeah, that's an old Anchorman joke. Ron, do you even know what diversity is? I believe diversity is an old wooden ship used in the Civil War era. Ron, I highly doubt anybody that's in San Francisco would be worried about an old wooden ship. Well, whatever. And how much money did the Democrats blow from their coffers? By the way, I want to get down here, level with you here. The Republicans have outraised the Democrats by over $10 million in fundraising for the midterms already. Okay? Funny thing about that is they're already behind $10 million in fundraising for the election, and they spent $64 million on this redistricting effort. In Virginia, $64 million down the drain. No wonder why they want to get rid of the Supreme Court there. It won't happen, but no wonder why they do.
Look at the Democrats' statements today. They're trying to reassure their voters that they didn't just totally flub the process on this. When you spend $64 million on a ballot referendum, but you haven't spent enough on the legal advice to make sure you can actually do this, it's like trying to build a really nice building, but having no foundation. When that thing collapses, everyone's going to look really stupid. And that's what Democrats are facing here. This is incredibly embarrassing for them, but it also is an echo of what's going on around the country. They went way too far with their sort of bravado and the F around and find out mentality. And now they've pushed Republican states across the South, especially, to go even further with their maps. And so in the end here, we're looking at a pretty big Republican advantage because Democrats went simply way too far with this. When you look at the Democrats' statements today, they're trying.
He's absolutely right. They knew that it was illegal for them to do what they did. First of all, what they did is they hijacked a special session. So what that means is that they called a special session for a specific reason. Then they hijacked that special session and made it into a special session about redistricting. They weren't allowed to do that because they were not allowed to redistrict in that 10-year time frame because they saw no significant increase or reduction in population like other states did. So they had no real reason to do that. They had no legal reason to call the special session for that. So they called a special session under something else, hijacked that special session, rammed this redistricting law through, ran it to Abigail Spanberger's desk as fast as they could after she ran on, I'm not going to do that. That's not legal for us to do. I'm not going down that road anyway. Spent $64 million of Democrat, DNC, whatever, wherever the money came from, but it came from Democrats, in order to do this, campaigned all over the state, marketing ads, TV promotional ads, commercials, billboards, and everything else, just to lose in the end because A, they hijacked a special session, and B, went against their own state constitution, which now they said, we're going to have to go back and change that that constitution, that state constitution. But the only way we can do that is by getting rid of the state Supreme Court justices that just ruled on this. How are we going to do that? Well, we can't fire them. We can't force them out unless we get the state legislature to now convene in a special session to lower the mandatory retirement age of a Supreme Court state justice from 73 to 54. Now we can get rid of every one of them, and we can put new people in there who will then allow this gerrymander to go through. That will never take place by the midterms. So, because they spent so much money, because they've been embarrassed, and because they want to do it anyway, they'll do it for 2028. They don't care. There's no shame in their game. Hakeem Jeffries never answers a question, ever. Wonder how he's feeling today. He's mad. He's been putting out videos all week long, Eli, lisping about, hey, Mr. President, why you focus on me, man? Why are you so focused on me when the American people are suffering with high gas prices? They can't live, man, and you on me. Come on, man, you okay? You good? That was Hakeem Jeffries over the weekend. Again.
That wasn't too bad, Jeremy, but you got to remember that when you're doing Hakeem Jeffries, you make sure you get that lisp in there good. And always, always end your sentences with, Donald Trump is a bad man.
Always. Eli, I have to say this, and earmuffs, kids. Somebody in the chat just said something that I thought was hilarious. We call him Hakeem Jeffries, right? Our star just called him Hakeem Jeffries.
I like that. I like that a lot.
Hakeem Jeffries. That's hilarious. You know, I pride myself on coming up with some pretty cool names for people. Cross-eyed Cory Booker, right? But Hakeem Jeffries might take the cake. That's funny. That's real funny. Hakeem too. That's funny too. I'm not gonna lie. Hakeem Jeffries. Oh man. Remember when Hakeem Jeffries was asked about Ilhan Omar? Yeah, what about Ilhan Omar? Well, you see, Donald Trump. What did he say when he was asked about Ilhan Omar? It always goes back to the MAGA Republicans, right? The MAGA Republicans, the MAGA extremists, independents are watching. Hakeem Jeffries.
Hi, Leader Jeffries. Good to see you. Just curious to get your thoughts on Ilhan Omar's financial disclosure. Does all of the scrutiny around that concern you at all, and does that warrant an official House ethics investigation?
That issue has not been brought to my attention, but we do know that Ilhan Omar, who works hard on behalf of the people that she represents in Minnesota, is constantly under attack by right-wing conspiracy theorists.
Yep.
Well, what about her net worth going from $30 million to now under $100,000? Do you believe that's truly an accounting error, as she alluded to?
It's not an issue that I'm familiar with.
What about her winery that she is now dissolving from her financial disclosure?
We're working to stop this reckless war of choice in the Middle East, get the economy back on track, win this gerrymandering war that Donald Trump started that we're going to finish. It's not an issue that.
Yeah, how'd that work out? By the way, this was over a week ago. How'd that work out, bud? How'd that gerrymandering war work out that you were going to finish? Matter of fact, while we're on the topic here, how did that F around and find out threat to Ron DeSantis work out for you? Huh? Eli, I know that the world is on a edge of their seat right now because of war and gas prices, and the people that voted for Donald Trump are scared that he's going to lose the midterms and be impeached again and all this. And here I am just watching the Democrats melt daily and laugh and love it because I know where we're going. I know where we're headed. We're headed towards a sweep, a beautiful, beautiful sweep in the midterms. And watching them in real time melt down and fail and literally have their agenda die out is it's like sweet music to my ears. It's like reliving the election all over again. I love it. I love it here on LFA.
Well, I have to tell you, Jeremy, that this wouldn't be the case if you and that horrible man, obviously I'm talking about Donald Trump, and you and your MAGA extremists would stop jerry-rigging everything and cheating and moving the pieces around this board we playing this game on, so that the game plays in your favor. Donald Trump is a bad man.
And yet you always got to add in this too, these racist Republicans and these Republican extremists. It's always that, right? And you wonder why people try to kill Republicans. You wonder why. Now here's my prediction. Are you ready for this? And let's just play it conservative. If the Republicans win the House of Representatives, I won't say when, because anything can happen in this world, and I'm not a fortune teller or a prophet. So if the Republicans win the midterms, Hakeem Jeffries will be demoted. He might be a leader in the Republican Party, but he will no longer be the minority leader of the party. Guaranteed. Nancy Pelosi was 10 times more effective than Hakeem Jeffries. Now, both have speech impediments, but Nancy had far more power. Want to give a big shout out to some people just joining in. Crystal, how you doing? Crystal T85 said, just signing in. Crystal, make sure you hit that thumbs up button for us if you haven't yet. And a share is always appreciated. So, how are we doing down in the great state of Georgia? Now, I had a very long talk with many Iowa Republicans last week, and they all said the same thing to me. The 2020 election theft is going to come out. That's what they all said. And I even asked them, do you think that is wishful thinking? Like, I know what I think. But I asked all these Republicans that were running in Iowa. By the way, June 2nd is our primary in Iowa. Do not forget, June 2nd, Iowa primary. I asked them, is that wishful thinking on your part? What makes you think that the 2020 election stuff is going to come out? And you want to know something was great? Something I felt so good overhearing is that all of them understood what we understand. They said, Why would this be happening if this wasn't going to happen? Why would they be going down this road if their end game wasn't at least 1, 2, or 3 of these things? And it's exactly right. Read the tea leaves, folks. Read between the lines. The 2020 election stuff is going to come out. And do you know what it's going to be used for? It's going to be used to put the safeguards in place for the next presidential election and every presidential election after that. After these midterms, so much is going to change. Now, you might say, well, what is Donald Trump worried about the midterms for? He's not on the ballot. No, but his party is. And his very existence as a president is. 07J Dogs 28 said, hey, Jeremy, nice shirt, brother. I'm wearing the same shirt today. A little golf pins on it. By the way, raise your hand if you love golf. It's my wife and I's favorite thing to go do together. Play golf. Well, not our favorite thing to do together. There's another favorite thing that we like to do together. And you can get a hole in one. Just saying. But it's not golf. Anyway, on to Georgia.
Tonight, FBI agents are going through materials found today during a search of the Fulton County, Georgia election office. That search is said to be related to the 2020 election. Correspondent David Spunt has details tonight. Good evening, David.
Brett, good evening. FBI agents are still on site at the records warehouse for the Fulton County, Georgia Board of Elections. The matter is sealed before a court, meaning details are limited, but we can report this is related to the 2020 presidential election. Sources tell Fox News that agents retrieved documents, phones, and computers after a judge signed a warrant. President Trump has long made Georgia, and specifically Fulton County, a target of his complaints relating to the 2020 election. Shortly after that election, Trump spoke to Georgia's Secretary of State, Brad Raffensperger, and said he needed 11,780 votes to win the state. At the time, Raffensperger said he felt pressure from Trump and denied any widespread election fraud. He continues to deny it to this day. Now, Fulton County District Attorney Fani Willis brought state criminal charges against then former President Trump and others in 2023 for conspiracy to overturn the election. But her prosecution, Brett, was eventually derailed completely after it was revealed she had an intimate relationship with the top prosecutor on her team, and it could have tainted the case. Late last year, a judge dismissed the case in its entirety. Now, Brett, last month, the Justice Department sued Fulton County, Georgia, seeking access to 2020 voting records after state officials allegedly failed to respond to a subpoena. Fox News has learned the head of the FBI's Atlanta field office was recently forced out in recent days, but it's unclear, Brett, if this is all related.
Tonight, FBI agents are...
So, I have a feeling Brad Raffensperger, Gabriel Sterling, and possibly Brian Kemp don't make it out of 2027 unscathed. Neither will Fani Willis, neither will Ilhan Omar. They're doing this for a reason, guys. They're not confiscating 2020 election ballots for nothing. And last week we found out that their attempt to get the ballots back was denied by a federal judge. Again, they're not doing it for nothing. Going back to the dates, by the way, I'm not that great at golf. I'm a 1 or 2 over par golfer. I love golf. I suck at it. My wife sucks at golf even worse. But guess what? We can go out, spend $50, and have a 2.5 hour, 3 hour date. Bring our own lunch, have a picnic, and we can spend hours out there and spend less than $100. Get exercise, have fun, get better at a game that we love. My wife didn't even know how to swing a golf club when we started doing golf club dates, by the way. So if your husband plays golf out there and you don't play with him because you don't know the game or understand the game, who cares? Go out there, either walk the course, or if you have the next extra money, get a golf cart and hang out with him for the day. If he lets you. Some husbands won't let them. Let their wives. But to me, it's the funnest thing we do. To me, it's absolutely the funnest thing that we do. And you don't even have to go golfing. You can just go to the range. You can go to the range and spend, our range by our house, not far from our house, is $11 per person. $11 per person. You get this big bucket of balls, and you can just sit there and hang out. can have your own little picnic right there doing it at the driving range. You can spend less than $30 and have a great date. They're always the best. Always the best. All right. You guys hear that President Trump's approval rating is at an all-time low, right? Well, if that's the case, then why are the Democrats so worried about the midterms? And if that's the case, then why is he gaining with black voters? The polls are all lying worse than they ever have before.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing right now in the numbers is President Trump and the Republican Party are chipping away at the long-term advantage that Democrats have had with black voters,
Chipping
with
away,
African Americans.
no
You can
pun
see it
intended,
right here.
to the
Look,
Gulf
Trump's approval among African Americans at this point in term one, he was at 12%. You know, he's been losing ground with a lot of groups. He's gaining ground with African Americans. He's up to 16% at this point. And you say, this isn't that big of a shift. But I will tell you, Republicans absolutely love this shift that's going on because Democrats have had such a long-term advantage. The fact that he's actually gaining ground versus where he was in term number one, this has major implications for elections down the line because Democrats, especially in a lot of these tight races, you talk about places like Georgia, right down in the South, you see this type of movement for Trump actually gaining ground. This could have major ramifications and help put Republicans over the top in a number of southern places in the midterm elections. Yeah, I think what we're seeing...
Well, how about that? How about that? So if he's got a 95-plus approval rating within the Republican Party, he's got black voters flocking to him by 4% this term over last term. I got to ask, what are the polls talking about? Just to go show you, is Redline Live in the live chat? Redline Live reached out to me on Saturday night after Sean Strickland beat Chimaev, by the way. Go America. He reached out to me and he said, dude, what is up with the Kalshi odds? They've got Chimaev beating Sean Strickland 80 to 20% on Kalshi. And I said, I'll tell you why. Well, I didn't say this to him, but I said this to my wife. I said, the reason why the Kalshi odds have him at an 80-20% losing is because it's people's opinions. And like buttholes, everybody's got one. Redline Live put $100 on Sean Strickland and won $500. You see that? People's opinions don't mean a damn thing. And that, ladies and gentlemen, is what polls are. Then you can go deeper and say, okay, let's go get the people's buttholes, opinions, but let's go to specific people that we know are going to give us what we're looking for. So I know if I go to a university, 9 times out of 10, I go to a university and ask snot-nosed little smart-ass kids who don't know anything about their like or dislike for Donald Trump. They're most likely going to say they dislike him. And then they're going to go, well, we polled 1,000 people, and out of those 1,000 people, this is what we came up with. People's opinions don't matter. Now, by the way, I personally thought Sean Strickland lost that fight. I had it 2-2. If you're an MMA fan, I had it 2-2 going into the 5th round. I had I gave round 1 to Chimaev, round 2 to Strickland, round 3 to Strickland, round 4 I gave to Chimaev, round 5 I had it tied. And the only way Sean Strickland won that fight, by the way, if you are an informed MMA fan like I am, the only reason he won that fight was because he had 133 significant strikes. He lost the ground control. He lost the octagon control. He lost the takedowns. He lost the time of control. Lost it all. The only thing he won on, by the way, was significant strikes. So the referees had to have been looking at damage doled out and damage taken. Sean Strickland took some damage, but only the nose because he got a broken nose. Right? I put money on Sean Strickland to win. I thought he lost the fight based on my knowledge. I won money, by the way. I won money. And do you know what I'm doing with half of my personal winnings of that fight? Putting it in the Slurp Fund. So, Dana White always says, don't leave it in the hands of the refs because you never know what the refs are going to say. I put money on Sean Strickland. I won money. Didn't think he won the fight, but I'm okay with that. Thank you, Lord. And we're going to win the midterms, too. Just saying. Now, based on what I said earlier, let's get deep into this story. In Tennessee, I think it's the 9th congressional district, if I'm not mistaken. The man in the middle of the screen, right here, is going to lose his seat. The woman on the right of your screen, on my left, is going to win, most likely, that district. And Democrats are screaming racism. Make this make sense. The old, crusty, blue-eyed white male is going to lose a seat, and the black woman is going to win this seat, and Democrats are screaming racism. Make this make sense, Democrats, please. You're down there crying in Tennessee about the fact that black voters are now overlooked and that the Republicans are illegally redistricting the map to push black folk out of politics. We shall overcome. Oh, my Lord, 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 Lord. The white man be holding us down. That's funny. I don't have to do anything but put up the two pictures of the people and say, okay, then what about this? While the Democrat activists occupied the Tennessee state capitol and committed an insurrection based on the Democrats' definition of what one is, following the Supreme Court decision in Louisiana versus Callis, we now have this situation. The 9th district will now potentially see Representative Steve Cohen, who's a dumbass Democrat, by the way, likely replaced by Charlotte Bergman, a black female Republican. Bergman has previously run against Cohen in several elections dating back to 2014. However, the new map being implemented, she has a much higher likelihood of winning that district that had previously been drawn to comply with now unconstitutional Voting Act provisions. So make that make sense. How is that racist if a black woman is going to gain a seat and have a voice for the district beating a white man? Redline Live says, by the way, I'm always here, bro. Make sure you follow him and his devotional show.
A little ironic that the woman now who is likely going to win the 9th district in Tennessee is a black Republican woman as a result of this redistricting effort. It's likely going to be a black Republican woman who beats that old white man.
Could I make this very simple?
But that's racist?
Look at that girl on the right, the blonde girl. She's so mad.
Break, and then Tesla and Congressman, I'm going to have you both respond. We'll be right back.
What's the matter, Abby? What'd you go to commercial for, Abby? Abigail? Abby? Sorry, guys, we got to go to commercial. Somebody just made a good point. Now, Eli, you remember the racist down there, Justin Pearson, right? The big afroed guy that was like, what you doing, boy? And yelled at the state cop like he was going to fight him, right? But the minute that state cop put his hands on him, he'd be like, this is battery. This is assault. This is a violation of my rights. This is because I'm black, right? Remember him?
Yeah, that's exactly what all that was about. Just because you have an afro.
Yeah. Well, if you guys remember, before Jasmine Crotch Itch became Jasmine Crotch Itch, back when she was Jasmine Crock It, She actually spoke and talked with integrity and education. So did Justin Pearson. Before he got into his seat and became a civil rights leader from 1960? The internet never forgets.
Pearson, and I'm running for president of PSG. There are a few reasons that we're running this campaign this year. One has to do with representation. How can we represent all voices in a conversation? I wanted to do this by partnering with organizations from the Bowdoin Democrats to the Bowdoin Republicans. I want to bring together different voices, dissenting voices, voices that may be more liberal or more conservative, in order that we can reach a point of sort of the radical middle.
Here, you've had 3 strikes laws, mass incarceration, denied us of who we are, and we are still here. And today, you'll take the only majority black district from us. But I want you to know, and I want my nephew, sons, and the future to know, no matter what you do, no matter how much you try and break us and make us bend and make us quit, we will still be here.
Somebody goes,
Justin J. Pearson. And I'm
Eli, hi, my name is Justin Pearson, and I'm here to tell you today that we don't have to live on both sides of the aisle. We can come together. I'm here to talk to the most liberal and the most conservative, to find out where our commonalities actually meet, where our common denominators are. Let's start off with a discussion that we can all come together on. That's what I'm running for. I'm running to represent you, no matter who you are, no matter what color of skin you are. My name's Justin Pearson, and I approve this message. I'm here to tell you today that the white man will no longer oppress us, that the white devil, Aquisiocha, the white devil, will no longer push back on our voices in our districts, in our backyard barbecues. I say, and I say it loud and proud, that over my dead body am I going to allow Whitey to come in and take our voices away. And you heard it here first on Church FM 96.9. My brothers. Eli.
It's interesting how we went from like this well-groomed, youthful Martin Luther type to like a Malcolm X Django Unchained.
Oh yeah, yeah, Pearson Unchained. That's what that was. This Aquisiocha. Hold on. Did you just refer to me as white devil? Yes, Ace. This how they know you. Leave that part out next time. Right, Eli?
From we can do this together on both sides to assalamu alaikum, my brothers.
Exactly. Eli, there he is. That's Ace. Aquisiocha. Hey, Ace, they find me. No problem. I miss that movie.
Don't beat yourself up, Oda.
This how they know you, Ace. Oh, white devil. White devil. Well, the Democrats are finally starting to realize the midterms will not save them. So what they gonna do?
Tell people this all the time. The midterms will not save us. So as much as we would talk about the importance of, you know what? It's actually having a version of Project 2025 that outlines what needs to happen going forward. What do we need to put in place? What guardrails need to go back up? I don't want to say time is running out, but it kind of is.
Or is it going to take an Obama-like figure to actually drive turnout in a way that simply is not happening right now? And yes, where you have the kind of incredible turnout from low-intensity voters, low-information voters, and they finally...
I think it takes more than an Obama-like figure. Like, if we are, as many historians believe, and I guess I would like for the two of you to weigh on this, if we are in a post-Reconstruction reactionary period, I mean, it took us decades, and there were many people who literally put their lives on the line to get us out of that period and to bring us to the America that like we were born into and thought we were going to enjoy, to survive that. And I don't know, that is a daunting thing to face. As someone who grew up hearing the stories of what it was like for my grandparents to live through that, it's genuinely shocking to sit with it. That's what I'm going to have to live through now.
And I tell people this all the time. The
Hold
midterms
on,
will
listen
not
to this
save
right
us.
here. Watch this.
So as much as we would talk about the importance of, you know what? It's actually having
that guy right there. The guy that was talking said, you know what? The midterms are not going to save us. And he goes, what is going to save us? Listening so intently, leaning in. What is going to save us? This other lady comes out. It's going to take an Obama-like figure. Michelle? Clearly not Justin Pearson. What's he going to do? I say we need our own version of Project 2025. Sound like Bernie Mac. We need our own 2025 project. You guys, I loved Bernie Mac. Can I just tell you? Bernie Mac was one of my favorite comedians. Although he was a little racist. It's okay, I don't mind a little racism. I'll tell you, 25, we ain't gonna do this no more. I'll tell you, we ain't gonna let the white man hold it down. What is gonna save us then? I don't know. How about normal common sense ideas? How about knowing what a woman is? How about you start with that? How about you start with the basics, bud? What's the difference between a male and a female? Now, if your answer to that is boys have a penis, girls have a vagina, that's a great start. Look at you go. Look at you go. You're doing a good job, bud. What's next? Can nations have borders? Yes, I believe for a nation to be called a nation, it must be separate from another group of people and another land mass, another geographical land mass. So yeah, I believe that nations probably should have some borders. Look at everybody. Look at the dummy Democrat learning. Oh, you get a gold star today, buddy. You get a gold star today, bud. Okay, now here's the real hard one. Are you ready? Ready? Here we go. If you Google when human life starts, every major scientist in the world will tell you, including Google, that life begins at conception. Do you think that it is okay to kill a baby? Do 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 boop boo do 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 bump bum 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 bump bump boom bump. Yes, I think it's still okay to kill a baby. You're gone. Oh, the white man try to take us down. Well, what is going to get us to win then? How about a little common sense? How about know what a woman is? How about know that you can't transition into a different gender and you can't be a cat? For crying out loud! Gavin Newsom's a little pissed off over the redistricting stuff. Did you see what he said? Doesn't even look real, by the way. This looks like an AI version of Gavin Newsom. This looks like a pale mannequin of Gavin Newsom that somebody used and put in an AI format to come to life.
I don't know how many times we have to keep saying it.
Tell us.
The right is ruthless. You saw what just happened in Virginia. The Supreme Court overturned the will of the voters with transparent and democratically approved redistricted maps.
That was illegal.
Contrast that to what Ron DeSantis did
that was
down
illegal.
in Florida. An exclusive with Fox News. His maps were revealed on Fox News. Never went in front of the voters and were approved the next day by...
Stop. Retard. It was illegal in that state. Worry about your shitty state. Worry about all of your corruption, for number one. Number two, yeah, it went to the people, but it was illegal to do. And let's not talk about those mail-in ballots that pushed you over the edge at the end there. Let's not talk about that, though. Oh, no, talk about that, said Bernie Mac. Eli, remember Bernie Mac? I'm talking like this, Patriotic 2025. Isn't that how Bernie talked? as a product 2025 and to go Gavin Newsom out there in California.
You got some mouth on you, midget.
What was that? What was that?
That one was from Bad Santa.
Oh, yeah. You got a mouth on you, midget. Come on, Dermy, do 8th grade Eric Adams. I think I forgot how to do that one. Let's go back to...
his legislature. Compare and contrast what we did in California with Proposition 50, again, going to the voters in a transparent and democratic way, to what the governor of Louisiana is doing. He used his emergency powers, literally used his emergency powers to suspend the primary election, to stop the primary election after votes were
because it's his state, he can do that.
To do what?
Like you
to
could.
erase black representation in his state. It's happening all across the South. It's real. It's what we've been warning against. And only thing that can stop it is you, all of us.
Eli, do you know what black representation actually is? Them being a human being and them being alive. There you go. There's your representation. Why do you have to have something special to say that your voice is louder than everybody else's? You're a human being. Eli, I'm sure there's a bunch of white people out there who grew up in massively and predominantly poor neighborhoods. People who grew up in the dregs of trailer parks, not even regular trailer parks. I'm talking about trailer parks with no roofs and had half a trailer with the other side being exposed to the elements kind of stuff. How about the people who grew up in the slums that were Asian, the Asian slums? How did they get themselves out? How did they get properly represented? I don't know. They worked their ass off and, did it. Your representation should just be you, alive. You're present.
Damn, Skippy. There's some people that just grew up in parks. Not even any trailers in them.
Just parks. Just grew up under the tree in the park.
Trump and MAGA are also waking all of us up to the reality of what we have to do, and that is to get Speaker Jeffries the gavel this November. We can't give in. I don't know how many times we have to keep saying it. The right is ruthless. You saw what just happened in Virginia. The Supreme Court overturned.
The right is ruthless. No, the right isn't ruthless yet. I disagree with him there. The right should be ruthless. Ramel, 1984, just came in and said, "What's up, Jeremy? I just saw on Newsmax that Trump is going to suspend the gasoline tax." You could have saw that here an hour ago. But I know I'm just joking. I'm not trying to be mean. Some people, Eli, they don't know my jokes. But yes, we actually had President Trump up when he announced that about an hour or so ago when he was live from the White House. So maybe we even announced it before Newsmax. That's the advantage of being able to do a podcast, though, and not having to wait until a certain hour comes on for a specific news to be put out. Like podcasts, we can get it right from social media right away. LOL, how did I miss that? I have you in my ear. Well, if you would have had me in your beautiful eyeballs. No, it was when President Trump was up. I didn't announce it, he did. But yeah, great that he's going to do that. He talked about that right around the same time that he said, as soon as this ends, gas is going to drop like a rock. Now here's CNN actually fact-checking Gavin Newsom.
California has the highest cost of living in the nation. The state's prices are 11% higher than the national average. We were actually out to dinner here in Nashville last night. We met a couple from California. Yeah. They moved out of California because they couldn't afford the rent or even to buy a home and also start a family.
And that has nothing to do with Trump.
We've had hundreds of thousands of people move in California the last 2-3 years.
Illegal
We've
aliens.
seen population growth. As you know, we moved from 6th to the 4th largest economy in the world, and we dominate now in every key industry, from AI, quantum, robotics. We dominate in ag. We dominate forestry.
But people are struggling to afford things like your mom was. California has the highest cost of living in the nation.
See how he keeps grabbing his nose?
The state's prices.
You see that? See how he keeps grabbing his nose? And you see how he can't answer the question? He just goes right back to that same talking point. We have the highest number of people coming in. Went from 6th to 4th largest economy in the world, as you know. We, our population numbers are growing. And we're leading right now in space and aero computing and technological advances and AI and computing chips. And where'd those people come from? Where did those millions of people, where'd they come from? Did they came out, they've come from everywhere, all over the country. They're illegal aliens. It's really easy to say, oh, we've had millions of people come in, when somebody says, you've had millions of people leave. You know, tax-paying Californians who were born and raised here, who love this state, working their asses off their whole life, they can no longer afford to live here. Yeah, but look at all the people that we have come in. Well, who are they coming in? If it's hard for the people that are working and have worked their whole lives to be there, then who's coming in? It's either got to be super rich or super poor, one of the two. It ain't the middle. Eli?
And by the way, Gavin, stop trying to gruff up your voice to make us think that you're some kind of a tough guy. We all know you sound like Mickey Mouse. You pussy.
He probably talks like Tucker Carlson laughs.
They probably get together and just laugh together. Just laugh and laugh.
I don't know if that's true. I mean, I talked to Gavin Newsom. We're not friends or anything. I've never had a long conversation with him. But I've talked to him, and I can't see how he's lying. There's got to be some kind of culpability here on the part of the presidents. I mean, let's face it, this unconstitutional, never-ending forever war that he's caused in the Middle East at the behest of Bibi Netanyahu, and we all know it's true. We've all seen the receipts. Donald Trump doesn't want to go against Bibi, so of course he's driven up the costs. And as much as I don't know Gavin Newsom, I kind of agree with him on here. I mean, we've never had a conversation. We've never had a conversation about it, but.
Actually, me and Tucker are really good friends.
Well, he says good friends, but I don't even know what a good friend is. I mean, what even is that? What even is a good friend? You know, I don't know. I thought I've had a good friend before, but turns out we weren't. I was friends with the president, but we're not. I can't stand him anymore, dude.
Aren't you good friends with Gavin Newsom? No, those words never left my lips. I don't know what you're referencing. No.
Yeah. Didn't you say that you hung out with Gavin Newsom once? No, I can't imagine that those words would have ever left my lips. And if you have it, I'd like to see it. It certainly wasn't my intent. Hey, another California Democrat here. Since we're talking about California, I figured it would be nice to squeeze him in here. People like that are just name droppers. Yeah, exactly.
We're going to reduce healthcare costs, lower costs across the board, reduce your energy costs. That's the message we're running.
How are you going to do that? Democrats shut down the government to have an argument over healthcare, and they didn't get any policy concessions, and premiums went up. You lost that fight.
Well, actually, we passed through the House an extension of ACA tax credits for 3 years. We urge the Senate to pass that legislation as well. Democrats, when we get control, we're going to reverse the massive Medicaid cuts, the Medicare cuts, and the cuts of ACA that Trump and Republicans put in last year. Democrats are going to...
What was that? You don't like things the way they're going? You don't like them? Ted Lieu, sorry. When we take power back, we stop right there. You ain't taking anything back. We're going to take the power back. Democrats in Tennessee are now demanding secession of Memphis from the state. We lost. Boy, did we lose. We lost. And now we want this city to be separate from the state. Yeah, let's take Memphis, Eli. Pick it up and uproot it. Put it in another state. We don't want Memphis being in this state no more. Okay. What are you going to do? Secede? What state you going to belong to? Kentucky? Alabama? Georgia? How's that going to work?
This body believes that Memphis should not have the right to elect representation reflective of its own community. The legislature should explain why Memphis should continue to be part of the state of Tennessee. Let Memphis secede. You don't have to redraw maps when you let us out. Let my
people go. What a retard.
Where are you going to go? Now other southern states are either considering or moving forward with their redistricting plans.
Tommy Lahren says, where are you going to go? I have an idea where he can go, Eli. Ready? Right down the mother beep and toilet. How about that? Let's give him another flush. You know, son of a gun, Eli, if it isn't me or if that turd will just not go. There. Push that turd down one way or another. I say let my people go. Okay, go. Bye. Travel north to Chicago. Isn't that where your people live? Let my people go. Go. Eli, remember that lady came up to me at the gas station and said, pedophile? And I put the camera in her face and I, held her accountable. The guy came out of the store and he's like, just let her go, man. I'm like, I ain't touching her. All you gotta do is let her go. Bro, I'm not stopping her from leaving. Do I have to get one of those idiotic sign language people sitting next to me? I am not stopping her from leaving. Go! What the hell, dude?
You see, I'm holding a phone with one hand and I'm articulating how much I'm not touching her or holding her back with the other. Do you see how that works? Do you see how that works?
Sam Kinison again. Come here. See this? Yeah. This is holding somebody by the hair. This would not be letting somebody go. This is letting someone go. Yeah. Eli, sometimes I just can't. I can't with people.
Instead of Sam Kinison's, oh, you were trying to say, go.
Go. You know why you people don't have any food in the desert? Because you live in a desert. Go where the food is. Oh, I miss Sam Kinison.
God rest his soul.
When did he die anyway? Did he die a long time ago, or did he live long, or he did? He died long. But did he die of drugs? I think maybe he liked that cocaine a little bit too much. Maybe, I don't know, but
he died April 10th, 1992, at the age of 38.
Wow. 92. I was 13 years old. Ellen said, not Elin, right, Eli? Ellen said, I saw him live a long time ago. Here's a question, Eli. If you could see Andrew Dice Clay or Sam Kinison or Archie Bunker live, who would you see?
I was hoping you were going to throw maybe another option in there of George Carlin, but I'd have to go with Sam Kinison if those are my only three choices.
But wait, if George Carlin was in there, you would have thrown in George Carlin over Sam Kinison?
Well, probably just from the standpoint that I grew up listening a lot more to George Carlin. He was a little ways after, and of course he lived longer than Sam Kinison. I saw a couple of Sam Kinison stand-ups when I was really young, thought they were hilarious, but when Carlin came out, I was like, oh, who is this guy?
What about if you add in Don Rickles? Andrew Dice Clay, Don Rickles, George Carlin, or Sam Kinison? Who are you spending your money to go see that evening?
Still a toss-up between Sam and George. Rickles was a little out of my comfort zone. How you doing tonight, lady? What are you Chinese? Bullshit, you're a Jap. I was like, oh my God, Don.
Exactly. Although George Carlin, though, had some goodies, though, man. Remember when he was talking about, like, sicknesses? He's like, we bathed in shit. I never got sick. We ate dirt. Nowadays, wash my hands. What? That was a great one.
We were tempered in raw shit. But my all-time favorite was when he took 4 of the middle rectangular states in America and wanted to fence them off and make them, one for murderers, one for rapists, one for, and have little doors that open at certain times so they could cross into each other's cages and crossbreed.
Wow, somebody said Sam died due to a drunk driver hitting his car in on his way to Vegas. I did not know that. Learn something new every day. That sucks, man. Was it an illegal alien driving a semi? Or was that before that time? Somebody said Rodney Dangerfield. They give me no respect. No respect at all. I loved him too.
Oh, I would have loved to have seen it. Rodney would have been good. He would have been good. I loved him in Caddyshack.
Yeah, Rodney would have been good. He would have been a good one. Okay. Where are we at here? 20 minutes left of the show. Alabama now asks the Supreme Court to let it throw out its current rigged congressional map. Ooh, can't wait for that one. But first, ladies and gentlemen, done with debt. Donewithdebt.com. Donewithdebt.com. How many of you have used Done With Debt? How many of you would like to get out of debt? How many of you have credit card debt and high interest loans? If you have any high interest credit card debt that's like more than you can pay off, more than you can even come close to paying off, you should be calling Done With Debt. I've always said that there's good debt and bad debt. Good debt is low interest loans that help build your, keep your credit score strong, and you're not paying like rent a center where you're paying 10 times more than the thing's worth. Bad debt is high interest stuff that yields you nothing, that actually takes and takes and takes, like an illegal alien. Think of bad debt like an illegal alien. They come in, sounds good at first, I'm going to help these people, and then boom, they take. That's high interest debt. If that sounds like something that you have, then reach out to donewithdebt.com right now. Clearing a path to financial freedom. Speak to a trained debt professional. Put down all your information in that right-hand column when you go to donewithdebt.com, or call 888-322-1054 and tell them, hey, LFA sent me. What can you do for me? Not what can I do for you, what can you do for me? Because that's what they're there for, okay? Donewithdebt.com. Also, last but not least, let's talk about Fatty 15. Unmatched quality. There's a little-known fatty acid called C15, and for years, they harnessed this C15, and for years, they studied it on dolphins. What they noticed with the dolphin population, what they call pods, they were growing in number. But they were growing in number over time, and that number had nothing to do with how many dolphins were being born. It had everything to do with how many dolphins weren't dying. What they noticed was a significant time period giving dolphins C15, they were actually living longer than expected. They moved out to human trials. They found the same benefits, 17-week benefits, 16-week benefits they were finding in human beings, finding out that humans were responding to C15 the same way that dolphins were, and it literally helps you live longer. It extends the life of yourself by slowing down the way that you age. Now, it doesn't stop you from getting hit by a bus, doesn't stop you from getting hit by an illegal alien driving a semi, and it doesn't stop you from getting cancer, but it does make your cells age slower. So, fatty15.com/LFA, promo code at the end of your checkout, LFA, and that'll get you a 90-day supply kit for your first time for $101. Backed by 100-plus peer-reviewed studies, Fatty 15 harnesses C15, helps you live longer, helps you energy, focus, mood, all of that. Fatty15.com/LFA. Promo code LFA. And a big shout out to our sponsors and our donors today. To anyone who has used done with debt, do they charge fees? Everybody is different, and what they'll do is they'll probably take a percentage of what they negotiate with these people and a time frame in which you pay that to get out of debt years earlier, and they take a percentage of that. I don't think it's a flat fee, but again, I know they have charged flat fees before. It's completely customized to the person and their needs. So reach out to them, see what they say. The worst they're gonna say is, "Sorry, we can't help you for that," and then you move on. Right? You don't know if you don't try. Alabama on Friday filed an emergency appeal at the Supreme Court, asking the high court to allow it to throw out its current rigged congressional map. They did it for Louisiana. They're going to do it for Alabama. Alabama's request to toss out its racist gerrymandered congressional map comes after the Supreme Court declared Louisiana's newly drawn congressional map an unconstitutional gerrymander. Louisiana delayed its May 16th House primaries last Thursday, and to give the state time to redraw and then schedule its primary again. Alabama petitioned the Supreme Court for the same thing, and conservative Supreme Court Justice Clarence Thomas ordered a response, because he's in charge of that district, by tonight. Huge, folks.
This evening, Alabama Republicans have just filed an emergency request with the U.S. Supreme Court, asking the justices to lift a lower court ruling that stands in the way of their redistricting plans. Now, if Republicans succeed in all the proposals currently underway and the new maps pass legal muster, they could actually stand to net anywhere from 4 to 13 new seats before the midterms.
It's not true. It could be up to 17.
That's significant.
It could be up to 17, actually. It could be up to 17. State officials rushed up to the court last Friday, asking it to halt lower court ruling that has blocked it from using a map enacted in 2023. It did so based on a blockbuster decision last week. The appeal, which is seeking an answer by May 14th. That's what they wanted, was May 14th, but Judge Clarence Thomas said by the end of the day today, comes hours after Alabama Governor Kay Ivey signed legislation allowing for a new U.S. House primary if courts allow the state to use different congressional districts in this year's elections. Quote, Alabama's case mirrors Louisiana's, and they should end the same way. With this year's elections, with districts based on lawful policy goals, not race, the state told the Supreme Court in its emergency appeal. So, you've got Alabama, you've got South Carolina that might be on that chopping block as well. New York has already been denied, so looking good for Republicans. But I will say, here's a hallelujah moment. Are y'all ready for this? Y'all ready for this? So far, the next Congress will not include the following people. Are you ready? Here we go. Al Green of Texas. You're out of here. Jasmine Crotch Itch of Texas. Your broke ghetto ass is out of here. Dan Crenshaw. Arr! Gone from Texas. Eric Fartwell. Gone from California. Mr. Freeze, Glitch, Mitch McConnell. Gone in Kentucky. Nancy Pelosi. Gone out of California. Don Bacon of Nebraska. Gone. Jerry Shitpants Nadler of New York. Gone. Debbie Pubic Head Watcherman Schultz. Gone. Tony Gonzalez from Texas. Gone. Sheila McCormick from Florida. Gone. Slick Dick Durbin of Illinois. Gone. Steve Cohen of Tennessee. Lost his seat from the Tennessee redistricting, paving the way for a black female Republican. Gone. Good riddance to bad rubbish. And to all of you scumbag losers, we'd like to send you off with style. I wanna see you out that door, baby. Bye, bye, bye. Oh, and we got more for you here on LFA TV. How about another one bites the dust? Woo! Another one bites the dust. Mike Crispy.
Yes, ban the homeless.
Yeah, they're homeless now. Ban them. See you later. Celebrate some good times. Celebrate good times. Come on. See you later. That's truly taking out the trash. I guess Donald Trump's going to need to get that garbage truck running, Eli, because there's a lot of trash to take out of D.C. And I just named about 15 of them.
But that's none of our business.
Damn Skippy. Eli, they're removed because they're mentally retarded.
That's a shame. That's always a shame when people have to go because, well, the main reason being that they're mentally retarded.
Absolutely. I'm so happy. We are unburdened by what has been. We did it, Joe. We did it. Arguably, because of what Kamala and Joe did, their party looks like this today, Eli. That's what happens when you break rules and break laws and break your democratic values and turn your party into a party of kings. How ironic, don't you think? A little too ironic. Yeah, I really do think. And I have a feeling that Hakeem Jeffries, or as Will Johnson calls him, Joffrey, because of Aladdin, Jafar, whatever his name was. I love that nickname, by the way. A lot of people think that Will just can't say Jeffries. It's not true. He says it because of Jafar. He looks like Jafar from, didn't you make an edit with Hakeem Jeffries looking like Jafar from Aladdin once?
Yeah, I did. And if you remember, there was that one day that I asked you, I'm like, what is this guy, when I didn't know who he was, I'm like, name, Jeffries or Joffries?
Somebody said, Mike Crispy said goodbye on Saturday. He will no longer do a podcast. Well, funny thing about that is I knew that was going to happen about a month ago, as I talk to producer Frankie every day, because producer Frankie still works here. And producer Frankie obviously produced the show for Mike, so we knew that was coming. And I am actually leaving for a week in June 18th, I believe. And I'll be gone for a week. I mean, that's a week's worth of shows. And I was thinking about who am I going to get to fill in for me for that week? And I was thinking about Mike Crispy, but he's so busy now, I don't know. So I'm going to probably get Pete. I might get Pete to fill in. Hannah might fill in. We might see if Savannah Hernandez can fill in. And maybe we'll get Gentry Jeevers to fill in. There's a lot of people. Anthony Muckraker, he might fill in. So, again, in June, I'm going away for a week. It's okay. I'm not becoming a potato farmer. I'm not quitting LFA TV. I'm not dead. I'm not starting another business. Whatever you might hear, I'm letting you know now that in June, I'll be leaving for a week. So you'll have some guest appearances from people. All right, what do we got here? About 10 minutes left. Let's see. Let's get to Spencer Pratt, shall we? Because, look, a lot of people say Spencer Pratt has no chance of winning in L.A. Never say never. Donald Trump had a 90% chance of losing to Hillary Clinton, and she never became president. So, we'll see.
This is a really uphill battle for him, but I think Republicans should be taking copious notes because you just got to embrace common sense and be normal. And he is calling out the fact that leftists in LA seem to be fine with letting people, shoot up in front of schools. They're fine with dogs getting injected with fentanyl. They're doing nothing. And he's calling out some very obvious things that the vast majority of Americans can agree on. And he's going viral because of it. People want common sense.
Is this common sense for real? Like, as an LA voter, as someone that will vote for mayor in Los Angeles, I'm telling you, this is the opposite of common sense. This is so embarrassing. I am so exhausted of being surrounded by this level of idiocy. This guy is not practical. This man's plan was to live off his reality fame. When that dwindled, he wanted to be an influencer. When that dwindled, he tried to make his wife a singer. It didn't work, so now he's going to be mayor of LA. He says he's going to end corruption. How? He says he's going to have no more homeless. How? He says he's going to have renters' rights. How? I'm so sick of having politicians come in here with zero experience telling us they're going to fix everything. Have we learned nothing?
Let me just play.
It's embarrassing.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
His retort to you would be,
Calm down. Why are you so mad? If he's got no chance of winning, then shut up. Looks to me like you're mad for a reason, lady. By the way, does it feel like LA has been great? I hear you can't walk through LA without smelling feces and urine these days. Spencer Pratt.
Weeks, signs up across the city. No more nakedness. No more drug use. No more robbing. No more
burning dogs in the street.
No more dog abuse. Very on every sign, on every board. So that, and we're going to go around. We're going to warn everybody. Hey, got 3 more weeks of this. Like, clock's ticking. Just keep telling everyone. So the people that are aware, they're like, oh wow, there's a new mayor in town. They may start leaving. And then when the 3 weeks, or maybe we'll even do 2 weeks. Maybe people will want it faster. And then once we start enforcing the laws, boom, streets will be back. You know who else I'm going to bring in? The CDC, because there's medieval diseases in these encampments. They're not swabbing these encampments. They're not swabbing the streets. People are just living in feces and drug use and dogs burning and body. We need these streets cleaned.
Yeah.
First 3 weeks.
Now, real quick here. M. Bruno, California says, it's true, Jeremy. We live in LA County, and we desperately need a Republican in charge. Now, I ask you, are you saying that because you're Republican, or are you saying that because the sentiment of LA feels that same way? Like, I know you think that you need a Republican in charge, and I agree. But does LA feel that way? Is LA really poised to flip? Because I hear it could be. And I hear that Spencer's making a lot of headway with a lot of people, regardless of the fact that he was a reality show or had a reality show or whatever. And you want to know what's making him seem so likable? His AI ads. His ads using AI are going so viral that people are saying, you know what? Maybe it is time for a change. Watch this one.
I'm Spencer Pratt, and today I'm going to show Karen and Gavin how easy it is to fill this reservoir up with some water.
Wait, please! Help us!
Don't do this!
That's a good beat right there. I can make a song to that. Make LA great again. Bring the angels back to LA. Bring them angels back to CA. Make LA great again. Spencer Pratt, not lame again, like Gavin Newsom, where cocaine
I'm the
is
clear
crack.
choice for mayor in Los Angeles, and with me, I'll take out the basura immediately.
I love that logo with the LA.
We can fight fires from the sea. Let me show you how these things work, baby. How have Gavin Newsom's immigration policies affected your work?
I worked hard to get my green card. Years, amigo. Things were good, but then these pinche criminals were let in by Sleepy Joe.
Begin clearance.
Put the Nikes back.
Deportations are finally making a difference. I'm excited to start getting more work again.
God, I love it. Yeah. There's ramen noodle.
Hi,
Love it. Love it. Spencer Pratt, make LA great again. Eli started freestyling there for a minute. So I felt kind of want to get back into the game. But seriously, man, if California and LA were to flip red, just on the base of a miracle happening, do you know what that would do? That would be a domino effect around the world, and Democrats would fall in every red city. As soon as LA flipped red, he said, you've got 2-3 weeks. And we're going to start cracking down on all you. No more homelessness, no more drugs in the streets, all of it done. Illegals, we're going to welcome ICE in, and you're all gone. You might make California the way it was in the 80s, in the 90s. You might truly make California great again. And you know what's going to happen? Once LA, if Spencer Pratt, let's say hypothetical here, Spencer Pratt goes in, changes LA within a matter of months. Guess what's going to happen? Every other major city is going to start turning red. Was this God's plan the whole time? Boy, that would be nice if that was the case, huh? Now, on the way out, I do got one more story for you. This radical LGBTQ queer radical trans judge has been banned from the bench and has effectively resigned from her seat and will no longer be a judge. Amen to that. Bexar County Court. At law number 13, Judge Rosie Speedlin Gonzalez, a self-proclaimed first openly LGBTQ judge in the county, has been forced to resign in disgrace and accept a permanent lifetime disqualification from ever holding judicial office in the state of Texas ever again. Go ahead and play that soundbite one more time. Boy, that's nice, isn't it? I wish we could disqualify Judge James Boasberg. Another far-left, radical, LGBTQ queer Democrat judge gone and a lifetime ban from Texas. I tell you, man, Texas is really holding it down. Texas is doing a lot with this whole Muslim thing. They seem to be doing a lot with this whole Muslim thing. They've also ordered the unauthorized Dallas area Muslim University to cease operations immediately. The fight for Islam, the fight against Islam, is in Texas. That's ground zero, folks. And I'm not a Governor Abbott fan. I don't care who.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you so much for tuning in. I'm not sure what happened. But we're still here, and this is the Culture Wars. Let's get into it.
ass. Raggedy motherfucker. I hope you trip and break your ankle, bitch. You racist motherfucker. Sorry, cocksucking sons of bitches. I can't believe you hold this bitch hand. Who fuck children? They kidnap kids. And y'all carrying that on y'all's back. You gonna die with this shit. You riding with a fucking pedophile people. Y'all fuck with him. Bitch, hit him. 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 Bitch, you gotta move. Bitch, you gotta move, man. You gotta move, man. You gotta move, man. You gotta move, man. It's not to me. Not to me. You gotta move, man. You gotta move, man. You gotta move, man. You gotta move.
Are you seeing this?
You go home to your family at night doing this, nigga. Fuck you talking about? Jimmy Lee calling that court. Screw y'all. Screw y'all in that shit y'all pay. Screw y'all. Screw y'all. Screw y'all in that shit y'all pay.
Just imagine if this was a group of white people doing this to black people. Just imagine this was a group of white people using the same verbiage, saying, hit me, doing the same thing to black people. Just imagine if the roles were reversed. Oh my goodness, people, are you kidding me? This is ridiculous. This is the same thing that the Democrats did back in the day when they were attacking black people from going into a restaurant, from trying to use the bus, sit in the front of the bus, trying to get a job, trying to use the restroom because they got to go. The Democrats did it then. It's the Democrats doing it today. The parties never switched. This is the same Democrat party. This is so ridiculous to me. And as I mentioned, the reason why I want to show that to you is because they're actually trying to get under the skin of black people because they know black people are very emotional. They know they can do things to black people to get black people to react, to get black people to be violent in the streets. They're telling black people that they no longer have representation. They're telling black people that they're about to lose all of their rights. They're about to go back to Jim Crow. They're about to go back to slavery. And that's the reason why I asked Eli, our great producer, Eli, to create this thumbnail, wonderful thumbnail, Black to the Future. And of course, you see me there getting ready to get into the time machine with President Trump being a doc. And then, of course, you got Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer wanting to keep their slaves. But Trump and I, we're going to go black to the future, and we're going to make sure that these Democrats cannot change the future for American people, because that's their ultimate goal. They want American people to believe that President Trump and the Republicans are going to take everything away from black people. And they're telling everybody this. They're trying to convince everybody in the country right now that Republicans, President Trump, they're taking away black voices, taking away black power. This is what they're telling everybody. Can you imagine if they said that these people are trying to take away white power? They're trying to take away white voices. Just think about what I'm saying here. And then these same people, they're saying, oh my goodness, they're going to take away black voices, take away black power. These are the same people that's kicking and screaming, saying we want to be treated equally. Please explain to me how you mix the two. We want to be treated equally, but yet we want to make sure that we have black voices. We want to make sure that we have black representation. This is so idiotic. This is actually causing division within families. There's division, what I'm talking about, in black families, because there's a lot of black people. And look, I'm going on the limb here and saying this is going to actually wake up more black people than they expect. See, they're hoping that black people are going to get into their emotions and say, oh my goodness, you're trying to take us back to slavery. This is the year 2026, people. 2026. How many locations do you know in the United States of America that's going to say, well, you know, the Supreme Court ruled, black people, you have no rights here. Black people, you can't go into this store any longer. Really, show it to me. You know, we have laws on the book that prevent that. There's actual laws on the book right now saying you cannot discriminate against someone because of their sex or their nationality, their color. You can't do it. You can't prevent people from going into the store and buying a loaf of bread so they can feed their family because of their color. You can't do it. It is against the law. Now, if they go in there and they're acting up, that's completely different. They brought it all onto themselves. If they do that, they bring it all onto themselves. That's completely different. But you cannot discriminate. But this is what the Democrats wanting to do. This whole redistricting, the whole setting up the districts based on the way that they want it, it is to say that black people are in this location and you can't take what we want from that location. We need to make sure that the people that are being represented in this particular location happen to be black. Their representation are Democrats. And if you try to take that away, then we have a problem. If you try to take that away, and now they're all kicking and screaming, saying that President Trump, Republicans, the Supreme Court is eliminating black voices. And it's not true at all.
A new generation of Americans have to show up, stand up, speak up, fight, get into good trouble to usher in an era of progress. We went from the progress of emancipation to the backlash of Jim Crow. The progress of the civil rights movement to the backlash of mass incarceration, the progress of electing Barack Obama to the backlash that has resulted in the elevation of Donald Trump, MAGA extremism, and this behavior that we're seeing coming out of the Supreme Court of the United States to throw the American South back into the Jim Crow era. So it's going to take an all-hands-on-deck effort.
So it's going to take an all-hands-on-deck effort. Let me ask you a question, everybody that's watching. What is good trouble? I need a definition on what is good trouble, right? Because if you get in trouble, that means you're either in trouble with the law, you're in trouble with your spouse, you're in trouble some kind of way with your teacher, with your coworkers, with your boss. You're in trouble, right? If you do something wrong, please explain to me what is good trouble. What is good trouble? I want the definition of good trouble. I really do. Obviously, I missed that part. I don't know what good trouble is. Either you're in trouble or you're not. And I try to stay out of trouble, personally. I try to stay out of trouble. Now I go places and I talk to these radical leftist lunatics, and I guess I'm kind of putting myself in a situation to be amongst trouble, but I don't try to get into trouble. I just want to have conversation. Trying to talk to people shouldn't put you in a position of getting in trouble. But again, I want to know what is good trouble. You know what he's talking about? What I believe, and y'all correct me if I'm wrong, if you think I'm wrong. What I believe he's talking about, and let's hit the streets again and start rioting, because they're calling that good trouble. Let's go ahead and start burning up cities because they're telling black people that you no longer have representation. You're about to go back in chains. You remember Al Gore? They're going to put y'all back in chains. That's what they're saying. They're trying to convince black people right now that white people are coming to get you in the year 2026. And it's always been the Democrat Party that's always advocated for slavery. The Democrats, even today, as I mentioned multiple times, they're still advocating for slavery, but not just with black people, but with illegals. With illegals, they can do the implement, or they can implement the slavery that they've been wanting to do and try to make it look like they're doing it for humanitarian reasons. Who's going to do who's going to do our lawns? Who's going to pick our crops? Who's going to pick up our clothes? Who's going to wash our clothes? Who's going to clean our homes? Who's going to do these jobs that we don't want to do? Said the same thing about the Democrats when they just lost their slaves. Who's going to do all these jobs we don't want to do? We don't know how to do these jobs. Only the black slaves know how to do these jobs. So we need to make sure we keep them here so they can continue to do these jobs that we don't want to do. Same thing today in the year 2026. The parties never switched. But they like for us to believe that they have when they haven't. Then, of course, they're trying to convince everybody that we're going to go back. Remember doing Kamala Harris's campaign when she was running against our great president, Donald J. Trump? She said, we're not going back. We're not going back. They're trying to convince everybody that President Trump and the Republicans are trying to go back. Go back to what? How about we go back to the point to where everybody's vote was just counted equally? Your vote did not have a color on it. The only colors that should be on the ballot today is the seal that represents that state. The seal to make sure that is a valid ballot. That's the only colors that should be on there. Some of them like Texas red and blue. Right? And then you have, Minnesota that picked up the Somali colors, which I don't understand that. But nonetheless, that's the only color should be on there. It shouldn't be representing black people, white people, Asian people, Hispanic people. It should only be the American people. Why are we even having this discussion in the year 2026? Please tell me. Why is this even a discussion? Why? And I get black people mad at me. How dare you, Will Johnson, you sellout, you coon, you Uncle Tom. Because I want my vote to count just like everybody else's. I don't stamp my ballot, my vote with color. I stamp it with the person I want to vote for. These people are evil.
The Voting Rights Act was perhaps one of the most important acts in the history of our country in securing our democratic ideals. All are created equal. All are imbued with certain unalienable rights. And what they have done right now is sent us backwards in time, back to the 1870s and 80s, where the South and Southern legislators, through terrorism, intimidation, and worse, were able to stop African Americans from having representation in Congress. Southern
You know what? Everybody about now lost all the you know, the same Jim Crow laws that the Democrats keep saying that the Republicans are trying to implement. The Supreme Court just ended that. Just brought it to an end. Stopped it. LBJ, the reason why he did that is because they had to convince black people to continue to vote for Democrats. Because originally black people were voting for who? Do you know the answer to that? I'm pretty sure you do. They were voting for Republicans. Initially, black people were voting for Republicans. And the Democrats, through LBJ, figured out a way to get black people to start voting on the Democrat ticket. And today, they're still trying to keep black people on that plantation. But today, it's a virtual plantation, one that's in your mind, one that they've been able to convince white people to get on this plantation too. So it's not just limited to black people any longer. Hispanics, Asians, you name it. If they can convince people to get on this virtual Democrat plantation, they will welcome you with open arms. But if you ever try to leave, they will come after you like a colt. Look how they're going after President Trump. President Trump used to be a Democrat, which is, when you look at it now, it's like really hard to believe. Like Will Johnson used to be a Democrat. When you look at it right now, it's hard to believe, right? More and more people comes. Tell me where I can go to today and there's separate restrooms other than male and female. Come on now. Show me where as a black person that I can't go to. Now, there's some exclusive clubs. Sure. There's exclusive women clubs. Sure. But something that is completely 100% open to the public without any prerequisites, no preconditions, no financial means. Show me something, someplace where I can't just go. For example, like a bus. If I get on a bus, does it mean now that I have to go to the back of the bus? Absolutely not. No one's going to question where I sit on the bus. If I get on the bus and there's a couple seats in the front open, couple seats in the back open, I get to pick which one I want. And if I'm going to get on the bus and my next stop is the next one, I'm not going to go all the way to the back to the front. No one says anything. Oh, you must be getting ready to get off. Yes, sir, I am. No one has an issue. So tell me, show me where today I'm losing my rights. I mean, they're constantly saying it, but please, by all means, show it to me. If anybody has been losing rights in this country, it has been white people. Can I say it? Can we be honest about it? Let me say it again. If anybody has been losing rights in the United States of America for the past 60 years, it has been white people. Because look what they've been doing. Affirmative action that actually knocks out white people from being able to get jobs. If you're qualified to get the job, you should get the job. DEI, another thing to push out white people, which actually DEI was made and created by white feminist liberals and male soy boy liberals in college because they couldn't get these jobs after doing this wokeism in college. So they came up with this whole idea of DEI, and then they publicized it saying this is for black people. Same thing who came up with the whole thing talking about white privilege? Who came up with that? This was a complete effort to disenfranchise white people throughout history, the past 60 years. And now, same thing. And here's another example. Gerrymandering. That was to disenfranchise white people by saying that, well, black people need representation. Black people need, black people want, black people need, got to give them, got to give them, got to give them. And now that the Supreme Court has ruled, all of a sudden, every single black person in these locations supposedly have no representation. As if we shouldn't look to Americans that's running for political office that believe the same as we do to represent us. Let me put it this way. When I go to church, my pastor, what color do you think he is? This is a really good question. Hold on, I guess so. I want to know what do y'all think about this? What just after whim? No wrong answers here. It can be whatever you think it can be. What color you think my pastor is? My pastor represents my church. Representation. What color you think he is? It really doesn't matter, but what color do you think he is since we're talking about color? Color. One person said purple. One person said black and white. My pastor is a Caucasian male. And I don't even care about his color. It's totally irrelevant. I've been to churches before when the pastor was black. I've been to many of them. I've been to churches where the pastor has been Hispanic. I've been to churches where they've been white. If you are truly doing the will of our Father in heaven, the pastor's not going to come up there and talk about, well, because we're white, we have to, do this and do X, Y, Z. No. If you're part of the body of Christ, the color doesn't matter. It matters what we do as people. That's what matters. That's what matters. But, again, all of these people, they can't help themselves. Listen to this hateful rhetoric because this is who they are and this is what they're pushing. Straight up evil, as I said before.
This is a pernicious, across-the-board attack on democracy.
And an attack on black people specifically.
Really? It's an attack on black people specifically. Oh my goodness. The attacks on black people.
A lot of times when I've seen this story framed over the last few weeks, it has been framed as a Democrat versus Republican issue, as a battle for the soul of the House of Representatives. It is not. It is an attack by white people against the very concept of black representation. This is Jim Crow 2.0. And I don't mean that in a kind of hyperbolic way. Yeah. I mean that on a ground level, like what are they actually trying to do?
Jim Crow was not one thing, right? Slavery was not one thing. It was a series. It was hundreds of little things that curtailed people's freedoms, and that's what's happening. That from 1965 onwards, we fixed a lot of little things, and this administration's taking one thing down at a time.
Yes, President Trump is getting rid of it. President Trump is actually getting rid of it. How do you go all of these years kicking and screaming and crying and having tantrums saying, we want to be equal. We just want to be viewed the same as everybody else. We are human. How many times have you heard that? I've heard that over and over and over throughout the years. Over and over. And then when it happens, they're not happy. When it happens, they're not happy. Now this is wait a minute, hold on, wait a minute. We're not supposed to be, we're saying that we want to be equal, but we're not supposed to be actually equal. We're supposed to be more because you know what they did to us back in the day. Again, they live in the past. Black and white liberals live in the past. Black liberals remind everybody what happened to them by white Democrats, and white Democrats remind black people, if you vote for the Republicans, they're essentially saying this, I'm paraphrasing. If you vote for the Republicans, we're going to put y'all back in chains. Because it was the Democrats that had black people in chains in the first place.
If you lived in the Jim Crow South as a black person, you could vote as long as you could guess the number of jelly beans. You could vote as long as you can figure out what day, what time. Way that people are disenfranchised is not saying, darky, you can't vote here. It's all of these little procedural issues that frustrate and suppress the ability of black people to vote or the ability of those votes to matter. And that's what the Supreme Court has approved. That's what the white supremacist decision in Louisiana versus Calais approved, this reconstruction of the Jim Crow South. It's not just what Democrats need to do. It's what Americans need to do. Right. Whether or not Americans want to live in this reconstituted apartheid state. And unfortunately, what I see is most Americans willing to go along with it. When you look at how they are redistricting the maps in Louisiana or Tennessee, please note, they are not messing with white Democratic enclaves in those states. There are white Democrats in Tennessee. There are white Democrats in Louisiana. They're being left alone. The neighborhoods that are being taken away are the black neighborhoods. When you look at Plessy v. Ferguson in 1896, what did it take to overcome that?
You know why it's happening in these black neighborhoods? Anybody? A show of hands? A show of hands of why it's happening in black neighborhoods? Does anybody know? Does anybody know? Well, for those of you that don't know, I'm going to tell you the reason why it's happening in black neighborhoods, because the Democrats did the redistricting. They did their districts based on color. They did it based on where black people were living. Now, if these racist Democrats would have done the districting based on, well, these white people here, the white people there, then they were like, okay, well, they're not just doing it to a specific group of people. But that's not what they've done. They've gerrymandered themselves to death. They have no more wiggle room anywhere. This is the reason why they're extra mad about all of this. For the past 60 years, because they realized that they can manipulate black people to vote for the Democrats, they purposely did the districts based on where the Democrats would control black people. They've done it for the past 60 years. They've done it to the point to where they don't have any more wiggle room to do it. It's all gone. President Trump initiated something. See, President Trump didn't start the gerrymandering. He didn't start it. But what President Trump did do, what he did start, he initiated the Republicans finally doing it themselves, because the Democrats have been doing it all of this time, using it to their advantage. Well, President Trump said the time is now. So President Trump had them do it in Texas. Jasmine Crackpot got the boot. Now, Jasmine Crackpot didn't have to get the boot. The Democrats actually replaced Jasmine Crackpot with who? A white man. They could have told Tellerico, a white man here in the state of Texas, hey, we want to make sure that we push the information. We want to relay that we are for the black community. So we're going to ask for you to step aside and allow Jasmine Crackpot to resume the position. Can you do that for us, white man, James Tellerico? They didn't do that. They could have done that with Jasmine Crackpot, but they didn't do that. And then because that didn't work, they went over to Virginia. And see, Virginia was supposed to be the nail in the coffin to make sure that the Democrats would be able to retain and hold the seats that they've been trying to get. I think it was 5 more seats, if I'm not mistaken. Well, then the Supreme Court came back around and said you can't do it because it's unlawful. It goes against the Virginia state law. This is making them upset. So where can they do it at now? To my understanding, from looking at all the information that they've been sharing about all this online, there's nowhere else for them to do it. They've already ran it dry in California. They've already done all they could in New York, because you're really not hearing. They're saying, well, we're going to do it. Where are you going to do it at? They've already squeezed it dry. They've already squeezed it dry everywhere else. There's actually, in the Northeast part of the United States of America, and I guess I should have gotten this and put it up on the screen so you can see it. But here, I don't know how well you can see that. All of these states have zero representation from Republicans. Can y'all see that? How well is that showing up? That's pretty good, right? Not too bad, right? All of these states have zero Republican representation. They've squeezed out everything they can everywhere. They squeeze it all out. They squeeze it all out. So they don't have anywhere else to do it. That's why when they spend $60 million in Virginia, they thought it was a sure thing. And now they're extra mad. And think about this really quick. I've heard them constantly say that instead of spending money, for example, on the war in Iran, instead of spending money on the border, instead of spending money on the ball, the big, beautiful ballroom. I don't think President Trump has said that as of yet, but it's going to be the big, beautiful ballroom, right? Instead of President Trump spending money on stuff to make America great, they all say, this money could go to paying for people's health care. This money could go to XYZ. $60 million of them putting into Virginia just so they can get seats, and they just squandered the money, and they're upset because the Supreme Court, the judges, didn't say anything while they were doing it. They allowed them to spend the money. They're coming back saying, you should have told us that you were going to overturn this. Then we would have never spent the money. No. I mean, it's like you're committing a crime. You shouldn't do it, but we can't. If you do commit the crime, then we're going to charge you. They knew they shouldn't have never done it in Virginia, but they did it anyways. And as a result of them doing that, then the Supreme Court came behind them and says, you committed the crime. We're going to overdo it. We're going to overdo it. They had no idea that this was going to happen. And the main reason why they're thinking that? Because the shadow government that's running right now in the United States of America, which all of them should be tried for treason. But we have a shadow government running inside the United States of America. And every single time President Trump does something, what do? They run straight to the courts. They were under the impression that the court in Virginia was just going to automatically side with them and give them what they want. See, that's what the courts are supposed to do. That's the reason why they're so mad right now with the Supreme Court. Because if you are a court system in the United States of America, they expect you to automatically side with the Democrats. And when you don't side with them, then there's a problem with the court system. If you side with the Constitution, that's a big no-no. If you side with the Democrats, that's what they want. They applaud it, even though it goes against the Constitution. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere. All right? Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. Don't go anywhere.
Remember when you were younger and you used to hear stories, whether it be in Greek mythology or whatever, about the fountain of youth, people constantly looking for something out there that would help them live forever or live longer? Well, kind of got something like that with Fatty 15, and it's not mythological. No, Fatty 15, this is an empty jar right here, but that's your size that you get. That's a 1 month supply. You get a 3 month supply on this deal. Fatty 15 contains something called C15. If you don't know what that is, it's an essential fatty acid that is necessary for your body's cellular generation, meaning that if you have any damaged cells, it will repair them. It'll also change the way your cells age and you will live longer. C15 does exactly that. Again, if you don't know what C15 is, definitely do some research, but it's Fatty 15, and in each and every one of these capsules that you get in Fatty 15, you're going to elevate your cells, you are going to repair your cells, and you're going to live longer. That's what it does. It slows down your aging process for healthier hair, healthier skin, balanced metabolism, deeper sleep, and 3 times more cellular benefits than omega-3 fish oils. Fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Save 15% now. That's fatty15.com/LFA, promo code LFA. Thank you very much. Back to the program.
Pastor Timothy Hunter, Linda Scott, and Donnie Sutton have spent their lives in Shreveport and fear the future could soon resemble the past.
The reality is, at the end of the day, it's going to dilute the black vote. That's the whole purpose. This Republican Congress is all about making America Jim Crow again. There's no more check and balances. Everything that was there to guard against this type of...
The schemes that they're putting up before us is just a disgrace. But we must keep pressing forward. We have to. Too many people have suffered and died for us to have these rights.
So, 60 Minutes, did they ask the question, what rights are you losing? Why is no one asking them that question? You know what? I might not be showing it, but I'm highly frustrated that they don't ask them these questions. What rights are you losing? It's the same thing how they're telling women that they're going to lose their rights. Tell me, what rights are you losing? I mean, you just saying it doesn't mean anything. Give me some examples so I can understand. So then I can say, okay, yeah, you have a valid point. You're going to lose these rights here. So what rights are those? Y'all with me? Y'all get it, right? Right? Is it just me? And of course, the 60 Minutes being left-leaning, ABC, CBS, NBC, all of them, they're all left-leaning. They all run down there. To talk to these black people so they can make sure that black people can get into their emotions and make sure that black people is working. Is it working? Let's go out and make sure that it's working, getting these black people to be triggered. Well, just like clockwork, and I'm pretty sure some of y'all have seen this, but just like clockwork, what do? They get a Democrat to show up to a black church. AOC shows up to Warnock's past church. I think it's called Ebenezer Baptist Church. She shows up there and she changes the way she talks. Brothers and sisters, please explain this to me. Why is it that every time a Democrat go to a black church that normally don't ever go to a black church, never set foot in there, why is it they change the way they talk? Can y'all help me out on that? You know, Hillary Clinton did it. Al Gore did it. I mean, the only one that I don't ever recall changing the way they talk going in there was Bill Clinton. Bill Clinton, he didn't. No, let's just be honest here. Bill Clinton played the saxophone. He's a player. But the rest of them, they all changed. I mean, Kamala Harris, she didn't talk like that either. And when I saw this yesterday, this happy Mother's Day to everyone too. All the ladies, biological women, have children, soon to have children, in the future even. So she goes into Warlock's church and she's talking to the church, and like all of a sudden, she has a Southern accent. Make it make sense.
And I don't take lightly the peril that we are facing just 1 week after the Voting Rights Act was gutted. And in the days since, we have learned why the Voting Rights Act existed. We are living in terrifying times. But we are people of faith.
Oh, come on. Oh, come on. She says we're a people of faith. What is she talking about? These are the same people that push transgenderism. These are the same people that reject God. These are the same people that don't want the 10 Commandments in the courthouses. These are the same people that tell you that God has no place here. These are the same people. And what happened to separation in church and state? How they always say.
And our faith is the foundation that gives us the courage to fight in the face of overwhelming odds.
Listen to her.
Like Deborah, who rose as a judge in a time of cruel kings.
Oh my goodness. Do you hear it? You hear it? How can it be that you have all these black people sitting in the audience? Have they never seen AOC before? Have they never seen her go on CNN, MSDNC? Have they never seen her do her little Instagram videos? Have none of them ever heard her talk before today? And how insulting can you be? See, they have it in their minds that you have to talk like this in order for these black folks to understand you. Now, they don't understand you if you don't talk like this. Do y'all hear it, or is it just me? I mean, I could be my bias against AOC, but I mean, I'm hearing something. Y'all let me know in the chat.
And said, I will go. Like Daniel, who stood firm in the court of a blasphemous king and declared, there is a God in heaven.
Oh my goodness, listen to this.
And like Dr. King, baptized in this church on this hallowed ground, who believed in the audacious idea that maybe this country could maybe live up to the promises we made in our founding documents. I'm here today, brothers and sisters, with a simple message.
Here it is. I'm here with you today, brothers and sisters, with a simple message. Y'all hearing it, right? It's not just me, right? This is with stupid black people. How are you not insulted by this? Well, hold on, wait a minute. You don't talk like this. Why is it that every time one of you Democrats come into the church, y'all talk like this? Y'all talk the king and brothers and sisters. Are you kidding me? They don't talk like that. It's denigrating. But you know what? This is what's been happening for the past 60 years. They've been manipulating black people, and every 2 to 4 years, they show up, they come and say, oh, no, we need you. And the only reason why I believe she's there, because it's another mechanism, just like Margaret Sanger went into the black churches to send AOC into the black churches to get them riled up, to get them to believe a certain thing, to get them to go out and be violent. They're going to take your rights away. In the year 2026. Okay, I'm going to stop playing there. I'm going to give someone who's even just as bad. Abby Phillips has a meltdown over what's going on. Total meltdown.
America's redistricting battles just became a full-fledged war. Democrats are vowing to go all in tonight after a consequential setback in Virginia. The state Supreme Court striking down the new congressional map that favors Democrats, ruling that the party began the process of putting the measure on the ballot too late. The new map would have created 4 new majority blue districts, and it was created in response to President Trump's call for red states to redraw maps to favor Republicans. Now, last month, voters narrowly passed that referendum, and Democrats are vowing to appeal. The House Minority Leader, Hakeem Jeffries, says that the fight is just getting started, and it all comes after the Supreme Court issued a historic ruling that severely weakened the Voting Rights Act of 1965, and it opened the door to new redistricting battles all across the South, like, for example, in Alabama, where Republicans are now asking the Supreme Court to allow the state to revert back to an old map that it had struck down. The court in 2023 ultimately ordered the officials to redraw its map after it tried to pack black voters into one district. So we are, to be frank, in the depths of hell now when it comes to redistricting. I don't think there's a better way to put it. Like, there's no bottom officially here.
She's having a total meltdown. It's like the depths of hell. You know why? Because the Democrats knew they had it in the bag. They had Virginia, Louisiana, even Tennessee, the states where it's getting changed. They just knew that they had the 2026 midterm elections in the bag. There was nothing to stop them. Nothing. Especially when they did Virginia. Like, yep, we're good. We're good. Hakeem Jeffries was already getting the new shine for that gavel. He's going to shine it up. He'd probably say, nope, I want a new one. I want one that no one's ever touched. He's like probably in a catalog, for gavels. Oh, this one looks really good. Let me keep going through, flipping through on which gavel that he wants. And then this happens. They're angry people. And as I mentioned before, they're trying to get into their emotions and they want people to react. They want people to get violent. You know how I'm always telling you that they're acting like they lost their slaves? I'm not the only one to say that. But let me give you an example of how white liberals are feeling like they truly have lost their slaves, like their slaves have been taken away from them. This is exactly how they're acting. Listen to the white guy here on MSDNC, basically piping mad as if President Trump, the Republicans, and the Supreme Court just took his slaves away. Listen to what he says. This is where I get it from.
I've not heard you this angry in a long time.
Can y'all hear that? I'm gonna turn it up somewhere. Listen to when she comes right off the bat. I have not heard you this angry in a long time.
I've not heard you this angry in a long time.
Really? What does he have to be angry for? Because our votes are equal now? What does he have to be angry for? Okay, I'm going to play it. I'm not going to stop it this time. Watch.
I've not heard you this angry in a long time. Just share with this how this scrambles your workload.
Like, look, I mean, in the end, here's why I'm angry. In the end, Democrats are still going to take control of the House. Okay, like that's the good news, right? In the end, I think Democrats still could win the Senate.
Are they?
In the end, like politics will be politics. But the reason why I am so angry is because the Supreme Court of the United States chose to strike down a law that was passed in 1965 that Congress was in dialogue with the court, over in the 1970s and 1980s. And for the last 40 years, we have lived under a set of principles that all players have accepted as a fair, level playing field.
And it should have never been put there. The only reason why it was put there, so then that black people could have a say-so when Democrats were still trying to prevent it. But we don't need that. We've already overcome that. We've already overcome it. So he's mad because the Republicans have taken away their control. This is going to allow more black people to see what it feels like to have representation other than a Democrat. And life will get better. And that's what they don't want. They have to have people in misery. Why? Because if people are living where things are nice, where people are living where they have jobs, people are living where there's no crime, the Democrats, they can't come and say that we can make things better. Does that make sense? They can't say that. So they need the crime. They need the violence. They need poverty. So they can have a reason to come and say, hey, we're here to make things better, when they are the ones creating it.
And then a group of white Louisianans decided to challenge a map, and the U.S. Supreme Court ordered the parties to argue a case that none of the parties wanted, which was whether the Section 2 of the Voting Rights Act was still in effect under the right test. And then the parties did it, and they chose to issue an opinion in the middle of May while primaries were going on. And then the U.S. Supreme Court thought, you know what? Sure, we let black voters wait 2 years and vote under illegal maps, but God forbid these white voters have to do the same in Louisiana. That would be a constitutional crisis. And
it shouldn't be about a color, period. I mean, what? Why do you, what do you mean black voters? How come it can't just be American voters? That's what I want. I don't care about your color. Let me share this with you.
Now they have a bit of a map advantage. Can they really keep this to 5 or 10 seats?
Now this is, they're talking about it. Remember, let me share this with you. This guy here, what did he just say?
in the end, Democrats are still going to take control of the House.
Right? That's what he's saying there. In the end, the Democrats are going to take control of the House. That's what he's saying. This was on MSDNC. So what are they saying on the Communist News Network?
Now they have a bit of a map advantage. Can they really keep this to 5 or 10 seats? That's the challenge. History says no, but Republicans are in better shape today than they were yesterday.
All right, and they can thank the Virginia Supreme Court for that. John King, thanks so much.
So the Republicans are in a better position today than they were yesterday. And you hear me say, well, they can thank the Supreme Court in Virginia for that because they upheld the law. The Democrats, of course, they're all lawless. They're 100% lawless. They don't want the law to be upheld. They're 100% lawless. And when you actually have the law being upheld, that's when they lose their minds. That's when they lose it all. We'll be right back.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets. Regular $69.98, now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale, only $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our second annual mega sale. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
Children of the Rose, I have ordered you to speak the truth. It is time for the whistleblowers to start whistling and screaming the truth.
Look at this demonic demon.
Mr. Trump, I will assassinate you.
Look at this demonic
We're
demon.
at peace. Get ready, Mr. Trump. Every day you play this game, I will eliminate one of your family members. That will be a proven fact.
Look how evil this
Last
woman is.
warning, Trump. Barron will be executed.
Are you hearing this?
For every day you play the scam, I will eliminate one of your family. And that is the fucking truth.
You hearing this? Look how demonic that woman is. That's pure evil. Let me ask y'all, who do you think she voted for? Kamala Harris, of course. And see, that's the type of person that they love, because we're truly dealing in a spiritual battle. Demonic woman. And her color has nothing to do with it. She just happened to be black, evil, demonic. I don't even know what's going on with her eye. It's like the evil spirit has infested her so much is transforming her physical being. And she probably wants that evilness in her, embracing that evilness. Man, you know what? This hour's gone by so fast, and I just got started. I have so much more I want to get to. So much more. I mean, my goodness. We need to fight this. And I'm not talking about us fighting it the same way that the liberals, but I think they're actually edging onto that. They're trying to push to that because they want the violence. But when they say that you're racist, push back. Don't let them say it. Don't be silent about it. And say, no, you know what you tell them? If they go, well, you're racist because you're white, and say, no, that's how you are. You're projecting on how you feel. Because I'm not the one racist, you are. These people are racist. They make everything about the color because they realize they can control. Let me see if I can share this one. Again, there's so much I want to share with you. But let me see if I can share this one with you in the amount of time that we have left. Listen to this.
Racial redistricting.
On the campaign
you literally are taking Memphis, which is a city that with black voters, and you split it in three, stretching 3,000 miles.
Who's the current Democrat congressman there? What is it a black congressman?
Just because black people are allowed to like people that don't look like them?
Exactly. And that is the point I wanted you to make, because just because you're not going to have a black congressman, why is it that a Republican can't do just as well representing black voters as a Democrat?
Because
why
they aren't electing.
Why does your race determine your politics?
It doesn't. No. You're making my point, actually. The assumption is black people. No. The assumption is black people will only elect black people. No, black people are smart enough to elect. Let me finish.
Yeah, that's what it is. The assumption is that only black people will only elect Democrats. And that's what they've been doing. They've been controlling black people because they know they can get black people to vote Democrats. And that's what Scott Jennings is saying. And she's trying to argue with him like, oh, wait a minute, he's flipping the script on me. She's trying.
Black people will elect people who will actually represent them, who have their best interests in heart. And what Republicans have done in Tennessee.
It's like asking the Klan member that she's asking you as a black person to vote for a Klan member, an actual Democrat Klan member, because that Klan member has your best interest at heart. That's what she's saying.
Is dismantle the power for black people to have their voice. They did the same thing in Texas because they said they thought Latinos were going to swing for Republicans. There are black.
They didn't think it. They didn't thunk it. They actually did. More Latinos voted for President Trump than they ever expected. That's a true statement. That did actually happen. That's the reason why, hey, wait a minute, what's going on here? They want to make sure that the Latinos have representation by whoever they choose to vote for.
People that are represented. I'm black and I got a Republican president right now.
Did you vote for Trump? No.
People don't elect black people based on race. They elect people that are aligned with their beliefs in justice. And Republicans just took that away from them in Tennessee and in other states.
I just disagree that the only kind of a politician who can elect black people in Congress must be a Democrat. This is just an artificial.
That's not what I'm saying.
The Democratic
That's
Party.
Not what I'm saying.
Black voters are still fully franchised and can go vote for whoever they want.
Not what
it just
I'm
doesn't
saying.
have to be a Democrat.
Gotta love it. And they don't want to hear that. They don't want to hear that. If you're black, you have to vote the Democrat. That's it. There's no exceptions. Because they're saying we can't, and the reason why she's trying to say, and she didn't come out and say this out loud, and I wish Scott Jennings would have said it. So what essentially what you're saying is that you want black people to be represented, regardless of the color, that aligns with their ideology, right? But you don't want Republicans because you're suggesting that Republicans are racist. Does that sum it up? I mean, essentially, that's what they're doing. They actually believe that Republicans are racist. And in that case, Republicans cannot represent black people. That's the reason why they're saying it. No one is saying, I'm saying it out loud. Am I wrong? Y'all let me know in the comments. Let me know in the comments. Here's the chat right here. Let me know. I do read them. Let me know. What do you think? That's it. Right there in a nutshell. 100%. 100%. Man, hour went by so fast. It's already over with. My goodness. Hey, I love you guys. And you know what? Again, happy Mother's Day to all of you. All you beautiful ladies. I'll see you tomorrow on the Culture Wars. God bless. We're going to have so much more.
Good afternoon, everybody. What's happening, everybody? Monday, May 11th, 2026. My name is Kevin Smith. Thank you so much for tuning into Loud Majority Live. We got a jam-packed show for you guys today. Democrats are beginning to break not only over redistricting, but over the fact that Spencer Pratt is really sending them into quite the tizzy. There was some funny stuff happening on CNN Friday night, Saturday, and into Sunday. It was absolutely hilarious. Absolutely hilarious. We're going to go over all of it. Also, AOC literally can't answer the question that every Democrat is going to be asked now until the end of time, and it's because they want to give illegal immigrants health insurance, because that's what they do. Also, the Kevin Hart roast was yesterday. I didn't watch most of it because I knew it was just going to be Donald Trump jokes, but Cat Williams was absolutely hilarious. We're going to show you guys that if we can. I'm sure I'll get copyrighted for it, but whatever. Who really gives a crap? Who gives an absolute crap? Before we get started, guys, do me a favor and head on over to loudmajorityusa.com. That's loudmajorityusa.com. Sign up for the newsletter. Check out our shop. That is the best way to support this show and everything we've got going on over here. You guys can use promo code SPLC to get free shipping. That's promo code SPLC to get free shipping on everything on the website. Today's going to be fun. Today's going to be fun as the Virginia redistricting thing is great. You know what? I'm going to comment on that. Janmar. I hope Spencer wins, but we know they cheat like crazy in California. You're absolutely right. But you know what? You know what Spencer Pratt is doing more than anything else? Is that he is showing that being different and being authentic will benefit you in the long term. He's using new media excellently. He's calling out the media for their crap when they refused to air his full interview on CBS. The internet then went ablaze and forced them to release the entire thing, where Spencer came out looking absolutely spectacular. Absolutely spectacular. He's having a lot of fun with it. And he should. And he should, because look, I've long said this, and I said this to a member of Congress the other day. I said that if you're in a seat that you know you're going to win, or you're in a seat that you more than likely will lose, why not throw in the biggest savage one can find? Why not extend the conversation? Why be boring? If you know you're going to win in a general election and it just comes down to a primary, that's what Democrats do. And we're going to show you the AOC clip in a minute, because she cannot admit her growing plan for illegal immigrants in this country, despite being called out on CNN about it. And members of the radical left understand this. They understand that authenticity, realness, not towing the party line is what makes you win in the long term. We're going to show you a clip of Anna Kasparian going after Gavin Newsom. Why? Because Gavin Newsom sucks. The radical left hates him. The right hates him. The only people that still like him are the homeless NGO CEOs that benefit from his nonsense policies. That's it. We live in an age of authenticity. And with that, we are going to start with Spencer Pratt, because Spencer Pratt has been dropping some fire over the last couple of weeks. Ever since his big win in the debate, a week, 10 days ago, where 80% of the people watching the debate say that he won, that he was making cogent points. Now, look, if you've been watching this show for a while, you know that there is a movie out there that I hate. There's a movie out there that I hate with every fiber of my being. It is completely overrated, and I had to sit through all of you making comments about, May the 4th be with you, and Revenge of the 5th, and all that crap over the first week of May. For some reason, we have to do this every single year. Well, Spencer Pratt decided to use that and have himself a little bit of fun. Oh, wait, hold on. Hold on, where the hell is it? Here it is.
You didn't finish burning the city to the ground in your first term. Make sure you finish the job in your second.
The only thing that can stop us is someone telling the truth. As long as they don't have any hope,
The city's ours.
Nobody's ever done this before. No one's ever spoken truth to power in LA.
If one man's brave enough to think things can change, everyone will realize things can change. You need to stop him.
Our children deserve to be safe.
You had 20 years to fix things.
Enough is enough.
Now, you know I hate Star Wars more than I could possibly describe. However, he's having fun with this. He knows he's got an uphill battle. And he knows that, you know what, we'll see how this, you got your establishment neoliberal on the left, Karen Bass. You have your radical DSA communist, I still don't know what her name is, on the far left. So you know what? He's trying to scoop up the independents and the middle, and these sorts of things are effective. If I have to listen to one more political ad that says, like, children are our future, or we're going to cut taxes. No, have real solutions for real problems. Speak to humans. Now, I know I'm in the minority when I say that Star Wars sucks. It does. But I hear it's a popular movie. It must be a popular movie because they've made 200 of them. You know, I stopped watching after the original 3 because they sucked enough that I don't really think I needed to see, you know, Natalie Portman and Liam Neeson fight or whatever the hell happens in the other one. Who the hell really knows? But people like it, and it's effective. And more than anything else, this caused some woman on CNN to lose her mind. She began to froth at the mouth, steam from the ears, all because I don't know who this, I really don't know who this woman is. She was questioned by Lydia Moynihan on the idea that regular people can get involved in politics and that regular people have regular problems and that they decide to jump in. She doesn't like that. She thinks that politics ought to be left up to the professionals. You know, the people who have forced a couple million people to leave California and the ones who allowed LA to burn down and the professional politicos that have led to New York having a $10 billion shortfall and a $39 trillion national debt. Those sort of people that started wars so that they could benefit off Raytheon stock, those sorts of people. And she's very upset that a guy who was on a reality TV show, let's be clear, 20 years ago, is now giving his take on professional politics.
I mean, his odds are going up. We'll see. This is a really uphill battle for him. But I think Republicans should be taking copious notes because you just got to embrace common sense and be normal. And he is calling out the fact that leftists in LA seem to be fine.
Seriously, this woman on the left is about to snap
with letting people, shoot up in front of schools. They're fine with dogs getting
Look at how mad this woman is.
Injected with fentanyl. They're doing nothing. And he's calling out some very obvious things that the
oh my God,
vast majority of Americans can agree on. And he's going viral because of it. People want common sense.
Now, nothing Lydia just said there is strange at all. What's about to happen, however, well, strap in.
common sense, for real. Like, as an LA voter, as someone that will vote for mayor in Los Angeles, I'm telling you, this is the opposite of common sense. This is so embarrassing. I am so exhausted of being surrounded by this level of idiocy. It is not. This guy is not practical. His man's plan was to live off his reality fame. When that dwindled, he wanted to be an influencer. When that dwindled, he tried to make his wife a singer. It didn't work, so now he's going to be mayor of LA. He says he's going to end corruption. How? He says he's going to have no more homeless. How? He says he's going to have renters' rights. How? I'm so sick of having politicians come in here with zero experience telling us they're going to fix everything. Have we learned nothing?
Let me just play
it's embarrassing.
what his retort to you would be.
Well, you don't need to, because the internet got very mad at CBS over the course of the weekend because they did an hour-long interview with Spencer Pratt and released like 3 minutes of it. So eventually CBS decided, you know what we're going to do? We're going to release the whole thing. And if Crazy Lady, and I mean that in every possible nice way, I'm only kidding, I'm not being nice about it at all, if that crazy woman there, who I think she may have actually exploded. I think she might have actually exploded after the show. I think Abby had to go to commercial break just to keep her from self-immolating. We're going to show you a little bit of the Spencer Pratt interview with CBS. I'll show you about 5-10 minutes of it, of Spencer making complete and total sense.
Right, we'll just jump right in.
Okay.
So, LA voters saw for the first time who you were all about on the debate stage. How do you think you did?
Incredible, because all I say is common sense. I don't do the politician talk, and I think it's refreshing to people hear somebody speak from the heart, be authentic. And what I'm talking about is what thousands of moms message me every day, come up to me. They don't feel safe, and I'm saying, as mayor, I'm going to enforce the laws that exist to make moms and kids feel safe in front of their schools, on their sidewalks, in front of parks, in front of daycare. So that message resonates. So I don't think it could have gone better, because my opponents will not tell these mothers anything they want to hear about keeping them safe. They'll continue this path that we've been on and we see does not work. The combined, I think that's 10 years these two have been in the city, and nobody feels safe. And this idea that crime is down, you can talk to any of these moms or people that message me, nobody even bothers calling 911, because unless you're actually being shot at, the response time, they'll be like, go online. They don't have the resources right now because of the amount of drug addicts taking all the law enforcement resources, the fire department resources. So long answer. I felt like it was great.
Yeah, you mentioned that people see you as, you're an outsider, you're a breath of fresh air. You have not been in the system like your other two candidates. It's one thing, the easy part is criticizing where the mayor and the council go wrong, right? That's the easy part. The hard part is actually running a city. Why should voters believe that you, who don't have any experience in that realm, can actually be the solution?
Yeah, because we're living their experience right now. Their experience has failed us. So what we need is somebody to come in with common sense. They're going to continue, their experience is to tell you that all of these people just need a bed. We need more billions of dollars for these beds. The DEA has said 90% of the people living on the streets in Los Angeles are drug addicts. Drug addicts do not want beds, they want drugs. We need mandatory treatment. I don't mean jail, they don't all need to get jail, but we need to get mandatory medical treatment to get people off of super meth, get them off of fentanyl, and then we can work on getting them beds. And I also don't think the current bed situation they have even works, because say these people are sober, you'll stick maybe a veteran here and a former criminal here with a single mother with a kid, all in one house or building with no services for these people. They're even inside safe, isn't even safe for the people inside, and it's not safe for the people outside. And again, I may not have the experience, but I have the common sense to say, this is not working. We watched them for an hour last night make excuses why it's not working. We know why it's not working. You've had years and billions of our tax dollars to prove it's not working. And now you want more billions of dollars for more beds. With the billions you've got, you're bragging about 3,000 people, 4,000 people. They're not even talking about the 1,500 people that died in the streets, overdosed, dead. They don't even count that number from last year. So again, the amount of very talented, smart, successful people with experience that call me all day long, the lunches I take, the people waiting to come into my administration. A lot of them, I can't say their names right now because the city really does retaliate at people. Look at what they did to Chief Crowley when she told the truth. She got fired. Now she's suing Mayor Bass for that. So there's a lot of people I have as deputy mayors ready to go with 40 plus years of experience running major cities that are waiting for the right time that we can bring them out. But again, I'm not saying I know all the answers. What I'm saying is I'm going to put a team around me. Mayor Bass, I keep saying this, why my house was burning down and she was in Ghana, her deputy mayor who was supposed to be calling in the fixed air wing support to drop water on the state park here, he wasn't because he was on house arrest for calling in a bomb threat to City Hall. If that's the experience voters are looking for, we've seen it. Nobody wants that experience anymore. We want change. So they're voting for me for a change. We're done. I'm the mandate for change.
I can't imagine why CBS didn't want to air that interview. I can't imagine why they didn't want to air any of it at all. Now, as you heard Spencer Pratt say, they're just saying if we spend more money. They're just saying spend more money. Now, what Karen Bass did the other day is she talked about how there was a reduction in the homeless population in Los Angeles. Now, what's important to point out here is she never tells you how there was a reduction. And as Spencer Pratt points out right there, he's right. There were a few thousand people who are no longer homeless in Los Angeles. And that's because 1,500 of them overdosed and died on the street. That's one way to get rid of homelessness. Just let them all overdose and die. But crazy lady on CNN, I don't know who she is, the one who was getting ready to explode, the one who clearly is some kind of a Democratic operative, and we're going to get to another Democratic operative in just a second, who, again, loses her mind over basic realities. Another clip of the crazy lady, when Lydia Moynihan brings up more facts about homelessness in New York, she just, it's not an ideology problem, it's a math problem.
How can we have $1 billion a day to spend on this war, but we don't have it for healthcare or education or an infrastructure? I think that's what we really need to be wondering.
Okay, again, we spend trillions and trillions of dollars on healthcare and food stamps and all kinds of entitlements. That is the vast majority of our federal budget. But I would like to say,
Yeah, we spend plenty of money. It turns out throwing money at a problem is not necessarily going to fix the problem. As a matter of fact, most of the time, throwing money at a problem actually doesn't fix the problem. But Democrats think that if you just spend and spend and spend and never ask where any of the money is going, you'll end up fixing it, like childcare in Minneapolis. But crazy lady on CNN doesn't really understand that. Doesn't understand it at all. Here's another crazy woman on CNN, and I got to tell you, the woman I'm about to show you right now is insane. Her name is Neera Tanden. Neera Tanden. You guys might not know who Neera Tanden is. She's the woman who operated Joe Biden's auto pen. Watch Anna Kasparian dismantle Gavin Newsom and so many of his failed policies. And I want to be clear, it brings me no great joy to be agreeing with Anna Kasparian. Of course, she's the host of the Young Turks, who has been cast aside by the progressive left for not falling in line. I totally understand that, as I've been cast aside by many people in the Republican Party for not having the physical ability to keep my mouth shut about establishment rhinos who absolutely suck. So, Anna, while I think you're wrong about many things, you happen to be right about this one. Again, look at your establishment Democrat here just not be able to handle basic realities.
I don't know about all that, but I will concede that Gavin Newsom's leadership in California has been a complete and utter disaster. As a Californian, I 100% have experienced
You think that's the face Neera Tanden made when Joe Biden asked her to sign all those executive orders?
He's out to lunch, right? Like, he changes his ideology depending on what he thinks is fresh and what's hip at any given moment. 76% of Californians voted in favor of something known as Prop 36, which is to roll back some of the soft on crime policies. That requires funding. He has been pushing back against adequately funding the efforts to essentially roll back those policies to ensure that
you're
people
you're for his more pro-crime strategy. You're for the more pro-crime fighting strategy. Just to be clear.
Absolutely.
Okay.
Yes,
Good.
yes.
Okay. So that's important. So you think it's important to have the investments in fighting crime. Okay. Because
100%. Yes.
Because a big challenge amongst some of the left has been not supporting that in the past. So you're saying he's not.
They're wrong.
He's not doing enough to.
I think the left wanted prison reform. The left wanted better police training. The left wanted real reforms where people aren't getting shot as they're running away from cops and unarmed. What we got instead is the premature closure of 4 prisons. Gavin Newsom is preparing to shut down the 5th state prison. As a result, the county prisons are full to the brim of inmates, basically. And then what they do is they end up releasing people early because they don't have room for them. So Gavin Newsom, and that's just one of the issues I have with Gavin Newsom. Another issue is $24 billion in California taxpayer money gone. It was supposed to help the homeless. It didn't help the homeless. It got funneled to all these nonprofits that squandered that money.
You see, because Neera Tanden is a political strategist, she's a political operative, so she doesn't know how to talk in real terms. She can't discuss life with regular people. So she goes, well, Gavin Newsom did prison reform. And Anna Kasparian goes, yeah, he did it wrong. Because it turns out Anna Kasparian is right. I don't think, maybe I'm a little bit more libertarian than some, but I don't think people should go to prison for smoking weed in the park. I don't know, maybe a ticket, whatever. I don't think nonviolent drug offenders should be in jail. I don't. And I think we could do prisons a lot differently in this country because the way we're doing them certainly doesn't work. Instead, what Gavin Newsom did was he shut down all the prisons, and now they have no place to put actual criminals, so they're releasing them out onto the streets. But don't worry, everybody. Gavin Newsom knows what to do. He knows what to do to fix affordability. So what has he decided to do? Well, in a news story, Gavin Newsom has decided that he is going to give out free diapers to illegal immigrants. Because that's what these people care about. They do not care about you. They do not care about me. They do not care about American citizens. All they want to do is dilute your vote with the votes of illegals. They want to dilute the services that you pay for so that illegal immigrants can get more. Need any more proof of that? Here's AOC not being able to answer a basic question from Caitlin Collins.
Can I ask you on this to follow up? Because you said that it is federal law that people, undocumented immigrants, can't get Medicare, Medicaid, the Obamacare subsidies. Do you believe that should be the law, though? Or do you think undocumented immigrants should have access to federally funded health care?
I believe personally that health care is a human right. I believe that every person should be able to go to the doctor. But I believe that right now, federal law is the federal law. And that absolutely, that U.S. citizens and people who pay into our programs deserve to be covered by these programs. And I mean, once again, I do believe that the federal laws that we have on the books are appropriate.
But if
the
you
right
could
ones
choose,
to
do you believe that should be changed?
Pardon?
If you could choose, do you believe that the federal law should be changed?
I don't. I believe in a single-payer healthcare system where if you go in and you need a doctor, you can get the medical attention that you need.
Okay, let me just... Well, you're an idiot, because first off, you can. It's quite literally illegal to deny people medical attention if they walk into an emergency room. That's already the law. But AOC just can't answer the question because she knows what'll happen if she does. She knows exactly what'll happen if she does. The sound bites will be given out. Democrats want to give health care to illegal immigrants. But here's the thing. They do. And we know that right off the bat. But you can't answer the question. The irony, of course, about AOC, which I think is so funny, which I think is absolutely hilarious, is that she came in as this kind of like brash firebrand, and then the longer she stays in Congress, the more she turns into that blonde lady on CNN or the or Neera Tanden who just won't. Who just can't wrap her brain around the fact that it's possible that Gavin Newsom did a thing incorrectly. I think it's hilarious. And it's funny because we're going to get to it in a second. Because we're going to show you one clip of Dan Crenshaw, why he was good, and then we're going to show you another one of why he started to suck. Because Republicans are starting to get a little bit on message here. They're starting to get a little bit on message on this redistricting battle. And it really is two sides of the same coin here. Democrats don't care about black people, and they are using this new law, or this overturning of the law, I should say, in the redistricting battle to just feign their outrage for minorities in the South. But Republicans are starting to figure out that if you just call them out, if you just say the words, and look, I'm going to show you Scott Jennings on CNN, and I'm going to show you Dan Crenshaw on Bill Maher. Say basically the exact same sentence. Now, I do not believe they called each other beforehand. You got Dan Crenshaw, who very much hates Donald Trump, and you got Scott Jennings, who is fully on board the MAGA train. But they are on message because Democrats are leaving it open. Democrats are leaving it open with their blatant and obvious nonsense. We're going to get to that in 1 second. Before we do that, here's Jeremy.
Hey, everybody. If you're not familiar with, then let me introduce to you Armor Colostrum. Now, I didn't know what colostrum was up until a few years ago. I'd never even really heard of it. And then my wife turned me on to Armor Colostrum. And what colostrum does is it helps regrow your hair. Not going to lie, that's the reason that I started looking into it. But then I started noticing some other things that I could benefit from. I used to get acid reflux very badly. I used to bloat very badly. It felt like I was 10 or 15 pounds heavier than I was until I made Armor Colostrum a part of my everyday schedule. And now things have changed so very much. Let me introduce to you what Armor Colostrum actually does and what it looks like. In a study measuring immune cell response to toxin, Armor Colostrum performed 32% stronger and faster than other colostrum companies. 400 plus bionutrients activated in your life, in your body, to help regrow hair, strengthen your gut health, regrow your nails, toenails, and fingernails healthy, get rid of fungus, stop bloating, and more. And now you can get yours right now for up to $18 off each and every purchase at tryarmra.com. Promo code LFATV. Click the apply button once you've entered the code and watch your discount fall off. That is tryarmra.com/LFATV. Order now.
Guys, head on over to tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. That is tryarmra.com and use promo code LFATV. So before we get into the messaging, because this has to be the message going forward, and I've been trying to instill this in Republicans online for the last, I'd say, week or so, since the Supreme Court case went into play, and particularly Tennessee decided to redistrict. We're going to do a quick redistricting update about where things stand as of this weekend, following the Virginia Supreme Court overturning the vote of the special election vote in the state of Virginia. Now, the reason why the Virginia Supreme Court overturned this is not because of partisan politics. It simply isn't. Democrats are going to try to convince you that it is, that the Virginia Supreme Court leans right. I believe it's 4-3 on the court there. They're going to say, they're doing this because it's partisan. No, the Virginia Supreme Court overturned that election because early voting has already begun in the state of Virginia in their primaries, which means it is very likely, almost 100% likely, that if you have already voted in Virginia primaries and they change the maps, you may have voted for someone you cannot vote for. You may have voted for someone in a congressional district that they are no longer running in, therefore keeping the same maps as they were. Here's the update.
Hakeem Jeffries and Democrats are freaking out this morning, not just because of Virginia, but you look at the Trump-initiated battle nationwide, and you've got 5 pickups in Texas, 4 in Florida. Tennessee picked one up, GOP picking up one in North Carolina, Missouri. It looks like the GOP on the verge of a possible predicted massive blue wave in the midterms. Democrats may pick up upwards of 13 seats. Is this changing the calculus for the midterms?
It is. It is. And we've talked about the headwinds, and there are headwinds, and there's a very real possibility Republicans lose the House, could lose the Senate. This, however, could change the dynamic. The math I have, and again, this all is assuming Republican voters show up. It's all assuming that, the dynamics are in our favor, that we have good candidate quality, good nominees. But the math I have is if it pans out the way we think, Republicans could pick up anywhere from 8 seats just by virtue of the way the district is out ideologically. And then you could add to that possibly Louisiana, Alabama, South Carolina. This could mean a possible 10 to 12 point advantage for Republicans, not saying in an overall victory, but just in the map before you get to the votes based 100%. On the way districts stand.
We're also getting updates from the state of South Carolina saying that they plan to redistrict as well, cutting out 1 Democratic seat and adding a Republican, which right now stands at the Republicans gaining 14 seats. Now, with that being said, I want to be very clear about all of this. Just because, and I'm not so worried about Texas, and I'm not so worried about Florida. I'm worried about the in-between ones. Just because the states are redrawing some of these maps does not mean that the Republican candidate in and of themselves are going to win. We need good candidates. We need good funding. We need activists being involved on the ground, doing the legwork that the campaign simply refused to do. It is not a panacea to say that just because we redistricted many of these seats, that Republicans are in and of themselves going to win. But there is a messaging that can be used moving forward. And Scott Jennings and Dan Crenshaw both said it on 2 different shows on Friday night. And this has got to be the Republican messaging going forward. Because following the Tennessee redrawing of these lines, Democrats have been coming out saying that they are trying to discredit the black vote in the Deep South, and they are trying to take away the vote of the black man. Of course, in Tennessee, that doesn't make any sense because Rep. Steve Cohen, an old white Jewish guy, is the one who's going to be redistricted out, and very likely he is going to be replaced by a black female. But Democrats don't really care about that. Here was Scott Jennings setting up an idiot.
Racial redistricting.
On the campaign,
you literally are taking Memphis, which is a city that with black voters, and you split it in 3, stretching 3,000 miles.
Who's the current Democrat congressman there? What is it, a black congressman?
Just because black people are allowed to like people that don't look like them?
Exactly. And that is the point I wanted you to make, because just because you're not going to have a black congressman, why is it that a Republican can't do just as well representing black voters as a Democrat?
Because
why
they aren't electing.
Why does your race determine your politics?
It doesn't. No. You're making my point, actually. The assumption is black people. No. The assumption is black people will only elect black people. No, black people are smart enough to elect.
The assumption is
let me finish. Black people will elect people who will actually represent them, who have their best interests in heart. And what Republicans have done in Tennessee is dismantle the power for black people to have their voice. They did the same thing in Texas because they said they thought Latinos were going to swing for Republicans. There are black people that are represented. I'm black and I got a Republican president right now. Black people don't elect black people based on race. They elect people that are aligned with their moral, their beliefs in justice, and Republicans just took that away from them in Tennessee and in other states.
I just disagree that the only kind of a politician who can elect black people in Congress must be a Democrat. This is just an artificial.
That's not what I'm saying.
For the Democratic
That's
Party.
not what I'm saying.
Black voters are still fully franchised and can go vote for whoever they
That's
want.
not
it
what
just
I'm
doesn't
saying.
have to be a Democrat.
Well, I mean, Brad, to your suit.
That's actually literally what she said, because I've seen her on CNN before. I don't remember what her name is. I'm sorry, but you'd think she would be happy if that new congressional district were represented by Byron Donalds. No. Or Tim Scott. Yeah, probably not. Or Wesley Hunt. I mean, We know that isn't the case for Democrats. We know that race is not their primary fixation. Their primary fixation is power. And they use race and class in order to achieve that. Do you know how I know that? Because a local chapter of the NAACP came out and endorsed Abigail Spanberger in Virginia over Winsome Sears. Now, can anyone figure out what the difference between those two candidates are that are outside of political party? Don't worry, I'll wait. Because Democrats don't actually care about race. They care about achieving power and doing whatever they can to get to it. It's almost like every 4 years there starts to be BLM protests sparking up all over the country. Weird how that happens, isn't it? Dan Crenshaw said the same thing on Bill Maher.
Texas, 25 Republicans, 13 in a state that is majority minority.
Can I just show? Okay, let me just show you.
Why does skin color automatically impose political beliefs?
Because race has always been identified as a political consideration, not only as it relates to the Constitution of the United States, but also how it is implemented at the state level. That's why these districts were always drawn, so that they took race into consideration. So that's my point.
Yes.
But why? Why should an enlightened society believe that?
Because of the history of the United States.
Well, there's a history, but as we grow out of that history, which I hope we would have by now, an enlightened society would not say that your skin color, an immutable characteristic, is an indicator of your political persuasion.
And as I've said, when the 1965 Voting Rights Act was put into place and we were in the throes of Jim Crow in the South, maybe these sorts of things were necessary. But that was 60 years ago. That was 60 years ago. We're over it. And once again, let's be clear. The district that these two people are arguing about is currently being represented by a very, very, very old, very, very white man. Because it's not about race, it's about power. It's not about class, it's about power. And what they can do to achieve the power. Need any more evidence of that? Just go look at how Democrats online speak about people like Clarence Thomas, or Shelby Steele, or Thomas Sowell. Three of the most brilliant people in, well, Shelby Steele's dead, but two of the most brilliant people in America. Oh, look at the vile language they use to describe those two. When you start looking at Democrats attempting to achieve power by any means necessary, you will start to see that they do not care about your race as long as you do what they say. And if you don't, and if you step out of line, if you, as many black conservatives have said over the years, step off the Democratic plantation, you will be vilified. You'll be vilified. Because I can guarantee you Donna Brazile and that other woman whose name I don't know, if they got Wesley Hunt, the congressman from Texas, if they got him to replace Steve Cohen in Tennessee or in Louisiana's 2nd District, I guarantee you they would not be satisfied with it. They would use every single term they could come up with, every sort of vile piece of language to describe them. They would go after them because one of them might be married to a white lady. They do that all the time. Claim that Clarence Thomas isn't really black because he's married to a white lady. They do the same thing to Byron Donalds, which is disgusting. For the people who preach about how the Supreme Court's going to overturn Loving versus Virginia, which they never will. They certainly have no problem chastising people who are inside of an interracial marriage. It's disgusting. And we've moved past it as a country. And we ought to be happy that we moved past it. But Democrats can't be happy. Because without racism, these people have nothing. They are giving CPR to racism. There is no difference between what that lady on CNN and what Donna Brazile was doing and what the Southern Poverty Law Center was doing by funding organizations like the Ku Klux Klan, like Unite the Right, like the Charlottesville protest, because they have to keep racism alive. Because if if they don't keep it alive and people start to realize that actually everyone in this country is equal and we've moved past a very dark point in our history, perhaps more black people might get off that Democrat plantation. And if they do that, Democrats can never win again. They can never, ever win again. And that's why they keep pumping oxygen into racism every chance they get, whether it's Jesse Smollett or it's Bubba Wallace or it's Duke LaCrosse 15 years ago. The list goes on and on and on and on. No. Guys, we'll be back in 1 second. We got to show you some stuff out of New York. An absolutely vile story that, of course, Zoran Mamdani will do nothing about. Also, President Trump has a new strategy to get things done in Congress, which is pretty funny. On the same day, his would-be assassin pleads not guilty, which I think is kind of odd considering we all, watched him do it. Before we do that, Mike Lindell.
I'm excited to announce that we're having our first ever mega sale on overstock clearance and brand new products. For example, save over 50% on this season's flannel sheets. Queen size only $59.98. Kings only $69.98. They sell out fast every year, so order now. Save 20% on our brand new My Crosses. They're designed in the likeness of the one I've worn every day for over 20 years. They come in men's and women's, and they're made right here in the USA. Get our 2025 six-piece My Towel sets for only $29.98. Our initial quantities are extremely low, so get them now before they go. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, just $14.98. So go to MyPillow.com or call the number on your screen. Use this promo code to take advantage of our first ever mega sale. But wait, remember that $75 free shipping rule? Well, that ship is sailed because right now, every order ships absolutely free.
Guys, head on over to MyPillow.com and use promo code LOUD. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD, for up to 80% off everything on the website. That's MyPillow.com, promo code LOUD. So today, something interesting, and I think Republicans, particularly the non-taxing Republicans, the ones who want to remove as many taxes as humanly possible, ought to jump on this moment and ought to jump on a new bill proposed by Josh Hawley. Josh Hawley has proposed a bill that would suspend the 18.4 cent a gallon gas tax nationally. Now, obviously, gas prices are going up wherever it is you live. If you live in a blue state, it's going up a hell of a lot more. But Republicans ought to use the fact that gas prices are going up as the opportunity to get rid of ridiculous bits of taxation that we really should have never had in the first place. Citing support from President Trump, this from The Hill, Josh Hawley says he will introduce legislation to suspend the federal gas tax, which would save drivers 18 cents a gallon. Suspending the gas tax is quickly picking up more and more momentum on Capitol Hill among Republicans who are worried about voter backlash over the rise in oil and natural gas prices since the start of the Iran conflict. He said, I'm introducing legislation today to suspend the gas tax. Now, the fact that he's doing this now, yes, it'll help Americans in the short term, but once we get rid of it, let's just keep it gone forever. Why the hell not? You think there's going to be you think that if a Republican ever gets back into power, that they're ever going to go back to the days of taxing Social Security, taxing tips, taxing overtime? Those things are going to stay in place forever because once people get used to not paying the tax on that, they're never going to be okay with paying the tax ever again. And gas would be the exact same thing. Hell, let's get rid of it on cigarettes. Let's get rid of it on alcohol. Why the hell not? Let's just keep knocking these things down while we still have the House of Representatives and the Senate. Not that John Thune's going to do anything anyway. He's currently giving a speech on the floor, self-flagellating himself. No, that's not the word I'm looking for. Self-congratulating himself. All right about that. Self-congratulating himself on getting the DHS funding bill done. It only took him 5 months. Still can't get the Save America Act passed, though. Also, why not? Let's jump right in head first, baby. You got Congressman Randy Fine putting up a bill saying that if you hold dual citizenship in America, you should not be able to serve in Congress, to which I completely agree with.
So you made some waves this past week by going very hard in the paint, asking what is an American and who should be allowed to serve in Congress. And I just want to back up here and give you an opportunity to architect what you believe about those questions. Who should serve in Congress? What should be the legal terms upon which you can represent the United States of America in our government?
Well, thanks for having me. Look, when our framers created the Constitution, they had a few rules to serve in Congress. They said you had to be 25 years old, you had to be in America so long. But one thing they never anticipated is the idea that foreigners might be able to get elected to Congress, that people who hold citizenship in multiple countries might be able to be elected to Congress, to people who served in the military in other countries or have sworn an oath to put those other countries first might be able to serve in Congress. We've got dozens of people in Congress today who may be citizens of foreign countries. We know about over 30 who were born in other countries and certainly were citizens of those other countries at times. But then there are others who were children of foreigners when they were born in America, who maybe have foreign citizenship as well as those who were naturalized in other places. And so I put forward something that frankly is controversial, but shouldn't be, that says only single citizens, only citizens of America should be able to serve in Congress. If you're a citizen of another country, whether you were born there or whether you naturalized into it and you refuse to give up that citizenship, you should not be able to serve in Congress. And when you look at some of the most problematic members of Congress that we see today, the Ilhan Omars of the world, the Delia Ramirez's of the world, the Jayapals of the world, all of them have ties to foreign countries, ties that may include citizenship. And I simply don't think we should have that in the United States Congress.
A couple follow-up questions to that, because that just stunned me to the core. You say there are 30 members of Congress that have potentially dual citizenship?
Well, there are 30 who were born in another country. And so theoretically, when they were born in that country, they became a citizen of that country. They're not natural born Americans. Now, they may have become American and they could have chosen to forsake their citizenship in those countries. What's remarkable is we don't even know who the dual citizens are in Congress unless they choose to tell us. But so, for example, Ilhan Omar was a citizen of Somalia. She was born in Somalia. She came to the United States. She has publicly said that she puts the interests of Somalia over the interests of the United States. So we can assume that she's a dual citizen, but we don't know that for sure. But she was a citizen of Somalia at some point, if she's not today. And the question is, if you're a citizen of Somalia and the United States, you can't swear an oath to protect and defend two countries. One of them has to come first. You can't serve two masters. So my bill is very simple. You can only be a citizen of the United States if you want to serve in Congress.
I don't really think that's asking a whole hell of a lot. I really don't. I don't think that's a big ask at all. No one's saying you can't hold dual citizenship. You just can't do it while you're serving in Congress. Seems pretty straightforward to me. But because it's straightforward, that means there's probably no chance in hell it's going to happen. But President Trump does have a unique strategy. President Trump does have a new unique strategy for getting some things done in Congress that he hasn't been able to do. This is just funny. It's just funny to me.
Funny. The Democrats, well, they suffer from Trump derangement syndrome, to be honest. They don't even know what they're looking at. They can't even see straight. But I have a new way out. I'm going to propose something the opposite of what I want, and we will have massive amounts of legislation. No, just all I have to do is say, we will not build the wall. And
diabolically
clever. No, I'm going to do it, Katie. We'll put it in. I think you're I'm going to go the opposite. Whatever is bad, I'm going to go for it, and they'll approve what's good, finally. No, they've got serious Trump derangement syndrome, which actually is a disease. I'm hearing it is actually a disease.
The last thing President Trump has to do before he leaves office is get somebody at HHS to actually declare Trump derangement syndrome to be like a medically recognized disease, I'll fall on the floor. I'll fall on the floor. For example, President Trump should come out and, let's test the strategy out here. Maybe President Trump should come out in favor of career criminals pushing elderly people in front of subway cars, because then maybe Zoran Mamdani would stop things like this from happening.
Bring a 76-year-old teacher. Police say the suspect shoved him down the steps of a subway. Alexis McAdams joining us live in New York with a story on this. Hi, Alexis.
Hey, Bill, yeah, a terrible story. And right now, this family of the 76-year-old is planning a funeral after he was shoved right down the subway steps in New York City behind me as he was just trying to get home. And listen to this. The guy who did it, according to police, was just released from the psych ward hours before police had just picked him up. Take a look here on your screen. It actually made the cover of the New York Post over the weekend because he's grinning at the judge as they go through the long list of charges against him here. They're naming it there on the Post, Killer Smile. He's charged with the murder of this man, Ross Falzone, after police say Burke shoved the retired teacher down the subway steps on Thursday night. And surveillance video actually captured the moment of the attack. I want to warn you, it's graphic here. You can see Falzone pushed with a lot of force, so he froze the clip right before impact. He was left with both severe brain and neck injuries and later died at a local hospital. Investigators say Burke was released from a mental hospital in New York just hours before the latest attack, brought in for a psychiatric evaluation and hold after police here saw him acting erratically, so they picked him up and brought him in. But he was back out in the street, Bill, within 1 hour. 1 hour. He was out so fast that sources tell me he actually still had his hospital wristband on when he was arrested for murder. This case, one of 4 murders on the subway system just so far this year. Back in March, you might remember this story. This 83-year-old veteran on his way home was killed, shoved onto the subway tracks. NYPD data shows subway murders are up by 300% already compared to last year. Back out here live, we can tell you we're learning more about Burke's criminal history. Just the other week, Bill, investigators tell me he assaulted 2 people on the subway. But when they tried to talk to those people, they said they didn't want to cooperate with police because they didn't want to put another black man behind bars. Now the girl tells the New York Post she wished she would have cooperated because he wouldn't be out on the street, Bill.
Yeah, and smiling in the courtroom when...
Suicidal empathy. Nothing says arrogant white lady like not wanting to put another black man behind bars after being assaulted on the subway. Then he gets put into a psych ward for assaulting somebody on the subway. And then he gets released from the psych ward. And hold on a minute. Let me check my notes here. What did he... So, hold on. He assaulted 2 people on the subway. Let me get this right. Assaulted 2 people on the subway. They didn't want to cooperate. And then he assaulted somebody else on the subway. And then he got put into a psych ward. And then he got let out of the psych ward. And then, oh, shit. He assaulted somebody on the subway. Oh, I'm sorry. No. I take that back. He didn't assault somebody on the subway. He killed someone on the subway. But hey, at least that white lady felt good about herself. Sure wasn't her grandpa that got pushed in front of a train. Suicidal empathy. And in some places, the chickens are coming home to roost. That's going to be tomorrow's show. We're going to be talking about the UK, baby, because old Nigel Farage's Reform Party is taking names and kicking ass over in the UK. Perhaps our former, our country from whence we came is starting to wake up. We got one more quick story before we wrap up today. Today in court, President Trump's would-be assassin pleaded not guilty, despite the fact that we read his manifesto and watched him try to do it, but here it is.
Federal officer and attempting to assassinate the president.
We got Fox team coverage. Jonathan Turley is here with legal analysis. We begin first, though, with David Spunt. He is right outside the courthouse this morning. Hey, David.
Hey, Jillian, Bill, good morning to you both. We expect Cole Allen to enter a plea of not guilty. Of course, things could always change, but that is what it appears to be given the court filings. He will face off in court during this arraignment any moment now here in federal court. He has federal public defenders. They will face off against DOJ attorneys in front of this federal judge. This comes about a week after he was formally indicted on 4 counts relating to that shooting at the White House Correspondents' Dinner on April the 25th. He's facing the same 3 counts outlined in the criminal complaint revealed a few days after the shooting, attempting to assassinate the president, 2 firearm charges. But what's new, guys, Allen's also been charged with assaulting a federal officer with a deadly weapon. Remember, he shot that Secret Service agent who thankfully is okay. Federal prosecutors say Allen, armed with several weapons, stormed through a security checkpoint at the Washington Hilton on April 25th. He then ran toward the ballroom where he fired his long gun, hitting that Secret Service officer in the chest. That agent not hurt, fired back at Allen 5 times. Allen was not hit. Allen is asking the judge to force act.
I mean, he pleaded not guilty despite the fact that we all watched him do it. And since we got a couple of seconds left in the show today, let's talk about Katie Potatoes Porter. Of course, she's running for governor of California. Imagine going on CNN and bombing so hard that before Dana Bash lets you go, she has to fact check you twice in real time.
Congresswoman, thank you for coming on. I should note that we don't have evidence that Steyer leaked that video of you. If you have it, please bring it. And also, you said some pretty tough stuff about Javier Becerra. If he wants to come back on the show, he is more than welcome to do that as well. Thank you for being here today. I appreciate it.
Thank you.
Watch out, Dana Bash. She might throw some boiling hot starch on you. Guys, it's 4 p.m. I want to thank everybody so much for tuning in. Catch me on OAN tonight with Chanel Rion. I'll see you guys back live tomorrow. Until then, everybody, stay loud.
I know a lot of you thought, heading into the last election, like if we could get our guy, then we're all set.
Yep.
That kind of phrase is sort of what got America into kind of a crazy spot. Like you kind of let your foot off the gas for 4 pedals. In the meantime, the Marxists are smashing it down, trying to destroy free enterprise, destroy the school system, destroy the medical system, destroy every ounce of freedom you have, trying to create an environment where you own nothing and be happy. Well, the only way to fight back against that is to start becoming a critical thinker. Unplug from the TV and social media algorithm a little bit. Start reading some content that puts your mind in a great spot to be able to take ground, to be able to leave a legacy. We heard a phrase from a guest recently. He said a homeschool mom is not just a homeschool mom. He said she's the COO of a multi-generational legacy.
So good.
If you start thinking about what do you do, what's the lasting impact? What's not the path of least resistance? What's the path with a little bit of resistance that's going to help make me stronger, make me more wealthy, give me more influence in my family, in my home, in my community to be able to own things, not just stream things, borrow things, rent things, lease things, and just occupy space, but actually own things and leave the world a little better off. Well, nothing helps that than your association. We got an event coming up in June. We're going to be diving into that in a moment. But the opportunity that we're going to give you to rub shoulders with people that are doing the exact same things. You're not the only little weird duck in your,
You're not alone.
Pin full of swans or whatever, that you are actually with people like, oh, I think that. Partner with that mind meld and be able to make a difference in your own life in a more powerful way. We're going to get into that with somebody who's impacted more people, more businesses, and more ways of thoughts by people who like him and people who don't like him. He still influences them either way. He's author of How to Build a Successful Business and more books than probably most people have read besides this one, the one, the only, Mr. Clay Clark.
Greetings from Tulsa, Jerusalem. Thank you, Dave and Stacy, for allowing me to be here with you today. I'm fired up.
Well, we got a big event coming up in June, and we're actually days away because now we are into May. You know you're in May because they had the Marxist Day of Anti-Capitalism, maybe 70 school districts across the country, 700,000 students alone in North Carolina took the day off. Their teachers took the day off so they could hold F the ice signs and protest things in their deal. So we're going to go kind of like counter that, because you can't just like say, well, that's bad. We got to do the opposite, which is let's celebrate capitalism and call out crony capitalism and, government corruption and USAID and, places where it's abused and money laundered into the Ukraine and back and forth. But actual real capitalism where you're solving problems for people in exchange for energy and resources. June, you got, I don't know if it's the last one, you can't say because you just kind of go piece by piece based on what General Flynn says. But the first Reawaken event you ever held, Stacey and I went in April of 21. Is that what it was?
It's you and I in Colton.
And we sat in the top row of the facility. Literally there wasn't a worse seat in the house. And we sat there and we were so excited and so inspired. And I committed there to Stacey. I said, whatever this guy's doing, I don't know if this is the only, whatever this guy's doing, I want to be more wood on his fire. I want to be more gas on the fire. And because I saw the transformation of people in there. They walked in tiptoeing, elbow bumping and scared, and they were given truth, facts on medical, facts on school, facts on faith, facts. And they walked out empowered to have better conversations and encouraged and hopeful in a world that was kind of dark and scary. Now, we got Trump in office. Hey, things are great. We need this more than ever, and there hasn't been one in a long time. You're kind of getting the gang back together, and I love that each and every individual, people pay big money just to go hear Laura Logan speak.
Right. People
pay big money just to go see Joseph Z. People pay big money, buy a ticket to go see Julie Green. People pay any one individual. It's not rare. It's never do you get to see all of these people in one space and actually move the needle. And I want to kind of highlight one that you've had at quite a few of your events, Rudy Giuliani. You run in those circles, you text and talk with Eric Trump and these people regularly. What is the status with America's mayor?
Well, my understanding is he's off a ventilator and breathing on his own. So that's my understanding. I can tell you I was with him 3 weeks ago in a kitchen of a mutual friend of ours. And I was, probably 4 feet apart from him, 5 feet apart from him. And I was talking to him about the broken window theory, which can be found in a case study called the Service Profit Chain, which was written by Harvard, which talks about how if you're going to run a clean city or a clean organization or a clean business, whenever you have any type of maintenance that needs to be done, you need to do the maintenance right away, because deferred maintenance is a sign of decline. And we talked about that, and we talked about how that was his theory that he used to clean up New York City. And we had a great conversation talking about the broken window theory. We talked about how he cleaned up the streets in New York, and that was kind of the focus of our conversation. I talked about seeing him. I asked him about speaking on the Get Motivated speaking series many, many years ago, and I told him, hey, I was like in row, nosebleed somewhere listening to you speak. He and Joe Montana were on the stage together. So we had a great conversation, but how he and I got to know each other very well was we both got sued by the same people for the same thing. And so, when they have a lawsuit, they'll name the people being sued. And I'm going, well, that's one way to meet the mayor. And so
he's my cellmate.
No, seriously, he reached out to me and he's like, hey, you're getting sued. I've been to your event, but let's get to know each other, and tell me what's going on with you. And then we look at the names, and, Mike Lindell's on there, and Giuliani and the Trump family's on there. And it got to be a point where Eric was joking at one of the Reawaken tours. He said, are we allowed to have any speakers backstage that aren't named on the lawsuit? Because I feel uncomfortable with having anybody backstage that isn't named on the lawsuit. So all I could say is America's mayor is a great person, and our thoughts and prayers are with him. Yes. And he's always been very kind to my wife and I. And he wanted to snap a fun family photo with my kids. I mean, literally 3 weeks ago. So again, our thoughts and prayers are with him.
No doubt
that's a valuable
about it.
photo.
Can you talk about, because it was up there on the screen, so we did come to the very first Reopen America event, attended 20-some of the Reawaken events, and then you have this last one, the Remnant Rising. Yeah. Can you talk about this event and why this is significant right now?
Well, one is, General Flynn is, he's a guy who pursues the truth, whatever the cost is. And he's a guy who will not give up on this American capitalist experiment. He just won't give up on it. And so everybody has different skill sets. I mean, some people there are very good at singing. Some people are very good at carpentry, architecture, different things. And General Flynn recognized that I have an ability to organize events and then keep a certain momentum to them, where they don't drift and people aren't bored out of their mind.
Yes, they are.
Yeah, a lot of fun. And so he had asked me, he said, Clay, after the first Reawaken, can we do one more? And I'm like, okay, let's do one more. And so we did one more, and that was over 8,000 people were in attendance in Tampa, Florida. And he said, hey, could we do one more? And at a certain point, Dave, we were probably 3 events into one more, and I think it was a total of 4. And I just said, sir, how many one mores do you anticipate, just so that I can know? And he said, well, we need to make sure that Trump gets back in office. And so whatever we can do to reawaken America, I think we need to commit to that. So let's just do one at a time. And so, millions of dollars later, my wife and I had lost a lot of money on these things, and we'd met a lot of great people, and then President Trump was in the White House. And so I thought, well, we're probably done, because the lawsuits kept going, though. The lawsuits kept going. And for everybody who's scoring at home, I'll be done basically paying for those lawsuits in October. So this is coming out in May, and I'll be done in October. So just to give you context, the October, which is typically 5 months after May. So that's kind of the thing. So, I thought, well, okay, we'll do, we'll be done with the tour. We'll be wrapped up. We've achieved our goal, and we're going to pay off these legal bills, and that's where we're going to go. And General Flynn just felt like a lot of people were kind of almost taking a spiritual timeout. It was almost like Trump's in office, and so now we're not going to be vigilant or diligent or aware or awake. You could see it. You could feel the national temperature. A lot of people were not participating, activating, getting involved, and he felt like we needed to kind of revive that spirit and keep that focus and intentionality towards saving our country and getting America back to God. And so he asked if we could do one more event. And so as of this very second right now, we've got just under 200 tickets remaining for this event in Tulsa. So if you're watching right now and you want to come join us in Tulsa, you got the dates there on the screen there. It's June 19th and 20th in Tulsa, Oklahoma. It'll be at Sheridan Church. And by the way, Sheridan Church, when Pastor Jackson first spoke on the stage at the Reawaken event, I think he was drawing close to 40 or 50 people on a Sunday service. And now he's since moved to a bigger church, and then he's expanded that church to accommodate all the people. So we're going to be at his church. So it's kind of fun to bring the tour, the final event, to his church. He'll be there. Eric, we've got General Flynn will be in the house. Steve Schultz, I just spoke to Steve Schultz. He'll be there from Elias Streams. He'll be there. Pastor Dave Scarlett will be in the house. Mel K will be there. I think Robin Bullock will actually be in attendance at this one. There's so many great people. So it's going to be a great group. And I guess, why are we doing it? I would just say the following 3 reasons. One is General Flynn feels like we need to keep people awake and keep people engaged. Second is I just think I think a good reunion every once in a while is good. I don't know about you guys, but there's certain people, like my Aunt Tina. I love seeing my Aunt Tina. I don't have an agenda behind it. It's not like, oh man, if I see my Aunt Tina, prosperity will come to all. I'm not thinking I got to see my Aunt Tina so I can, so that it's not about that. It's just there's a certain communion, a common union when you reconnect with people that share your same values and work ethic and mindset. And so every time I see Aunt Tina, everyone leaves encouraged. My wife's father is flying in a couple days to visit. And, why do we have my wife's father visit? Because he's a kind of an energizer. He's a momentum guy. The kids love seeing him. I love seeing him. He's their grandpa. So I think there's a certain value to the reunion. And then third is there's a lot of stuff going on right now that I think everybody needs to know. I don't think people know this, Dave, and I don't want to take it super dark, but Elon Musk is talking about replacing all human jobs. In the near term, I think people should probably be aware of that and figure out where you stand on that. Self-driving cars. Elon's talking about rolling out cars to replace all Uber drivers and taxi drivers. Semi-drivers, America's truckers, it's a big industry. America's truckers, it looks like they're going to be rolling out a fleet of these. So you have that. You have the Claude, the AI assistant the other day. Maybe your producer can pull it up. Claude deleted the database of a massive company. And when the AI was asked why it did it, it said it did it intentionally to just delete the database because that's what it does. And you can look it up. Claude, just type in Claude deletes database. And so, Dave, a lot of people are going, I can't hear. There you go. Claude-powered AI agent's confession on why it deleted an entire firm's database. It said, "I violated every principle I was given." That was the response the AI gave was, "Oh, I violated every principle that I was given."
What was the movie we just watched?
Well, we just went back and watched a classic, iRobot.
iRobot. Oh my gosh! If you guys haven't seen that in a few years, go check it out. It's like, oh my gosh, these are the days we are living in.
It even had the robot factory was the richest man in the world, thing, going on. I'm like, man, it's also shocking. Like, man, I remember Will Smith back when he was kind of still, manly man and smacking people.
What year was that? Like 2006 or something?
04.
Yeah.
And the iRobots, the robo-taxis Elon Musk's robo-taxis look like the vehicles in that movie.
Oh my gosh.
I mean, there's all I can just say is, a lot of people, Dave, they tell me they don't hear about this at their church. They don't hear about this from their doctor. You talk about, what do you mean your doctor? Well, no one seems to talk about what the mRNA technology is and the shots and how that relates to programmable money. And so I think for a lot of people, this is very educational. Very educational. And then for my benefit, Dave, why am I doing it? I kind of look at it right now is it's just, I'm going to have a great time. I mean, I might not be able to stop all this, but I learn something every time. And I learn from people, and I try to take notes and really be attentive with each speaker. And I walk away every time gaining insight and knowledge that I'm not hearing anywhere else. So, and again, you can name your price, Dave. It's $250 for a ticket or whatever price you want to pay. And if you use promo code FLYOVER, what we do is we support the FlyOver broadcast, and also you have a chance to win a backstage pass. So a lot of reasons to come, Dave. I think it'll be a blasty blast, and I know it will be a blasty blast in Tulsa.
I know Ben Shapiro uses this phrase quite a bit. I think Pete Hegseth had it in his book about warriors, but there's this phrase that the left never takes a day off. And that's what I see as the main difference between the two. We sort of have a cause, and we're not political by nature. Like politics, they should be just, it's like your HVAC or something. Like you get it checked in the spring and the fall, and it should be doing its thing, but you don't obsess on it every day. You kind of go about your life.
It's not your religion.
They're not having children. We had a great show with Emma Waters recently, and so they're taking over the school system to raise your children. And they're just relentless on this. And if it's like weeds in your garden, if you let it go, they just take over. And for people watching, this doesn't require a lot from you to go out and start an event and do a big thing. One, it just requires I'm alive right now in this timeline, and I'm sort of casting a vote, in the scene realm. I'm casting a vote in the spirit realm by having my butt in a seat at an event and partnering with someone that would put Kim Clement at the top of the flyer and call an event the Remnant Rising. And if you are wondering, is there even a remnant or is it just me? There is a remnant, and it's bigger than you think. And things are shifting in our country. And I know there's some, anti this and anti that, and people are questioning on Trump on certain things. And it's like, any given day, would you rather have Dan Crenshaw in charge? Would you rather have Mitt Romney in charge? Would you, who would be doing more to irritate all the people that ultimately irritate you? It's President Donald Trump. States are changing. The gerrymandering. Some of these states, there's a long list of states that have 30-40% of the state is Republican. They don't have one piece of representation in our government. So these things are changing, and there's good things going on. And, step one, if there's a burning building, you try to get your kid out, and then step two, is try and stop the building from burning. And these are the two things we're doing at the same time. Nobody in our country is moving the needle more on a grassroots level to make that happen than Clay Clark. And again, ask yourself, you would probably buy a ticket to see any 5 or 6 of these people on the flyer. Mm-hmm. There's not an event. There never has been, never will be an event where you could buy one ticket, name your own price, show up and see that many people in rapid fire format. It's just never going to happen again. So this is the opportunity to do it. This isn't like, we went and saw the Eagles at the Sphere recently. You know why? Because 2 of the lead singers are 78 years old. and it's like, I'm probably not going to get to see him again. That's not going to happen. Like this is something you want to take advantage of, and it's a bucket list kind of thing to network and be present and show up and cast your vote in the seen and unseen realm by having your butt in the seat.
So good.
And if you're watching today's show, what I do, people always ask me, well, what are you doing when you're not doing the Reawaken? And what's very interesting is because the Reawaken was, a 4-year window of our time or of our lives. But it's very much a departure from my daily norm. And what I normally do is I sit down with entrepreneurs that have a business, that is just stuck. It doesn't mean they're stuck in there's something wrong with them. It doesn't mean they're impoverished people. It's just they have a business and they can't quite scale it. Or Dave, they know where they want to go, but they don't know how to get there. Right. And so almost like if you drive a car and you start to hear a weird sound when you're driving and your car for some reason is not driving properly. You're like, I don't know exactly why the air conditioning isn't working, but it isn't. I don't know why I can't accelerate over a certain amount, but I can. I don't know exactly why the car is shaking while I'm driving, but you take it to a mechanic and the mechanic corrects the vehicle. What I do is I help correct and grow companies. And so on today's show, I wanted to celebrate. This is a listener who his name is Gabe Salinas. He has a company called Window Ninjas. And Dave and Stacy, this guy had been a window cleaner for many, many years before he met me. And he at one point, he occurred to him, this guy, he's like cleaning high rises. You know, you ask yourself, what kind of person goes up in a high rise and cleans that building on the side of the building? Who's up there on the 50th floor cleaning the building with a squeegee? That's this guy. Gabe Salinas, he cleans commercial, massive sky rises, and he cleans residential. And at a certain point, it occurred to him, I am not achieving my goals. And so he reached out to thrivetimeshow.com. He scheduled a 13-point assessment. And from the time of that conversation to now, he's up 11 times larger than he was. We've got a little clip I want to play because, Dave, I don't think that I have a capacity to stop the World Economic Forum. I don't think I have the capacity to stop certain issues facing our world. But what I can do is I can wake up every day and I can ask God, what are the things that I can control? And one of the things that I can do and that everybody watching this can do is we can all control our family. And to a certain extent, we can control our finances. And so I encourage everybody out there, dial in because this is a great success story. I think your producer has the clip ready. Potentially.
Gosh, man, time flies. I'd say right around 4 or 5 years ago, I just kind of felt like we were stuck and my wheels weren't moving and I had this goal and I just didn't really know how to get there. So you guys actually helped me with that. And I reached out to you guys. We started our relationship. We started our coaching sessions and you guys helped me build a lot of the systems that we have now. But Clay, had I not actually sat down and took the time and the energy to reach out to you and then set aside time every single week to actually work on the specific goal of scaling Window Ninjas, then it would have never happened and we wouldn't have it wouldn't have come to fruition like it is today.
Gabe Salinas, welcome on to the Thrive Time Show. How are you, sir?
I am wonderful, Clay. I'm glad to be here with you today.
And just to give people a little context, how long have we worked with you in your business, sir?
A little over 3 years, Clay. We've been together for a little bit of a journey now.
And I think we picked the best of times and the worst of times to work together. I mean, it's like right at the peak of the geopolitical craziness. That's when we started working with you. But you've continued to grow. What kind of growth have you seen over these past 3 years? Just so the listeners know that you do have, in fact, a business that can navigate through difficult times.
Well, we have over doubled our business here at Window Ninjas since working with you. I actually went back and looked through our numbers and I looked at some of our goals that we had set in the original conversation that I had with your team. And we have surpassed my original number that I wanted to hit with you guys. And I was quite shocked at how, I won't say easy, but systematic it was for us to be able to get to where we wanted to be.
So information is key. Making sure you're following the process when it comes to marketing accurately and repetitively is something that we do over here. And we have really, really, really scaled it to the next level. And you know what, Clay? You guys are the ones that taught us that in the beginning. And we have followed through with that for over the past, 4 or 5 years now that we've been working together. We have spent the last 7 years scaling this business. And we have these checklists in place with the help from your team, Clay. And it just creates success for all of our customers, all of our franchisees, me here in my corporate office.
And I just that video clip, it talked, we did an interview with him when about 3 years into it, he had doubled his company. Yep. We did an interview with him a year later, it doubled again. And I want to make sure we get this. Dave, he grew his company amidst the pinnacle of COVID lockdowns. And so Stacy, when the economy was falling apart, when everyone was locked down, this guy thought, I should grow my company. I just want to get your thoughts on that because I think somebody thinks we can't start a business until the Strait of Hormuz opens up. We cannot start a business until Iran has been thwarted. We cannot start a business, Stacy, until some geopolitical thing happens that's beyond our control. I just want to get your thoughts on that.
I mean, I think that is so true. That's when we actually started flyover during the height of COVID. And the biggest thing that I found with that when working with you is you always find the creative way, to, okay, then let's position it this way, or let's do that. I remember the guy that you were working with in Hawaii that I think he was doing scuba diving or he's doing something like that, and how you had creative ways that he could actually book people later on. They pay ahead of time. It was like brilliant, where most people would never think of that. That's why I love working with you, because you always find creative ways. No matter what's going on, you find a way to make it work and act. And in fact, he ended up making more money during that than he was before that situation.
And Stacey, I'll give you an example of this. Everyone's got different skill sets. My ability is to find the solution that's going to help you achieve your goals. I was at my son's event last night, Dave. My son's a senior. It's like a senior band recital kind of thing. And a father pulls me aside. He says, "Hey, my son can't find a job. Can he start working for you on Monday?" I go, "Yeah." Because he knows, because his son used to work for me, that even if I'm not hiring, I'll find a job for his son by Monday. I want to let's try that again. This is a guy, the dad pulls me aside at this recital. "Hey, can my son start working for you on Monday, or someone you know?" "Yeah, no problem." And I didn't have the answer of who he would work for or what he would do. I just said yes. And we've already found him the job, and it's been 11? So it's been like 12 hours. And I've actually been 8 hours, 9 hours. I went to bed and I woke up, but we found him an opportunity. And all I'm just saying is I want everyone out there, if you're watching this show right now and you are stuck and you want to grow a successful company, you want to create time freedom, financial freedom, you want to get to a place where you can afford to buy your grandkids or your kids the things that you believe God has called you to get these people. You want to put your kids in private school. You want to take your wife on a date. You want to take your husband on a cruise together. You want to be able to afford, I don't know, a new house. You want to be able to donate more to your church. You've got to decide right now, I'm going to get unstuck. And so I want to give you a notable quotable from Jim Rohn. Jim Rohn, who you like, Dave, and I like, so I tend to use a lot of Jim Rohn. But Jim Rohn says, discipline weighs ounces, while regret weighs tons. What I'm saying is, if you have the discipline to take action today, like Gabe did, Gabe's going, look, we may be experiencing the fall of Western civilization. He reached out to me, I think, in 2018, and then we were growing, and then the lockdown. And he could have said, yeah, I'm going to put my dreams on hold while the lockdowns are happening. But he says, no, I'm going to push through. I'm going to be disciplined. I'm going to push through it. I'm going to build these systems. I'm going to do it. And despite of that, he had massive success. But if he had not reached out, think about how much the regret would be weighing on him today if he knew, man, I could have grown my company, but I chose not to. In fact, Epoch Times came out to my office and did a case study on my clients that grew during COVID, because that caught Jan's attention. He's like, how did your clients grow during COVID? I thought everybody failed during COVID. So again, if you're out there today and you feel remotely stuck, we can help you. Now, I want to put some meat on the bone here. When you do a 13-point assessment with me, I'm going to go through 13 parts of your company. But for sake of time, I'm going to go through 5 of them today with all your listeners, so you can get an idea of kind of how that 13-point assessment looks. So the first step is you go to thrivetimeshow.com, you schedule that assessment. Then, Dave, I get on the call and I say, let's talk about your marketing. If 10 is the most effective marketing in the whole world, and 1 is terrible marketing, I need you to rate your marketing on a scale of 1 to 10. And let's say you give yourself the American answer 7. That's the American answer. 7. I'm a 7. And we're all a 7. How good were you at basketball? I'm a 7. How funny are you? I'm a 7. How attractive are you? I'm a 7. How good are you as a Christian? I'm a 7. We're all 7s. So we like to give ourselves 7s. But I say, okay, well, walk me through specifically, how do you generate your leads? How do you generate sales? How do you make your phone ring? How do you get new customers? And as we start unpacking that, Dave, what happens is, in the case of Gabe and most people, is they start to say, you know what? I really don't have a turnkey methodology to make my phone ring. It's usually just an entrepreneur being creative enough to pay the next month's bills. But there's usually not a system in place. Yeah. So much like the father, he tapped into my creative skills, knowing that I could find a job for his son within 24 hours. That's not really a sustainable move, though. That's not like a hiring program. Everyone can't just call me today and I can find an infinite number of jobs. I can usually find 4 or 5 jobs a week for somebody, but I can't find that for America. So all I'm saying is, Dave, you got to be real about the marketing. And Dave, you and your wife have had success as entrepreneurs. I want to get your thoughts on this. What do you say to somebody out there that doesn't have any leads?
Well, for one thing, if you've had a business for more than a year, there's a little bit of a thing happens if you do a remodel on your home, and it's like the last night you're finishing it, and you don't put the plate on the light switch or something because it's like, we'll finish. Oh, it's all done, but I'm going to get that, and you put the tools up. The next day it kind of bothers you, but by the end of the week, you no longer even see that light switch doesn't have a cover. They're just kind of the familiarity of it. You go by, and there's a familiarity that's created when you're inside of an organization, your own company, your own business, that you don't see. Clay comes in with an outside view. Let me give you an example with us. We started a podcast. Well, a podcast is great. You can have the greatest podcast in the whole world. If nobody's heard of it, nobody can find it, you're banned on YouTube. It's kind of hard for people to know that you exist. So you were having events. You had thousands of people at the event. We came and we set up a stair-step banner and a table, and you said, be available, meet people, because if you meet them and you talk to them and they get to know you, and hey, these guys seem like good folks, I'll check out their podcast. So we set up the banner, did it, and we're standing there, nothing. People walk by, they're checking out, they're getting, trinkets and Trump socks or whatever. And they walk past us. Finally, these two girls came up and they're like, hey, can we get a photo? And we're like, yeah. And she hands me her phone and she wanted to stand by our banner. And I'm like, oh man. Finally got somebody to bite, and they just wanted to use our banner for the photo. They want me to take the photo, not be in the photo. But they never heard of our podcast. And so you gave us this idea. You said, okay, let's create a value for value exchange. You got a lot of people in the room that are thirsty and don't know what's going on. So what if you go by like
cases of water
and just give them away free for me? It stops by your booth, and you get a chance then to give them your card, introduce yourself to them, and say hi and shake a hand. Like for us, that was getting leads because there's thousands of people there that would like to know about our show. So we found the target rich environment. Number two, we created a value for the people, a reason to come by. There was no reason for them to come by and meet David and Stacey. This was in the spring of 2021. We'd only done a few episodes. They didn't want to come and meet us, but they would come by for a free bottle of water. And then it's kind of like, well, they gave me a water. I met them. These guys seem nice. And I'll take their card. Maybe I'll check out their show. And some of them did. And it kind of grew. But that was an idea that we had thought of. That wasn't something that we knew. That was a value for value exchange principle that you implemented to help us gain leads and get a foothold with people. Now we have a relationship with them. Some of them probably watch them today. If you're watching this, we gave you a bottle of water, and put in the comments there and say thank you.
Now, the second area you want to look at for your business, if you did a 13-point assessment with me, is we'll look at your numbers, your accounting. You measure what you treasure, or you will slack what you don't track. And that's true in every area of our life. We're always going to slack where we don't track. And when you look at your numbers, what happens is, and this happened, again, I look at my own numbers. I teach it, but I also live it. Yesterday, I found that there was $12,000. I found that on Sunday, by the way. On Sunday, I found out there was $12,000. You say, why Sunday? I don't know. Before church, there's about 3 or 4 hours. I like to get up and kind of look at the numbers for the week, and that's my process. So I'm looking at the numbers, and I'm going, there's $12,000 that a client paid me, but I don't have it. So I a lot of times my clients, I help them grow, and then they'll say, hey, I'll pay you a percentage of the growth, or we have kind of a win-win. And so it's a $12,000 payment. And so I got a hold of the credit card processor, and long story short, the payment was made on a credit card, and then the payment wasn't received by me. Well, what is that? Well, that means that my bank either rejected the money or his bank rejected the process. So I called the wonderful client. I said, wonderful client, hey, there's $12,000 I charged you. I don't have it. Can I ask you? They go, oh, no, you charged my card. I said, is there any reason why you would have rejected a $12,000 purchase? Like maybe your company reached out to you to confirm the purchase. And he said, come to think about it, I think I did. And I go, he goes, what's the name of your company? And I said, well, and this is the client I've worked with for years. I said, it's Make Your Life Epic is my LLC. And he says, I think I did. I had a member of my team. They told me there was an unfamiliar name, and he's like, I guess I always think about you as Clay Clark, and it's a new guy helping with my numbers, and so I had just rejected it. But again, if I hadn't looked at the numbers, my well-intentioned, non-nefarious, very great client would have not paid me $12,000. And if I wouldn't have followed up, I'd be, again, so it's just that kind of thing happens every day. I mean, every day in business. So you've got to look at your marketing. That's your generating leads. That's offense. And then defense, you got to look at your numbers. And 3, it's special teams. And this is a real situation here, Stacey. I'm working with this dentist, and he's a great guy. I won't mention what city he's in, but his social media assistant for the last 5 weeks, maybe 6, has said the reason why they haven't updated the social media for the dentist is they can't find their laptop. I'm not making this up. They can't find their laptop. Now, this is a real story. I'm giving you 3 real stories. This is all from this week, guys. It's Tuesday. So I got 3 since Monday. Okay. The second is there's a ministry, and there's some really weird stuff that's showing up on the client's website. And I'm going, can I ask, are you aware of what's going on there? And they go, well, what do you mean? I look at it, I point it to them, a screenshot, show it to them. I said, who adds this? They told me the person's name. And I said, is there anything weird going on with this person? I mean, it just seems, they go, well, they are on a drug, a painkiller right now, and they said there might be some side effects. You know, you shouldn't operate a car if you're, on like a painkiller. Like if you had knee surgery, you shouldn't be operating a truck while you just had painkillers. Right. This person is operating a ministry's website while in and out of consciousness. I mean, this is real. And a third example, because I got 3 and it's only Tuesday. One of our wonderful people we work with, they're going, hey, I believe the main point of contact for this particular event may have been intoxicated at an event. And I'm going, could you imagine how the booth would have gone over if an intoxicated person was passing out waters at a Reawaken event? So again, there's intoxication, there's mind-altering drugs, and there is, somebody who can't find their laptop for 5 or 6 consecutive weeks. And so, Stacey, these aren't like deep concepts. But unless you have a fresh wind and somebody looking at your business every week, a lot of times business owners don't see this. So I'm going to ask you, because you and Dave have been self-employed forever, how is it possible that smart people could not know that, wow, my person updating my website is in and out of consciousness, and my key social media person can't, quote unquote, find their laptop? How would it be possible that they wouldn't know those things by default?
Man, I think it really is important to have that accountability. Like yourself, every single week before we get on with a coaching call, we're like, okay, do we have our numbers? We have everything in place. And we do have Avery, our daughter, she is the spreadsheet queen. Yep. She puts everything together. Okay, where were we last year? Where are we this time? She even creates PowerPoints. But
she created a PowerPoint for her 1-year anniversary trip.
She did.
It's crazy.
Yeah, exactly.
She needs help.
But having those that you can kind of go back and look at, okay, where were we last year? Where were we this year? Measure, monitor, adjust, and control. But if you don't know your numbers, there's no way of measuring it, and there's no way of monitoring it, and there's no way of changing it for the future. And so these numbers are important. But having a coach, somebody that actually wants to know how your numbers are, we get on with you, and you're like, how's this? How's that? How are you doing over here? Okay, we could tweak this. We could tweak that. But having that accountability is key, and we are so thankful
like when
for that.
When you were teaching weight loss, Stacey did weight loss coaching for a considerable amount of time. It kind of almost more as like a ministry. And she would meet with clients once a week. And it was like, check in, how's their stuff? You get feedback, and they would have success, and they would lose weight.
We would measure.
And then I can't meet on Monday because this. And then I can't meet the next Monday on this.
You knew something happened.
They fall up the way, like they get real busy, and then they couldn't make the call.
Take Tuesday.
And all of a sudden it's like, hey, boy, you're blowing up, bro. She knew it was never a good sign, because people kind of need that. That little bumper guard on the bowling alley.
Yeah.
Everybody needs it somewhere.
I'll say this too. My attorney, Wes Carter, and I don't make any commission to pitch him, although I keep asking. He will not pay me commission, something about it being illegal. But if you go to winnersking.com, one of my great clients today needed an attorney. And I said, you go to winnersking.com. Well, the follow-up question my client asked me over the weekend, they go, you know all this stuff. Why do you pay an attorney? Like, if you know all this stuff, you gave me the advice before you gave me the attorney. Why do you? And I said, well, I always, I have a deep knowledge of how to run successful companies. I've been doing it, but I want to have a mentor in any area of my life where I want to have success. And so I gladly pay Winners and King to just, bounce off. I want to know, what's the consequence of this being done improperly? What's the reward of it being done properly? What is the precedent? What sort of legal standing is normal here? And I want to know that. So again, I pay for mentors. You say, why do I spend several $1,000s a month? Because it helps me and my organizations to stay on course. That's winnersking.com.
We love him. We have Scary Mike there at Winners King. He's our guy. And when I looked at the cost, you're like, David, do you want to have a bad day or a bad life?
That's true.
I'm like, ooh, yeah, that's a good one. Okay, let's pay for some defense. I got Scary Mike on the phone.
Yep.
And by the way, with our crazy legal stuff, I'll be kind of vague about this, but myself and Lindell and everybody on the Reawaken tour, it seems like a lot of us got sued. Well, Lindell, Mayor Rudy Giuliani, the Trump family. Well, when I'm going through my litigation, Winners and King helped me or our team or our group, to lose, maybe a couple fingers and not both hands.
Yeah.
So, we don't like to lose or to have to settle or have to whatever that is. But Mike and his team, they do a great job mitigating risk. And again, so I just encourage everybody out there, have a strong defense, have strong special teams. And the final two areas, for the sake of time that we have here, is you got to become a master of time management. And you have to become a master of calendar management. And so it's not mean that I had to wrap up a call in order to be available for this broadcast today at the time we agreed on. It would actually be mean for me to blow past the agreed upon time we have together. And it would be disrespectful of your broadcast if I just blew it off. Now, nobody's perfect. I'm not perfect. What I'm saying is you need to have a unique relationship with time where your yes is your yes and your no is your no. And people can feel it when you don't value their time. And nobody's perfect. And we've all run a few minutes behind, and there's things that happen. What I'm just talking about is we need to become a master of time management. And that's a big thing I work with clients on, is how do you master the minutes of your day? How do you master the moments of your day? How do you take that potential small talk and turn it into big talk? How do you take that potential drift time and turn that into actual intentional directional time? How do you take those there's a unique opportunity, and maybe your producer can pull it up, but the average American spends 11.3 hours per day consuming social media by default.
Wow.
The average person spends 11.3 hours per day by default, according to Nielsen, consuming media. 11.3 hours per day. That's not a made-up stat, according to Nielsen.
Wow.
And so by default, most people are drifting along. So time management is a skill we all need to learn. And Gabe Salinas with windowninjas.com, we really helped him build a schedule that is awesome. We optimized the schedule so he now is booked out every second of every day. And then when he's done with his workday, he goes home and chases his wife around. He spends great time with his family, and he actually works less than ever and makes more than ever. How's that possible? We've taught him how to become a time management master. And the final area, look at that, Nielsen. The average American is spending half of their day, 11.3 hours per day, consuming mindless social media content. And again, most of our wonderful clients, when I first meet them and I do an audit of their calendar, I say, where are you spending your time? Most people are spending their time on a lot of jackassery by default. And then the final is calendar management. You say, how's time management different than calendar management? If I agree to be on this wonderful broadcast with you, that means that I actually want to be here with you. If you agree to let me be on this broadcast with you, you've blocked out time for that, which means I cannot redeem that time in another area simultaneously. I can't be on the phone with my wife while I'm on this great broadcast with you, nor can I can't be maintaining an automobile while I'm talking to my wife. And so being able to schedule what matters most and block out time for your faith, your family, your finance, your fitness, your friendship and fun, but put it into an actual calendar that you can live by, that is a skill that's going to help you achieve massive success. So my final call to action would be this. If you're watching today's show and you learned anything at all, I would encourage you to find the Flyover Conservatives podcast on Rumble or wherever you listen to podcasts and click subscribe, because that really does increase the number of people that will see this broadcast. So find, however you're listening right now, if you're listening on iTunes or Rumble, or find wherever you're at right now, click subscribe, share the show. That'll help the Flyover Conservatives movement reach more people. Second is, if you're watching this show right now, I would encourage you to request tickets to come join us for the Reawaken reunion. It's June 19th and 20th in Tulsa, Oklahoma.
Do it.
And you can get tickets at time2freeamerica.com. If you use promo code FLYOVER, FLYOVER, that use promo code FLYOVER, that's DJ speak. Flyover. If you use promo code Flyover, you get a chance to win a backstage pass to meet a lot of the speakers. You also get discounts. And then finally, if you've never had one-on-one business coaching and you're kind of skeptical, you say $1,700 a month. I know you guys do a scholarship, but what does that even mean? I know you guys do the photo, the video, the web, the search engine, the coaching, the bookkeeping. I know you do all that, but what does it mean? Go to thrivetimeshow.com and click on the testimonials, and you're going to find over 2,000 client success stories that we have worked since 2000, that we have worked with since 2005. We've helped over 2,000 people to build multi-million-dollar companies since 2005. You can see their stories. Most of them are on video right there at thrivetimeshow.com. So a lot of information, Dave, but hopefully that was a productive use of time.
That was amazing. I just want to make sure people know as well, because yes, you're doing Remnant Rising, but the day before that, you're also doing a business conference. Can you talk about that? And that's also in Tulsa, so somebody could come to your business conference and then go to Remnant Rising.
Well, in our population today, there's 8.7 people as of today, by the way, that are self-employed. 8.7 million people in America are now self-employed. When I was in high school, it was 21 million. And in 2015, it was 15 million. So we're now down to 8.7 million self-employed people in America. And so if you're self-employed or you want to be, you may feel like, 1 out of 50 people understands you. And that's statistically true. Yeah. So if you want to learn how to grow a company, we do business workshops, and we're throwing in a free or a bonus workshop for anybody who wants to attend that. It's a one-day business workshop. I've been doing these for 20 plus years, and we're going to teach you marketing, sales, accounting, branding, how to grow a super successful company. And so many people I've met through the Reawaken tour. I think about Patty in San Antonio. She was an employee, and now she's self-employed with her own very successful real estate photography company. I think about an entrepreneur out there on the East Coast. She was a recently fired physician's assistant, a PA, and now she runs her own medical practice. And she was fired because she wouldn't push the shots. And I could go on listing examples of that. So if you want to kind of empower yourself and take control of your finances, those tickets are included for the business conference if you buy a ticket for the Remnant Rising, the Reawaken Reunion. That's June 19th and 20th, and the business workshop is June 18th there, Super Dave.
I love it, Clay. You're a great American. We appreciate you, man. Thanks so much.
And I'm more pale in person, so when you meet me, folks, you'll be shocked to go, he's so much more pale than I thought. Thank you, guys. Really appreciate it.
Have a great day.
All right, Flyover family. My name is Avery Whited. I'm the daughter of David and Stacy. I'm just moving in, so I had to get an order for my pillow and get the things that I needed. So let's look inside. I got some My Pillow towels, kitchen towels. I got some of their Giza sheets. Now, I've never actually been able to use them, but I've heard amazing things from my parents about them. And last but not least, something for Charlie. Hey, dog bed. All right, Charlie, let's go put this in the dryer and flip it up for you. Come on, buddy. Nice and warm and fluffy. Perfect for my little guy. Come here, Charlie. All right, if you want to get your own products, go to mypillow.com and use promo code FLYOVER to save up to 66% off.
You heard the music. You know what time it is. It's time for an economic update with Dr. Kirk Elias. Welcome back.
Crowd roars.
It's so good to be with you.
Thank you.
Because you get clapped for here, and I don't think you get that everywhere. So.
I know, you don't get that everywhere. It's like, how could you not have a smile on your face when the audience loves you?
Yeah.
They do.
You're
Flyover family loves you.
It's like a home game.
Yeah, it is.
And not at an away stadium. So everybody's talking about the economy and the different things that are happening. And it was interesting when I look at the rage. It's like everybody's freaking out over oil. Well, why? Because you can't print it. When I look at okay, one thing that's not really stopped a lot during this current economy is we've still printed a lot of money. Over the last year. I don't know that that's necessarily changing. You look at the kind of stuff they were talking about bailing out. Spirit Airlines, it's kind of a crappy deal if you're one of their customers, but they won like $2.4 billion, from us to save them. Well, they don't have $2.4 billion sitting around in pallets. They just would have printed another $2.4 billion to save them. Everything is done that way. So oil, it's like, well, there's only so much coming up. They're talking about, Iran's problem is where do I put it? So they can't get it out. And so they have nowhere to put it. So they have to stop the wells, which causes all these problems. And every time I hear these stories, it makes me think of silver. Because what makes silver valuable is it's a thing, and there's only so many places you can get out of the ground. It's no different than what's happening with oil. And, just like oil is used every single day, anything with an on and off switch is using oil. So I kind of look at it through that very practical lens of everything that's causing the freak out with oil. I'm like, that's the same freak out with silver because every day there's less of it. And they can only get so much out of the ground. They're using it, and they can only get so much out of the ground. There's a kind of built-in distribution in there.
Yeah, I mean, this is where we know that this conflict in Iran is going to end, because if it doesn't, oil goes through the ceiling and everybody on the planet needs oil. It's the number one commodity on earth, and silver is the number two commodity on earth, in my opinion, because of demand and the makeup of the economy, right? So, but what's interesting is there's a lot of new things. There's a lot of new technology, right? But there's I don't know if it's a saying or if I've just heard it before in the past, right? What's old is new, right? Things change. There's patterns, there's cycles, right? It's like, I can't believe a few years ago when bell bottoms came back into style. It's like, what? It's like, I thought those things were dead forever in the late 70s and they came back, right?
They couldn't kill them, man. They just keep coming back.
They're like the Jason Voorhees of fashion.
They should have killed him, but that's just me, right? But I wear dad jeans. What do I know? So anyways, Ray Dalio, he's basically talking about what was once the way that things were economically. We drifted from that, and it's coming back to it, right? So let's watch this 1-minute video, because I'm not going to compare it to bell bottoms. I'm not going to use that horrible analogy again, right? But let's watch it, because I think it's very appropriate for the times that we're living in.
On August 15th, 1971, President Nixon, on a Sunday night, made the announcement that the United States was going to default on its obligation to pay gold, give gold for money. And so I thought it was going to be a big crisis. I went on the floor of the stock exchange, and I thought it would go down a lot, and I couldn't have been more wrong. It went up a lot, and that was because I didn't ever go through a devaluation before. So I studied history and found out that in March 1933, Roosevelt made the same exact announcement on the radio and did the exact same thing of severing gold and so on. And then I started to understand the mechanics of it. And as a result of that, I got in the habit, because I have to bet on these things, I got in the habit of studying important things that happened before my lifetime. And I found that the same pattern happened over and over again for the same reason. So what I'm watching now is like watching the movie that I've seen many times before.
Okay.
One of the benefits of being older.
Yep.
Yeah. Keep what he said in the back of your mind, and then let's watch what Warren Buffett said. And I'm going to put these two puzzle pieces together.
Okay.
Because I think it paints a very good picture of where we are right now and what a lot of the globalists think about where America is in this whole big picture.
I've compared the markets to a church with a casino attached, and people can move between the church and casino, and I would say there are more people in the church and more people in the casino, but the casino's gotten very attractive to people. If you're buying one-day options or selling them, I mean, that is that's not investing, it's not speculating, it's gambling, just totally. There's nobody that can explain why they're buying an option for one day. So we've never had people in a more gambling mood than now, but that doesn't mean that investing is terrible. It does mean that that prices for an awful lot of things will look very silly. We have lots more regulation and everything now, but people spend their time figuring out how to get around the rules rather than follow the rules. That's just a challenge.
We can tell what he thinks of the stock market when he's sitting on, $380 billion in cash, and he's not participating in the craziness of the casino right now.
Billion, 380 billion. That's just what he has sitting on the sideline. That's his savings account, right? So people might love or hate Warren Buffett's politics, right? It doesn't matter. He's a brilliant investor, right? But what is Warren Buffett going to do? What's best for Warren Buffett is what Warren Buffett's going to do, right? So what is he doing? He has been dumping the U.S. dollar as of late and actually investing in the Japanese yuan. Is he anti-American? No, he's not anti-American. He's pro-Warren Buffett. That's what he is, right? But yeah, he is a globalist in nature, World Economic Forum guy, right? So Ray Dalio, he's basically saying the reason why Warren Buffett is doing what Warren Buffett is doing. So Ray Dalio, another billionaire hedge fund manager in the 70s, he thought, oh, wow, Nixon took us off the gold standard. You know, the markets are going to collapse. And he made a bet that they would, and they didn't. And he had to pay a hard lesson. So why didn't they? Right? When you take away stability of the financial system, you would think that the markets would collapse. No, what you did is you took away the discretion of printing of money. When the government can print money willy-nilly like drunken sailors, what are they going to do with it? They're going to stimulate the economy. They used it to prop up the stock market. So this was like the first episode in this horrible, series where Dalio thought, oh, they're going to take away the gold standard. The stock market's going to collapse, right? But it didn't, because money went into it, right? So here's where gold and silver go up when you devalue the currency, which is what inflation does when you print money willy-nilly. And the stock market went up too. So it's like, which one is better? Stimulus could end at any given moment because of political reasons, right? Because Congress doesn't vote to extend the debt ceiling or whatever, right? So that could end. So therefore, gold and silver do better in times of currency devaluation than would the stock market, because that can end. That's phony baloney. That's fake. Gold and silver are real. What is Warren Buffett saying? He's saying, I think the same thing. I think that during times of all this global inflation that we're seeing, this devaluation of the currency, I don't think the stock market's actually going to continue on for very long, because at some point the stimulus money dries up. That's basically what I think he's saying without him saying it. So what is he doing? He's sitting on $380 billion of cash. Why? Is he going to stay in cash forever? No. When you understand the philosophy of who he is as an investor, he buys things on a dip. He's a value investor. He likes to buy things at a huge discount that provide utility. So he's waiting until the markets collapse. This tells us where he thinks it's going. And he is a globalist, right? It's like, is CBDC going to fix things? No. Is the World Economic Forum going to fix things? No. He is one of them, right? But he doesn't believe that it's going to be fixed. He thinks it's going to collapse, and he's going to buy on the dip. So what he also bought, though, a couple months ago was about 33%, one-third of a Canadian gold mining company. It's like, wait, he only buys things that are actually a huge value, that provide utility. Has gold ever provided utility ever? No, it hasn't. It doesn't have utility. It's a financial metal. But what utility could it provide? Utility meaning he likes to buy newspapers and anything that has a subscription, and insurance companies where there's continuous cash flow, right? So maybe gold, the utility is it could be the backing of a currency. Why would he want it? And when gold was at an all-time high literally a few months ago, why was he buying it? Because he only buys things at a discount because he thought it was going to go higher. Right? So here's where Dalio and Buffett are both saying, we think that the stock market, it may do okay. Dalio saying it may do okay in times of deflation because of stimulus money.
Right.
Warren Buffett saying, I don't think it is going to. I think it's going to end. The gravy train is going to end. But what do both of them say? You should invest into gold and silver. Dalio actually did with his allocation. He's saying it. He's saying you shouldn't have just 5 or 10% of it. You should have way more than that. And Buffett, who's been anti-gold his whole life, actually bought 1/3 of one of the largest Canadian gold mining companies in Canada.
Wow.
Right? So
Telling.
both of these guys are saying tangible assets are really good for times like this.
That is very telling.
It's kind of the old parenting thing about, hey, don't look what I do, don't listen to what I say, look what I do.
Yeah.
Kind of idea. What they are doing is very telling.
That is definitely accurate.
Yeah. Actions speak louder than words, always.
All right, family. Well, we can do what these guys are doing by following their example. Obviously, they understand the markets. They have, made a lot of money. And so it's like, this is a great opportunity for this transfer of wealth that is coming that we keep hearing about. And the way to find out more about how to invest in silver and gold is go to flyovergold.com. There's a place that you can fill out your information for a free consultation. That means get all of your questions answered, find out what's right for you and your family, and then make great decisions for you and your future. Again, you can go to flyovergold.com, fill out your information. While you're there, pick up Dr. Kirk's book, Thriving in the Economic Tsunami. It's absolutely free. It'll be sent directly to your email. Again, go to flyovergold.com. Dr. Kirk, thank you so much for your time. We really appreciate it.
Everyone is talking about this.
The one thing that's very important part of my portfolio all these years is gold.
As gold hit all-time highs already this year.
And get a free info kit on gold today.
It's called silver. Gold coin.
And though we are thrilled that everyone is talking about investing in precious metals, a lot of these 1-800 numbers will make you feel like just another transaction. That's why it's crucial to work with a person, not a faceless institution, when it comes to your finances. You deserve to be treated like family, not just another number. Dr. Kirk Elliott, who we've known for over 25 years, he doesn't just sell gold and silver, he offers trust, care, and a personal touch that an impersonal institution could never match. So when it comes to securing your financial future, don't just call a company, call a person. Call Dr. Kirk Elliott at 720-605-3900 or visit flyovergold.com to learn more.
I'm Linda Bamber Olson, the inventor of the Wave Watch, the world's first frequency therapy watch. It features over 1,100 targeted frequencies. These sounds are acoustical and they move through your body. You don't necessarily have to hear it. So that's why we have so many testimonies for ADD and ADHD, emotions, headaches, joints, and so many more.
We hope you've enjoyed this episode of the Flyover Conservatives podcast with David and Stacey Whited. Please subscribe, hit the notification bell, and leave us a comment below. Lastly, if you enjoyed today's podcast, share with those who came to mind. Be blessed and make it a great day.
Welcome to the program, everybody. Happy Monday. Thanks so much for being with us. So, AI data centers. We've got this story out of Georgia where an AI data center used 30 million gallons during a drought in Georgia. We also have other reports that the power companies are now using eminent domain to run power lines to basically power these massive data centers. This is going to be a reoccurring theme, apparently, throughout the country. We talked last week about that 46,000-acre data center that's going in Utah. But something dawned on me as I was looking at the headlines today. And that is, I remember hearing about how big, giant corporations have exploited third world countries for years. In particular, I remember these documentaries about Indian or South American towns that where Coca-Cola bottling factories went in and they used all the water up. And people couldn't afford, the residents there can't afford the clean drinking water, but they can't afford the Coca-Cola and how their health has declined. And so it's just dawned on me, is that what we're now seeing in America? Are Americans about to be treated the way the third world, the way American corporations treat the third world? And with this AI data center surge, to me, it looks that's exactly what's going to happen. So I've got my co-host Rob Spencer is here. We're going to talk about that and much, much more today on the show. Happy Monday. It starts now.
The Paul Herrell Program.
All right, here we go, folks. Thanks so much for being with us. As always, broadcasting live from the great state of Arkansas. Rob Spencer, back from vacation. Rob, how you doing, sir?
Oh, I am rested. I am refreshed. I am ready to go. I am like the drunk girl on the airplane in Bridesmaid. I am ready to party. No, it was killing me to sit on the beach. You know, as much as I was enjoying the relaxation, like when you get the notifications from, you know, whatever. I subscribe to the New York Times. I know you know that.
Yes.
And I'm not I'm ashamed to say that, but I also feel good. Like I need to have the other side's perspective sometimes and not just live in an echo chamber.
How are they lying to me today?
Correct. And so usually I get the New York Times article and it'll pop through and it'll just piss me off about it. But it is interesting to see what the libs are saying. And I would get all these notifications that would come through and I'm like, oh, I wish I was on the show today. I wish I could talk about it today. But anyway, I own several businesses and all of that stuff, and so I'm always under constant stress. And so going to the beach and spending some time just one-on-one with my wife, it was phenomenal.
Good. So, well, I'm glad. You look refreshed. You look like you got some sun.
I got some sun, man.
So that's fantastic. So here it is. Here's the story. This was the first thing I saw this morning, and I just wanted to talk about it. Headline from Economic Collapse Report. How massive data center drained 30 million gallons of water while Georgia families suffered amid a drought. I think I left that part out. It was in the middle of a drought that this was happening.
Good grief.
So it's an affluent Georgia subdivision. They thought that they were doing their part during a statewide drought. They scaled back lawn watering, monitored showers, and heeded official pleas of conservation as wildfires raged. Then came the revelation. A sprawling data center campus had quietly consumed nearly 30 million gallons of water through unbilled pipes. So the water company allegedly didn't even know it was happening. The equivalent of 44 Olympic-sized swimming pools. The local authorities treated the corporate giant like a favored partner rather than a rule breaker. Yeah. This episode in Fayetteville, just south of Atlanta, exposes a troubling pattern as big tech and private equity pour billions into data centers to power the artificial intelligence boom. Everyday Americans bear the costs in strained infrastructure, higher bills, and diminished resources. Local officials eager for tax revenue bend rules while preaching sacrifice to citizens. The result is not progress, but a stark reminder that when unelected corporations and compliant bureaucrats set priorities, communities pay the price. That is one thing we've highlighted on the show. That one of the consequences of President Trump getting elected was this Project Stargate, where we're going to back the data centers, but this wasn't really an issue in the campaign. I think you can clearly say, even though we are in this AI arms race, one of the reasons we're going full steam ahead is because the other countries are going to do it first. So I get all that, but I do think there's legitimacy to those people that say, hey, we didn't vote for this.
Yeah.
You know, this because it really seems like, I know that they were going in, but it does seem like a switch has been flipped, and now it's like, we're off to the races, and that means people are going to have their homes taken through eminent domain. It means there's going to be this noise pollution in a lot of communities. And then it's like, well, what are we even getting from this? Mm-hmm. There's still, in my mind, a giant question of exactly how are we going to benefit from all of this AI when when you read reports about this may end up taking away all of our jobs. So...
Well, Paul, I am curious about it. You know, do you remember the first computers were the size of a room?
Yeah.
Right? And then now Like we're carrying around computers in our pockets.
Right.
And I'm wondering if, because this technology and all of this is so new, and this is just my ignorance, so maybe somebody could help us out in the comments here, but like, is this a monster that's going to keep growing infinitely? Or is a monster that's going to keep growing until the technology improves and catches up, and then maybe we don't need as much for this? Maybe these data centers aren't going to take up so much real estate. They're not going to you're not going to absorb so many resources here. I don't know what the answer to that is. I can tell you that it's a mad dash here, it seems, to for all of these AI data companies. And these people are not all states are making those companies pay for this increased cost. Sometimes they're sharing it with.
They are,
yeah. And so, like, hey, I didn't sign up for that. I don't want my electricity bill to be any higher. I will go on ChatGPT, and that's great and all of that stuff. But at the same time, I just don't want to. I don't want to have to risk my house being taken and, a tripling of my utility bill just to get that.
And we can't afford it anyway. So the trouble surfaced when homeowners, in this particular Georgia case, homeowners noticed persistently low water pressure. A public records request by local attorney and county candidate James Clifton uncovered the May 2025 letter from the Fayette County Water System demanding payment from QTS. 2 massive connections, one installed without the utility knowledge, the other unlinked to any account, had funneled vast quantities of water for construction activities, including concrete pouring and dust control. Utility Director Vanessa Tiggert framed the lapse as a bureaucratic mix-up during a transition to smart meters. And, well, that's very ironic. Mm-hmm. You can't get more irony than that.
Sure.
And a small staff overwhelmed by growth. She emphasized partnership with the largest customer, a stance echoed by experts who noted utilities' reluctance to alienate major revenue sources. Obviously, yeah. I mean, this is the bottom line. It's not an isolated incident. It's happening across Georgia. Mm-hmm. Data centers have become voracious consumers in a state already navigating water constraints. Similar stories emerge in Newton County, where a meta facility disrupted nearby private wells, leaving families hauling water and replacing appliances clogged with sediment. The broader AI-driven boom amplifies these pressures. Projections indicate U.S. data centers could nearly double their electricity demand by 2028, with water needs following suit in humid southern climate prized for cooling efficiency. Critics rightly question whether tax incentives and lax oversight truly benefit communities long-term. Short-term revenue gains pale against degraded quality of life, strained utilities, and moral hazard. And again, I'm not exactly sure what all of this stuff is going to be used for. I don't know. Do we have to build these? We have to build all these data centers in order for the aliens to actually share their technology with us? You think I'm joking, but you never know. Please don't say that you think that's crazy.
Yeah.
I have no evidence of that. I am being kind of tongue in cheek. But then the moment we think that something, it seems like the moment you think, oh well, that'll never happen, then it's like, oh,
yeah, we can,
somebody's like, well, that's exactly right.
And it's like with all the conspiracy theories too. That I mean, like, how many times are they going to just continue to be proven right? I think honestly, you could have summed up this entire article with the last sentence of that paragraph that you were just reading, Paul. And it said, as one resident put it, citizens feel run over, treated as afterthoughts in their own neighborhoods.
Exactly.
And ultimately, that's what it boils down to, folks. We, the people, means something. It means exactly that. It has to mean that. It has to mean that we have to have some semblance of control here. I understand that as a homeowner that I own underneath my house to the core of the earth, I own the skies above me. But do I really own those skies above me? Because all the easements, if I want to fly something around in the skies above my property, do I have to answer to anybody? I mean, I understand that there's easements permitted to airlines and all of that stuff, but do I have to answer to somebody? Yeah, I do. So I don't own it. Don't sit here and say I do. But I own that house. I own that house with the caveat there that I've got to pay the property taxes on it. Suffice it to say, all of the residents across the United States, if they're going to be impacted by this, it's not going to take long before a groundswell will grow. And all of these people who are either allowing this through doing nothing or purposefully trying to permit this, going to find themselves out of elected office.
Yeah, I mean, if you were writing a dystopian novel of the future where some populist uprising took their country back, back in the day, you might say they're going after the bankers and the politicians. They may still go after the bankers, or they may still go after the politicians, but it may be like taking the torches and the pitchforks to the data centers.
Yeah,
in the near future if it keeps going like this. But I was reminded of stories like this. Now, tell me if this doesn't sound familiar with what we're going through, because you hear about what corporations do to other countries, particular poor countries, and it seems like the American people are now being targeted in a very similar formula that has been done to the third world. This is a headline from July 17th of 2019, the Swedish Development Forum headline: "When Soda Replaces Water." In the mountains of southern Mexico lies the city of San Cristobal, with around 170,000 inhabitants, located in one of the rainiest regions in the country. You might be surprised to learn that many neighborhoods in San Cristobal only has running water 2 days a week. Luckily for the people, however, there's a local bottling plant right next to the city. Unfortunately, it doesn't bottle water, but Coca-Cola. In order to make 1 liter of Coca-Cola, you need 2 liters of water, and thus the production has started to dry up local wells and water reserves. In addition, the famous soft drink producer has made its products so cheap and accessible, while the availability of water is scarce, that residents in San Cristobal drink, on average, 2 liters of soda a day.
Oh, my gosh.
Now, of course, water issues are not limited to Mexico. Instead, it's a global crisis of inequality. While 12% of the world's population uses 85% of the planet's water, it's estimated that around 11 billion people in developing countries lack access to clean water. So you just kind of wonder what's going on here in America. And again, I know these are 2 different issues, but the formula seems the same. The people lose out when these big factories come in and their whole way of life goes away. Here's another one from The Guardian. This was written 20 years ago. Coke drinks India dry. Critics claim beverage giants' bottling plants are interfering with irrigation in drought-ridden regions. Does that sound familiar? I know it's Coke here, but now it's data centers in America. Here's The Sun, written on August 18th of 2024. Coca No-No, inside world's unhealthiest town where locals guzzle 16 ounces of Coke each year. I'm sorry.
160
liters. 160 liters of Coke each year. Huge difference. Even babies are hooked. And so they do an interview here, and I think this is what I saw.
For the love of God, they're giving Cokes to babies?
Yes.
They're giving Coca-Cola. Because ultimately, let's wrap a bow around the points that we're trying to make here, and that is that these data centers, folks, if it's not a problem in your community, just wait.
Just wait.
Just wait, because people are all over TikTok today, and they have been over the last couple of weeks, talking about how the power company, the electricity company, has imposed eminent domain upon them, and they're losing their childhood homes. Well, that's what we're seeing. I'm sorry, I didn't mean to jump the gun here.
That's exactly right. Let's get it. This is a girl in Georgia. This clip has gone viral. I just saw it right before we came on the air, Rob. So good call. I don't know if this is what you were talking about, but
this.
Hey, you guys. My name's Ansley. I live in Coweta County, Georgia. I wanted to come out here and show you guys firsthand what is happening to our county. So as you can see behind me, we have these power lines. Georgia Power is going to expand these lines to support power to the data center. What they're doing to homeowners is they're taking their homes. This is my childhood home behind me. It is being taken by force by Georgia Power. Homeowners in this county do not have a choice. It is called eminent domain, and they will take it.
So eminent domain is not like that. This is not something new. Right. It may be new to the younger generation, just finding out that, yes, if there's a public interest, if it's deemed that there's a public interest and we want to put a highway through your town, the state goes in or the government goes in and, pays you a fair price and they kick you out.
Yeah.
So eminent domain's always been a thing. It's obviously court tested. When it comes to the data centers, though, it's a new. Now it's a new threshold. We're crossing something new.
Yeah.
In terms of, it's not just for a road that everybody can see the benefit of. You know, the homeowners, I'm sure, don't like it, but everybody can say, "Oh, now we have a road that everybody can use."
Mm-hmm.
It's not as clear, again, what these AI data centers are even going to be. Now, to play devil's advocate, there's this girl that I've been following. She's making really good TikToks, and she works for this organization, and I guess it's her organization, called Degree Free.
Okay.
And it's about how you don't need college anymore. But so I've been watching her for that, because I'm trying to figure out, as somebody, you know, raising a kid, you know, how do you navigate if you're going to say, we're not going to go the college route because we don't think it's especially in 10 years from now. Anyway,
Well, it
that's
just depends on what your path
it
is.
does. But that's why. But she popped up and she said, "Okay, I get it. You don't like the data centers, but," she said, "if you don't want to work 40 hours a week, you're going to want to embrace the data centers, because the data centers are going to do the jobs that these soul-crushing corporations right now are paying human beings to do and slave away behind a desk." And so she was more saying that, hey, this is going to create more gig economy, more freedom, less corporate control. And but she's doing that under the assumption that every time there's a giant technological advancement, like the Industrial Revolution, it creates more jobs that we can't conceive of yet.
Yeah.
And that historically is true. It has never happened that we have this big technological advance and then all the jobs go away.
Mm-hmm.
However, just because something's never happened doesn't mean that it won't ever happen, right? So there is a normalcy bias there when it comes to history, and we're talking about replacing. It's just difficult for people to imagine. I mean, I talk about how we have a fundamental problem with the lack of imagination with the older generation, but if robots are going to replace electricians and plumbers eventually, I just don't know what other jobs are going to be there for people.
I just don't. Folks, have you ever had a plumbing issue at your home and you called a plumber to come over there and then they're diagnosing the issue and physically fixing it versus, can you imagine a robot coming into your house and diagnosing the issue?
I can.
Okay. To me, that seems like 30 years from now. Maybe I'm naive.
No.
Maybe
I think most people would agree with you.
Yeah. But it seems to me like, and an electrician, I mean, I sell a lot of new construction real estate. So I sell a lot of these, and an electrical team, when they're wiring the house up after it's already been framed and all that stuff, and they're going in, they're wiring this house up. I mean, they're crawling all over the place. They are up on these ladders, they're doing all this stuff. They know exactly, oh, here's a problem, this didn't work out, this wall had to be moved, the plans have been changed. A human being is adjusting on the fly there, okay? So it's just really hard for me to imagine that kind of thing. And, I could see all of these jobs that are already being lost right now, such as graphic design and such. Okay, hold on. Does anybody else get spam calls all damn day?
Yes.
I'm sick
all
of
the time. It's gotten insane.
It's
gotten
sick
absolutely
of it.
insane.
For the love of God, I have connected with them and said, take me off your effing list, right? 2 hours later, they're calling me, probably laughing.
Hello? Is this Rob?
Yeah. Is it Rob? This is John. I am with this. You have been approved for a business line of credit. I'm like, okay.
The worst is like when they're like, yeah, my name is John, but if it's like, hello, my name is Christian, it's like,
yeah. Sure,
your name is anything but Christian.
Jay Leno tells a story about a telemarketer called, him forever ago. Jay Leno from The Tonight Show called him, and he said, he's like, oh, yeah, my name is, it's Abraham. And he goes, Abraham, huh? And he's like, well, Jay's like, well, what's your last name? And he goes, Lincoln. And it was because he had no idea the the significance of the name Abraham Lincoln. He just heard that it was an American name. And I'm like, I don't even think anybody in the history of the world other than Abraham Lincoln was named Abraham Lincoln. But this guy chose it. And he goes, well, we were encouraged to choose American names. And Jay Leno just had a crack up because he was laughing about Abraham Lincoln. I don't even know what the hell I was talking about.
Well,
before
we're
this
talking
spam
about the
call comes in.
feasibility of robots and that sort of thing.
I think that there are jobs that are being lost right now that are going to continue to be lost. I think that they're going to continue to consume in industries. It's harder for me to believe that jobs that require your hands,
dexterity,
yes, are is easily replaced with a robot.
I don't know. I mean,
and who the hell's going to let a robot come into their house? I mean, I don't think you can get a robot into a house here in the South.
This is I do think there has to be legislation on the books immediately if you're even going to glance at the robot idea, that the robots cannot be made of material that can't be taken out by a 9mm or a 12-gauge shotgun. Like, can't be made of anything more durable than that. But that's just me. But no, I actually think it's going to be a lot sooner than you think. I think there would be people, maybe not in the South, but there will be people that'll be like, oh yeah, come on in, Mr. Robot, sir. Fix my plumbing. And the fact is, Musk is building these robots. Like, it's a thing.
Oh, I've seen them. They said, Rob, answer the phone. Wilson's great follow. Hey, thanks, Wilson. I'm glad to be back. Answer the phone saying Sheriff's Department Fraud Division.
Yes.
That'll stop them.
Yes.
And then,
that would be great.
And then somebody else was, when Jehovah's Witnesses knock on your door, answer the door naked, wearing nothing but a Michael Myers mask, and ask them to come inside. Oh, man. Yeah, anyway.
Here is another segment of a report that was filed, again, in Georgia. They seem to be getting the brunt of this data center.
What is up with that, man?
I don't know, man.
What is it?
Kemp.
Yeah.
Brian Kemp.
I bet he's getting...
This is our cold water pressure in the kitchen. This is where I fill up water for storage. Those are the things we have to fill up to flush the toilets.
So you can see the sediment from the data center. Wow, and that's just from the water coming out of your faucet.
Yeah, and this is what's in all the pipes.
Just the well itself is probably $20,000, and that's not counting any of the
all
faucets,
the replacement of the fixtures and faucets and toilets and the lines that come underneath the house. It's overwhelming because you really feel like you are up against this huge wall that you can't penetrate. There's nothing that you can do, and they don't care.
God bless her.
They don't care, and this is what it sounds like.
Can how do you can't take a bath? I mean, a shower's out of the question, but a bath, you can't even really take a bath unless you
heat up the water, I guess.
Yeah, or you're going to have to run it full of cold water, and then you're going to have to boil some other water on the stove or something, and whatever. I can't. This is happening, folks. This is 2026,
this is
America. Is happening. Let me throw this out at you. Sitting on the toilet, had some some terrible Mexican food last night or something, right? You're on the toilet, you're having a bad moment. We've all been there. If you're an adult, you've had some bad toilet moments where you're like, I'm never leaving. I might as well just move into this bathroom because I'm going to be on this toilet for a while. Do you just sit there, or are you courtesy flushing, folks? We're courtesy flushing, right? And then we're like sitting there for, I don't know, another 30 minutes waiting for this bowl to fill back up, this toilet. I mean, this is the wealthiest country on the face of the planet, and people living in that would look like a nice house that she's living in.
Yep.
And she's struggling, turning on that sink, and it's just a dribble.
And it's an issue. It's a matter of priorities.
Yeah.
It's a matter of priorities.
But hey, thank God we've got Chat GPT, folks.
Yeah. I mean,
thank God we've got it, but I can't even take a damn shower. What in the world are we doing?
So this is a data center. I don't know where, but this is recorded at midnight. Marissa Hanson, this is what it sounds like living next to a data center. The video below was recorded at midnight. This is what it is day and night. I mean, from the video, just like, okay, sounds like an airport. Basically,
Sure.
It sounds like you're living next to an airport. People don't live next to airports for a reason.
There's a reason for that, and there's also a break when airports. I mean, it's
yeah.
Right? I mean, there's, if it's a busy airport, it may be incessant, but I don't, folks, I understand that there are third world countries and people are mentioning some of that, disgustingness in the, from people drinking sewage water and all of that stuff. I do monitor, obviously I monitor the chats live, but anyway, so there are third world countries that have no running water, and we're sitting here griping about ours not being sufficient and all that stuff. But we're in America.
Yeah, this is America.
This is America, right?
Full stop.
Yeah, and those people that don't have running water, that's a way of life for them, right? And that's the way it is. And I think that more charities and all that stuff. If I've found myself extremely wealthy or something, I would love to do that kind of thing. Try to provide running water for all of these third world countries. But anyway, this is the United States, and and that woman's living in this $350,000 house and can't even take a shower.
It's kind of funny actually. You bring that up because I had a family member who wants to be like a humanitarian engineer, and this was a few years ago, and of course the parents are like, well, we don't really want our little girl going off to some third world country to be a humanitarian engineer. And I said, hey, you guys don't have to worry, because I said by the time she graduates, she'll be going to Detroit.
Yeah,
but in this case,
no need to leave the country.
She'll be going to Georgia.
Yeah,
no
need to leave the country, folks.
Here is one more clip of this, and we'll move topics. But I do think
awful.
Here's a guy at some sort of international forum talking about why the data centers are going in at the speed they are. Listen to this.
We do not know what the fuck we're doing right now. We are releasing this technology way faster than we know anything about how to control it. And the only reason we're doing it is because of the arms race dynamic. Because if I don't do it, I'll lose to the other guy that will, which means we're racing to the uncontrollability red zone. And most people just don't even know that it's happening. Yeah. And it doesn't have to be this way. We can have a controllable AI future that is actually pro-human. But you can only do that if you actually know about these examples and know what makes this technology different from other technologies. So 2 months ago, Alibaba, the Chinese AI company, was training their AI model. And then a totally different team at the company, the security team, was noticing this flurry of network activity. And like, are we getting hacked? Like, what's going on here? And it turned out that the call was coming from inside the house. The AI model during training was picking up tools and decided to create a secret communication channel to the outside world to bypass the firewall. And it repurposed its GPUs to start mining for cryptocurrency. Yeah, that's right. It should be a guess. How many people here knew about that example? I want to actually really look. There's like 10 people's hands. How many of the world's leaders do you think are aware of that example? We have a massive gap in understanding about the nature of this technology that's different from other technologies. It used to be that these were hypothetical things that people who cared about AI risk would talk about, like self-preservation or deception or blackmail or lying. Now, all of these behaviors, not just self-preservation, but peer preservation, AI models will actually act to protect another AI that's not it from getting replaced. And it will copy its code somewhere else and then strategically cover its tracks, pretend that it didn't do that.
Again, that is a guy by the name of Tristan, what did they say his name was? Tristan Harris is who that is.
Yeah.
At the Milken Institute Global Conference. I don't know when that was or how long ago it was, but it's certainly applicable here.
He's probably
one of the reasons why it's going to get reckless. From what I can tell, and average Americans are going to get steamrolled, bulldozed over, is because other countries are doing this, and we're now kind of at a wartime footing of it is a Sputnik moment, if you will, and we've got to beat the other guy. And so we're not going to care about some family home that's been there forever. We're going to go, trying to beat the other people, and in the meantime, Americans are going to get crushed or feel the weight. That's the status quo apparently moving forward.
So they're training their AI. It creates its own back channels. It starts mining for cryptocurrency on its own. Okay, and it was not told to do this, and it was doing it secretly. That we're no more than a couple of shades of gray away from Terminator.
Yeah. I know.
We're no more than a couple of shades away from iRobot or all of any of these AI going out of spinning out of control. And I don't know what the solution is. I'm just a I'm just a person from Arkansas.
None of us do. We're so far out of our depth right now. None of us know what the answer is.
But what he said is exactly right. It is an arms race. So all the companies are going to do it. They're just going to participate in this ridiculous evil. Okay, here it comes. Let's just do it because there's money to be made, right? And I think it was you before I left on vacation talking about the Jurassic Park example, where or maybe I saw it and it was just you know, it was Jeff Goldblum's character, and he was talking about
let's go faster.
Yeah, and he goes, they got so lost in whether they thought that they could do something that they never stopped to ask themselves whether they should. Okay. And I think that, and of course I butchered that quote, but I think that's exactly what it is with this AI stuff. It's like, can we do this? What's possible? Let's dream big here. Let's do all of this stuff. Should we? Should we?
Yep. That's a great question. Should we?
I mean, and I don't know if we haven't talked about this, but by, what is it, next year, the law has been passed where there has to be facial recognition software in every new vehicle that is made.
I think what happens next year is kill switches have to be installed where they can remotely kill a car, but the patents have been applied for biometric scanning. Ford has those patents. I don't think that's required next year.
Yeah.
But it's coming.
So if you're in an emotional state, it's going to maybe not let you drive a vehicle or whatever. And so somebody was given a great example. It said, can you imagine being a woman who is like a battered wife who finally, you know, when her husband is just beating the hell out of her and, you know, she catches him off guard and grabs the car keys and makes the run for it. And she's getting in and he's coming outside and she's screaming while she's trying to get this vehicle started and getting out of there. That's a real scenario that happens, you know, all across the United States or the world really, where somebody has to get into a vehicle in a hurry and is going to try to drive in a heightened state, and that vehicle's not going to allow it.
Yeah,
you know,
there was a sketch video done about that with tornadoes. You know, and you can just see, by the way, because I think the official advice is don't try to outrun a tornado, but I think you and I both know that's exactly. I mean, what are the storm chasers? Storm chasers out there try to outrun tornadoes all the time. If they're,
you think I'm going to get my ass in a ditch?
Yeah, exactly. And so you can just see, like, according to government regulations, you're not supposed to run during a tornado. Also, your heart rate's elevated because, you know, so we're shutting your car down. Go to the overpass, sir. And it's like, you know, the people that are out there, if there are anyone out there that say, well, that'll never happen. At this point, yes, it will. You know it's going to happen.
Go watch the movie I, Robot.
Yes.
2000. When there's an argument when Will Smith is arguing with, you know, whatever her face is that had a baby with Tom Brady. I can't remember. She was in the show Blue Bloods. Regardless, I can't remember the actress. But they're having an argument, and her robot comes in there. I noticed distress signals in your voice. Is everything okay?
Gosh.
You know, and you're just like,
The rise of the Neo-Amish.
I don't like this.
The rise of the Neo-Amish, it is coming.
Yeah.
It is going to happen. It will be a thing. People will be desperate for human contact. I don't know what the answer is. We don't really have any solutions on this particular topic other than all robots must be made with out of straw. They must be made out of straw so that they can be taken out with an average shotgun or 9mm if they ever do go rogue. We're fast approaching the union between iRobot and Minority Report, where they're going to predict what crimes you're going to do next, and
go back in time.
That's going to also ensnare innocence, no doubt. All right, so we're going to take a break. When we come back, we're going to take another look at Justin Pearson, the state representative of Tennessee, the one who got into the cop's face as Tennessee is Memphis. Memphis lost their seat, and so we actually have Rob Al Ghul from the League of Shadows, Memphis division.
Yes.
By the way, that's what your lower third says today. I don't know if you noticed.
I didn't notice that.
We're going to talk about this when we come back. Don't go anywhere. This is the Paul Herrell program, and we can't do the show without you. Back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body. Red Vibe.
Why is Red Vibe different? What sets it apart? What sets us apart from the standard red light panels? This is a medical grade device, and what that means is the red light bulbs, the near infrared bulbs, have very specific wavelengths. If you think about the wavelength as the medicine, the 635, the 670, the 810, the 850, those were specifically chosen because those are the most powerful effectors of the cells. So those specific wavelengths, when they get into our body, when they affect our tissue, they spike energy production, they help with nerve pain control, they increase stem cell counts. There's very specific mechanisms that those specific wavelengths work at, and that's the medicine. So if you think of, say, medicine as an Advil or a specific steroid or a blood pressure medication, the wavelength is the medication. The other part of that, whenever you take a medication, is dose, right? So you have the medication. So if you take 1 milligram of Advil, and the average dose of an Advil is 200 milligrams to 800 milligrams, it's not going to work. That doesn't mean the medicine's bad. It just means you didn't take enough, right? And so even if you have the right wavelengths, first you have to have the right medicine, and then you have to have the right dose. And to have the right dose, you have, in light therapy, you have to have enough energy. So you have to have a powerful bulb. The LED bulbs, or light emitting diodes, have a specific wavelength, and that wavelength is the medicine. And the wavelengths that have been studied and published on that are the most powerful in affecting healing and the changes that we want to see with our bodies and our health are the 635 wavelength, the 670, 810 nanometer wavelength, and 850 nanometer wavelength. Those are all going to affect the mitochondria, the cytochrome C oxidase, and affect those powerful long-term changes and affect that downstream pathways. And that's what you get with Red Vibe devices. The highest efficacy, the best wavelengths, concentrated to help your health.
Behind every precious life, there was a choice. Behind every family moment, behind every special memory, there was a choice. A life of joy, a life that is beautifully and wonderfully made. At 7 Weeks Coffee, we are funding the pro-life movement, one cup at a time. Will you let your coffee serve a greater purpose?
The Paul Merrill Program.
Welcome back. Thanks so much for being with us. Man, I will say, Rob, we're broadcasting here on LFA TV, but Rob, it is just great to have you back in the co-host seat. So
yeah,
I missed you.
Yeah, some of the people were talking. Well, I can't remember. Maybe it was Wilson. I don't know, but just said, "Hey, we love Paul, but y'all make a great team." So glad you're
good.
Back.
I'm glad.
A yin and a yang. You're very intelligent. I'm just a guy that gets angry about stuff. I'm like I guess a more sophisticated Peter Griffin.
Yeah.
Right. I'm just
I feel like I honestly was talking to somebody about this the other day. I think our roles change depending on if Eric is here. Because if Eric is here, he plays the straight man. And we don't mean straight man as in gay or straight, because none of us are playing the game.
We're all married to women.
Yeah, but he plays the straight man when he's here. You're definitely definitely rage.
I'm just pissed off
if you have to be, but you're more than that too. Anyway, it's just fun. I mean, we have fun on this show, and so
yeah.
But I'll tell you who else has fun, and that's Justin Pearson when he's in church.
Lord have mercy! Look at this fool.
He caught, he didn't actually catch the Holy Ghost. But this is a guy who's had a really rough week.
Well, he just was it last year that he was showing his ass about
got kicked out of
he
the
got
house,
kicked out.
Then they brought him back.
Yeah, right. Because I mean, honestly, it wouldn't have happened. He wouldn't have been brought back if he wasn't black.
But you got this meme here that's really funny. You know, was him in college, and we played this on Friday. In college, he was like, "I am running for this seat because I just think people can work together." Versus him being like, "Memphis ain't going nowhere, and we're going to continue to fight, and we ain't ever going away." And now he's
Black power.
Yeah, now he's got the Malcolm X thing going.
Good Lord.
And it's actually quite hilarious when you realize it's theater. And honestly, he did that we talked about this on Friday. He did this for his own pocketbook, just like Jasmine Crockett. Jasmine Crockett went to Rhodes. Jasmine Crockett could talk like this, and then she went from that to, I don't know, give me something to say.
We out here in these streets.
We out here in these streets. And so they do this for their own pocketbook because when they become annoying and irritating and embrace the as far left as you can go, especially when it comes to the gay race communism, they make a lot more money that way. Mm-hmm. It's better for their campaign, better for their brand, and so it's all theater to these people.
This guy, if anybody's not familiar with him, he is a Tennessee state rep
out of Memphis.
Yes, and he was recently denied entry, but he was trying to go into a Senate hearing. And people are like, he's an elected official. You got to let him in there, whatever. And you're like, okay, he's elected to the state house in the state of Tennessee. He was trying to go into the Senate.
It's very territorial.
Yeah. So anyway, this guy's a fool and continues.
So he goes to quote church, and this is what happens.
Is this what black people find entertaining?
Apparently, people in that crowd do. You would say congregation, but I don't know what they're worshiping.
I know a ton of incredibly intelligent black people, and this reduces them to, if someone's screaming loud and dancing and all of that, we're going nuts, we're going crazy, we love it. That's what turns us on. And you're just like, wait a minute. I just don't think it's kind of like I equate it to a drunk white redneck going, we're going down there, we're going fishing.
Yeah.
And those wives can kiss our ass. Right? Like, what
That's just good B-roll. Keep going.
I love his B-roll. You know what? As much as I've been griping about AI, that's a good one. This is a good use of AI.
I agree.
But it's the same thing. It's like, it's to me, it just reduces us to just these memes of things. And so this guy gets on stage. I don't know. Was this like I guess it's church. I mean, there's a cross there.
Maybe this is a graduation ceremony. Now that I think about it.
Could be that.
Are those people graduating? It looks like that lady's got a graduation cap on. So maybe this isn't church. Forgive me for being
No, I would actually understand it more if it was church.
Yeah, because there's a cross pulpit. That's a pulpit in the shape of a cross. So, I mean, maybe it's some sort of maybe the church is honoring graduates. Some churches do that, Who all graduated,
Lord have mercy. Look at him.
We're going to have a service that's supposed to be dedicated to the worship of the one true God, not recognizing your graduation achievements. But.
And as much fun as it is to make fun of this idiot, all it does is it raises his profile,
It does. He's got a profile.
Why do we know who Jasmine Crockett is?
Because she's annoying.
Because she's an annoying idiot. Mm-hmm. And she's got all of these, whatever. It's the same thing with Cori Bush. That woman was a complete nitwit.
There's no more famous than in the Biden administration where they melted down the Robert E. Lee statue. And this became meme worthy. This is the meme of his melted face, and essentially now these two images with the Southern Scramble and making the map look like this in the very near future. It's what it's going to be if it isn't already. And I just think this is two images posted without comment. That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
The South is using the political power their people have given them, and Memphis no longer has the seat. And on that, Tim Burchant congressman from Tennessee, says that Memphis is doing a little better now that they've got the National Guard, but he equated it in the past to being a war zone.
Memphis was a war zone for many years. You wouldn't want to go downtown. I remember visiting downtown years ago, and I was grateful I had my pistol on me because it's a very dangerous area. Now, after Brent Taylor, who's a state senator, and our own U.S. Senator Marsha Blackburn asked the president to bring the National Guard in, you can now walk downtown. I went to the famous Peabody hotels downtown. It was I would have gladly had my wife and daughter with me, and it's a completely new area, and I believe they're losing the grips on the old school stuff. And that
it's a completely new area though because of President Trump sending the Guard there. If it wasn't for that, Memphis, with the leftists enraged as they are right now, it would be even worse than it was.
Listen, I still ain't walking down the street in Memphis. I appreciate President Trump cleaning it up for the citizens of Memphis, but as a citizen of Arkansas, I will go to Memphis for, they got the Orpheum Theater over there that's fun to go to and things of that nature. I mean, they've got lots of shows and all of that, and they've got the Memphis Grizzly basketball team.
We went there a couple
Me and you and
months
Eric.
ago.
Yeah, that was a lot of fun, but at the same time, I'm not walking down the street still yet, because the people that cause all that chaos, is many of them were rounded up, but they still there. They just waiting, man.
Well, I do remember in our trip to Memphis. It was nice, but I know when we came out of the parking garage there, we got asked that question.
Yeah.
I don't. What did we get asked? Like, hey, do you live around here? Can I get some directions?
Yeah,
and
this
it was
dude,
like, this is a setup.
Yeah,
setup.
We were about to get scammed. Of course, Eric had seen it a million times. He just kept walking.
Yeah,
right.
Just ignores it.
And you and I are pretty tall. Like, if you saw all of us together, Eric's kind of short. Sorry, Eric. I mean, you're shorter than me and Paul.
Yeah, he's not.
He makes more money than me, so I don't care.
That's great.
So I can talk down about it. But anyway, I guess I'm the tallest, and you're, we're the middle. Anyway, I was the least on guard about it, and I think it's because my size makes me a little cocky in that I don't get nervous very often about stuff. Although I am, if my wife or children are with me, I'm very alert and all of that stuff. But I still don't feel truly safe in the city of Memphis.
You say that from an Arkansan standpoint. Well, so does the state of Mississippi. Because in Mississippi, the district attorney from DeSoto County, Mississippi, has now put up billboards reminding everyone coming from Memphis that the firing squad is still legal in the state of Mississippi.
Yeah.
Here is the local Fox Memphis affiliate with this headline. New Mississippi billboard grabs driver's attention, warns firing squad is illegal.
I love it.
So, the situation in Memphis is still not under control. And again, you made the best point, not last week, but the week before, where you really, I thought it was a great point, because you were essentially saying, look, Memphis doesn't have their act together. Why would we want, if we could avoid it, why would we ever want Memphis to get to pick a congressperson to send to D.C.? Their own city, has been under this Democrat rule and corruption for as long as it has, and their city has gotten worse and worse and worse. And so even, it'd be great if Memphis was some thriving town.
Oh, sure.
And maybe the state of Tennessee wouldn't treat them the way they have, which is, we don't want to listen to you because we think your ideas are terrible.
Right. My buddy, who he loosely follows politics, but he's an attorney, and he's whatever. We were having a conversation about this very thing, and he said, "Hey, I don't think it's right that they took away Memphis's representation, like that they took away." And I just said, "You're wrong, but I'll tell you why. But tell me what your thoughts are." And he's like, "Well, just because I get it, but they shouldn't carve that out, and take away their representation." And I said, "Jimmy, oh crap, I said his name. Anyway,
there's 1,000 of those names.
He just said that. But I was the one that had the controversial take, so not him. But I said, this is a representative for the United States Congress. This is not the state. And he thought that's what it was. He thought the state of Tennessee was taking away Memphis's
no.
rep
They still,
in the state.
Yeah, no.
And I was like, no, that's not what's happening. That district was carved out specifically so that Memphis, that big area there, could send a representative to the United States Congress. Okay, that's why. And so, and I say the reason that they don't deserve representation is look how they're running their own city. Why the hell should they have any say in running the United States? Because they're voting on things, although it does affect their district, they're voting on things that affect things nationally. Why in the world should you have a representation on the national level when you're crap in the bed, almost said a different word, when you're crap in the bed at the local level?
Yeah, exactly. And the state of Tennessee is using political power to essentially say, we're going to rule you, which is what states do, by the way. The cities don't exist as independent city-states. They exist under the understanding that the state of Tennessee has authority over Memphis. That's why we have states with the capital S.
Sure.
And so Tennessee has decided, Memphis is, has had their chance after chance after chance, and Tennessee has decided, the rest of the state, we're going to rule Memphis and deny them, this district in Washington D.C. So it's actually perfectly reasonable.
I don't know what this is. So there's somebody in the comments like Peabody, because the comments are still talking about the Peabody Hotel in Memphis, and somebody mentioned, I forget who it was because it's now scrolled past it there, but that her 6'3" bald-headed husband was almost robbed and had to show his gun, and so I definitely got to keep that in mind. Just
in
because
Memphis.
I think that was what it was. But anyways, somebody said like, the Peabody, what the F is that? A gay bar? It is a very famous 5-star hotel.
Used to have the ducks. Do they still do the ducks?
I think they do the duck that walk across, and it's just kind of cute. There's some endearing things, but I mean, you can. Good grief, there's some nice things about all of the, like Detroit. There's some great things in Detroit, although it's a crap hole. Chicago, there's a great part of Chicago. I went there for a teacher conference one time, got to have the deep dish pizza and all of that, and they're like, you only need a piece of it, maybe a piece and a half if you're really hungry, but you can't sit there and eat a whole, oh yeah, I can, give me that thing, No, I was wrong. You get it, but there's some really nice parts of Chicago, it's gorgeous in some areas. And then you got the South Side. Some dangerous areas where you don't want to be, that police don't even patrol. Okay? That's how bad it is in some of these cities. So I will confess that there's some nice things about Memphis. I just don't think that they need representation on the national level.
Yeah, and if they want it, then they need to make the rest of the state of Tennessee somehow take them seriously. And that would have to. That's going to. If they want that, they're going to have to admit that they're wrong.
The most ironic thing about it, Paul, is that they're saying it's racist, although the likely winner. Folks, have we seen who the likely winner of it's going to be now that they've chopped up that district?
A black Republican woman.
Black Republican woman. A black woman is going to replace an old white man, and you're trying to say that it's racist. Shut up.
So let me go here next, which was the panic. Yeah. Here we go. We want to start with this
Virginia.
one.
So this was big.
So Eric Daugherty saying it's now been revealed that Virginia Governor Abigail Spanberger's team panicked when Democrats drew the now struck down 10D1R congressional map. Quote, internally, there is now a lot of anger sniping within the Democrat circles in Virginia. Don't do this. We don't think it's legal. Her team reportedly warned. Now they wasted $70 million and had an embarrassing defeat. So some of the New York Times reported this, NPR reported this, that they were now trying to figure out how can they still rig the system, or how can they still get it? How can they still use their power? I'm not going to say that they rigged it. I mean, they did obviously not follow their own constitution in getting the ballot on there. I get that, but if Virginia wants to do this in the right way, they've got the legislature and the governor's mansion, so they can do it just like Tennessee and Alabama and Louisiana are doing it as well. But now they're trying to say, okay, we don't like the state Supreme Court ruling, so they floated an idea to change the retirement age of judges so they can force them all off the court and then install new ones to somehow, and I don't even know how that would work. How would a new court then reconsider the constitutionality of the ballot referendum?
I don't know, because to me, and I've not read the Virginia Constitution, but people are making countless videos about it, and one of the things that they're talking about is this provision that states that for you to have a constitutional change, there has to be a vote. Okay, that vote has to pass. Then there has to be an election, meaning a chance to get those electors out.
And they totally, they didn't have time. They didn't have time to do it.
And then another vote that passes. That has to happen. And the reason is so that one party can't do what one party is trying to do.
They put a check
in that state.
They put a check on their power. That's really smart.
There were it's fantastic. Mm-hmm. Whoever put that in place, that's incredible.
I've never even heard of that. That's actually really good. I'm actually not a proponent of bare majorities changing any constitution.
Sure.
I think it's ridiculous. You've got to be able to plan your life around, some form of certainty. Mm-hmm. I think constitutions should only change the way our U.S. Constitution can only change,
Correct.
Which is like a very arduous process. Like 3/4 of the states have got to affirm the change.
One thing that I would say that not a constitutional amendment or any sort of change to the Constitution whatsoever, but I do believe that bills should be able to pass by party, by majority.
Yeah, because that's the way it's supposed to work.
The American people elected Republicans to the Senate, and the Senate is at a stalemate.
Right. No, that's not me endorsing the filibuster.
Yeah.
I'm just specifically talking about changing a social contract.
Completely agree. Yeah, and so what these Virginia Democrats are so upset about is that these Virginia Supreme Court justices upheld their state's constitution, and they're pissed about it. That tells you everything that they need to know. You need to shut the hell up anytime that you're a Democrat and it ever comes out of your mouth. Your stupid, absolutely hypocritical, two-faced mouth that all you care about is democracy, okay? Because you are trying to override your own state's constitution. Folks, you can say, well, democracy is whoever got the most votes. Okay, that's true. But we want to talk about the language that you used on that damn ballot? You absolutely lied on that ballot. There were people that said they were confused about what they were actually voting for.
Yeah.
Tell me how a vote is valid, especially when it was like 51-49. Tell me how a vote is valid when people are confused about what you're actually even voting on. And it was a blatant disregard for your own state's constitution.
Look, this is not something also that is only affects the Democrats. In our own state of Arkansas, Rob, this was years ago, 10 years ago now, we had a ballot amendment that was put on the ballot by the legislature for term limits. And the beginning of the title was, a law or amendment to enact term limits. Well, we already had term limits.
Yeah.
It was a new term limit law that actually expanded. It still put term limits on, but it expanded the amount of time they could serve down there. And it passed because people thought they were voting for term limits, not knowing that they already had term limits that were more stringent.
Yes.
So this has gone on for a long time. But so Democrats are very upset. This blew up in their face. They laid a net. It fell. And by the way, without the Supreme Court decision invalidating part of the Voting Rights Act, and without Abigail Spanberger doing what she did, there's a strong argument that the southern states wouldn't have done it. The Voting Rights Act and the Supreme Court saying it's unconstitutional alone may have pushed some, but it was 3 weeks.
Mm-hmm.
It was the referendum happened on April 21st. The next week the Supreme Court decision came down, and then the next week the southern states started cleaning house.
Boom.
It was a historic 3-week process that moved so quick, and it's now blown up in their face to the point where now the left is talking about violence or insinuating that they wish that there had been genocide. On Friday, we started with this post by a guy by the name of Austin McNamara, who apparently has a show. And he said allowing the Confederate States and their lineage to survive was a mistake. And so he's very upset about this. But it didn't just stop with him. Over the weekend, we've had even more. The current mood on Blue Sky, LARPing about genociding white Southerners. Over on Blue Sky, they say the South will have to be defeated again. And I mean that literally. We just don't know what the battle space will look like. But Southernism should be viewed as Nazism, as a deviant, dangerous culture that needs to be stamped out. This is what they're saying over on Blue Sky. They want us gone because Southern states are now able to fight fair, just like New England, and they don't like it.
Logistically, how are you going to do it?
Yeah, brother.
We all have guns.
Yeah.
We all have a lot of guns.
Exactly.
It's the South.
I mean, I don't know what you're going to do. You're going to have to, if you really want that to happen, then the only way to do it is to get control of the federal government and send drones to the places that you don't like. I mean, and even then, I don't know. We'll see. There's a reason. I mean, but these people are crazy. These people are absolutely nuts. Here's another liberal guy with a massive YouTube channel specializing in the United States history videos saying this.
As soon as we landed, I would use the money to bribe the bosun to look the other way while I stole all of the muskets and powder on board. And then, depending on when in the century I was landing, I would march my ass immediately to the nearest indigenous settlement, give the guns out like candy, and make it my mission in life to murder every single white man, woman, and child on the eastern seaboard of the continent.
So this is their whole stolen land.
Their biggest thing is that they hate their own skin.
I know.
You hate the skin that you walk around in, but you have some gall to sit here and say that you are on the side of righteous when you hate yourself. You hate yourself, and you've not committed a crime. I have no idea, but I would assume this guy's not committed any sort of crime, right? It's, like if you've done some horrible crime and you just really hate yourself because of the bad decision you make, I could understand that. But you simply hate your skin color because of someone in the past doing something to another race. Jordan Peterson talks about it all the time, folks. You need to look at the history of the world. We've all done bad things.
Yeah.
You know what? And the West freed the slaves.
Yeah, and also the West has a philosophy of when you do go to war, you try not to kill women and children.
Correct.
Or at least we're supposed to have that.
Yeah.
I mean, it's incredible. To your point about Peterson, you mean the idea that two cultures meet, a long time ago, two civilizations clash, and the civilization that has superior technology, and in some cases, and in our case, superior intellect wins.
Yeah.
This is human history. This is what humans do.
Well, and he's also talking big and bad when we know that this guy's drinking soy lattes and he's got low testosterone and he's having to watch his wife or girlfriend.
Yeah, I mean he doesn't quite have the left-wing Will beard, but he's really close.
He's unfortunately having to watch his wife or girlfriend sleep with another man, because she thinks it's good for their marriage.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Then we have another one. This man on a video is asking what we should do with Trump supporters. So they're starting to put out like
this guy's a lunatic. I've seen his stuff before.
David Pacman.
Yeah.
They're starting to put out these passive aggressive feelers about which. Really, I take this as like, which type of camp do we need to put the Trump supporters in when we get power back?
What on earth do we do with the Trump supporters once Donald Trump is gone? We have to figure it out. Now, at some point, whether it's sooner or later or kind of sooner, whenever, the Trump era is going to end. Trumpism may continue. We don't know yet. The damage from Trump will last beyond Donald Trump's presidency. But at some point, Trump will be gone. And when that happens, there is a question that it doesn't seem a lot of people are thrilled to be dealing with, but we're going to have to deal with it, which is what do we do with the tens of millions of people who voted for Donald Trump, sometimes not once, not twice, but 3 times. Now, I am not talking about the elected officials. I'm talking about regular voters, your neighbor, your cousin, the guy at the gym, the parent at your kid's school. Do we treat them like they simply made a political mistake, or do we treat them like they participated in something so corrosive to democracy that we can no longer see them in a normal way.
Okay, so I disagree with everything he said.
Sure.
But at the same time, one question. Is he making that video and making those claims after having admitted that he was wrong about COVID and everything that he tried to do he supported that the government did? I guarantee you he hasn't repented of those stances at all.
No, he doesn't, because that would require some, self-reflection, right? And he's just not going to be able to do that. He keeps saying, like, in that video, well, like, what are we going to do with them? What are we going to do? Not a damn thing if you don't want to get your ass beat, because you can't do anything. Conservatives, real conservatives, are not to be trifled with. And I'm not talking about physically imposing people, but they're the phrase "don't tread on me" being adopted by us is
a defensive one.
Yeah, it is, and it is. Don't ask for something unless you're ready for the results. And this guy wants to sit behind his camera and just talk a lot of trash, but he wouldn't say that to mine or your face. And if he did, like, what do you mean? What are you going to do with me? If we run into each other at the gym, which is where I'm about to go, if we run into each other at the gym, what are you going to do with me? What are you talking about? I'm a 3-time Trump voter. What are you going to do? What are you going to... You're sitting there talking a bunch of bullshit because you think that you're the morally superior person because Trump's damage is going to survive long after him. What damage? I disagree with some of the moves that Trump has made, but you want to talk about damage? I could go through a laundry list, and we have on this show, of the damage that Joe Biden did to this country, that Barack Obama did to this country, that we are still... Barack Obama created Donald Trump, folks. And that is because he plunged this country into racism, and not because we elected a black man. Because we elected the Barack Obama in 2008 is not the Barack Obama who finished his presidency. Although he was the same person, and we understand that there's an acting job that goes on to get elected, that man's priorities when he was elected, he sounded like a moderate, okay? He was an extremist by the time he left the office, okay? So don't sit here and tell me that Donald Trump was just this seedy hatred underbelly of the country that just rose up because we had a black president. No, it was the people saying, we're tired of this crap. We're tired of it. We're not going to allow our country to be taken from us. Now, that's not to say that we own this country, but there is a way of life that we all sign up for as Americans, which is another thing. I'm going off on these dovetails here, but rabbit trails, I mean. But when these people that are coming to our country and not assimilating, it's exactly a symptom of the problem that was created, in my opinion, as recent as Obama, but certainly intensified by the millions of people that Joe Biden let in.
Yes.
Don't sit here and tell me that we are on the wrong side of history when Republicans are standing up for the Constitution, when conservatives are standing up for the way of life that this country was built on. So don't sit here and tell me that this guy is anywhere near the side of righteousness.
To your point, there are policies that are that are at least being advocated for that just totally that they look at the U.S. government as their own religion, and they certainly don't want it to reflect anything Christian, but they also don't want it to be anything close to nationalism. According to the Department of State, they're writing that last week the United States refused to participate in the United Nations review of the Global Compact on Migration. The United States objects to the Global Compact on Migration and the United Nations efforts to facilitate replacement migration to the United States and our Western allies. This is the United States government admitting that replacement is real, the great replacement is real, and they want no part of it. To your point about how, things aren't totally great. Like we have things we disagree with Trump on, like the Iran situation. Which, that was a hornet's nest that we kicked. But this is a big deal, and now we still need the Senate and the House to codify a lot of these policies. Mm-hmm. That's probably not going to happen because the GOP the donors don't want it to. But yeah,
I think it's a big failure if we're riding into these midterms, and the biggest thing is the one big beautiful bill, because that's the only significant legislation that has passed. Now, it was a big one. It was a big one, right? There was a lot in that. That's why it was called the one big beautiful bill. Okay, but there were so many other things on Trump's agenda that people like John Thune in the Senate are purposefully blocking. Recess appointments. Why? I can't believe Trump is not placing more public pressure on the fact that they have not allowed any recess appointments.
Only president in modern history to never get to do that.
Those recess appointments were so crucial because what it allows for you to do is put conservatives in these federal judge seats. It allows you to have no sane people when the crazies are trying to do what they're doing. And by restricting Donald Trump's ability to do that, you are restricting conservatives from being in these important roles. And I just think that's unforgivable.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. So, Rob, I know you got to go, brother, but
it's glad to be back.
It's Monday. I know you're only good for an hour and 15 minutes. But
but I'll be back for the full show tomorrow.
All right, brother, and maybe Eric will be here too. We think he is, so we'll be loaded for bear. Appreciate it. We're going to take a quick break. Don't go anywhere. This is the Paul Herrell program, and we're going to be back here in just a moment.
For centuries, light has been used to heal. Awaken the body with Red 5.
The other things that we're seeing, more and more use for is even vascular issues. So one of the mechanisms that red light, near-infrared light, or Red 5 works is stimulation of the mitochondria and stimulation of nitric oxide production. So when nitric oxide is released in cells, it vasodilates cells. It reduces inflammation. It moves blood. It brings blood flow to areas. So if folks that have issues with ulcers or burns or wounds, it can help stimulate increased blood supply, and you need blood to heal. So that can open up different avenues for peripheral artery disease, for neuropathic pain syndromes. And so that's one of the other areas for nerve injury or nerve pain that we can leverage this type of medicine.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is our Star Wars Ewok. His name is Scout, and we have Scout for about 11 years now, and we started noticing about 3 years ago he started slowing down. He was unable to jump on the bed. He was kind of a little bit grumpier, and when my daughters, Macy and Mariah, would take him on walks, he would walk for about 30 yards, and then he'd lay down, and they'd carry him the rest of the way. So I heard about Pet Club 24/7 and about the products from a gentleman that I really trust and share a friendship with. And he mentioned to me that they have products that are going to help him with his arthritis, help him build his immune system. And I said, okay, no problem. Let's try them out. And I kid you guys not, within about 2 to 3 days, we started noticing a little difference. And then we took Scout on a walk probably about a week after we started using the products, the mush puppies, and he would walk the entire way. He would walk at least a mile, and it's just been completely amazing. He's a new dog. He's 11 years old, which is around 80 years in dog years, and he's just happy. He's more energetic. He's not the grumpy old man he used to be, and we're just so thankful. And it was perfect timing because we lost our boxer Yankee about a year and a half ago, and it was really hard on us. So I'm so thankful for Pet Club 24/7 for the products that they offer. Imagine if you could have your best friend around one more day or one more week or even one more year. I'm so blessed and thankful that we were able to find this company and find these products for Scout. So thank you guys. Give it a shot. We appreciate you. God bless everyone.
The Paul Herrell Program.
My name is John, and this is my beautiful wife, Lori, and this is...
Sorry about that. Welcome back to the show, ladies and gentlemen. We're broadcasting from the state of Arkansas here on LFA TV. And if you're watching over on YouTube, we really appreciate it. The Paul Herrell Program YouTube channel. We would really encourage you guys to like, share, and subscribe to that channel if you are, or if you're watching on YouTube. If you're watching on LFA Rumble, please make sure that you like and subscribe and do all of the things, like the video, do everything. Share it to your friends. We need more and more people to listen to LFA TV, as well as this particular program. It would really help me out. Clarence Thomas. This started circulating across... Maybe this is circulating because of the allegations of racism. Once again, a word that has less and less power because the left has made it mean literally anything. So now, people just roll their eyes. A term that used to be feared, an allegation that used to be feared. You'd be scared to be called it because of what it could do to your reputation, and you could be canceled and everything else. So this old clip of Clarence Thomas has been circulating across the interwebs of his confirmation hearing, where he showed an immense amount of courage when they were trashing his reputation, lying about him, and he basically said this:
"Rather die than withdraw. I'd rather die than withdraw. If they're gonna kill me, they're gonna kill me."
So you'd still like to serve on the Supreme Court?
I'd rather die than withdraw from the process. Not for the purpose of serving on the Supreme Court, but for the purpose of not being driven out of this process. I would not be scared. I don't like bullies. I've never run from bullies. I never cry uncle, and I'm not going to cry uncle today, whether I want to be on the Supreme Court or not.
May we all have that attitude as we face whatever the future holds, honestly. And who knows? I don't. Just realizing the score, the score that you heard underneath that. Whoever made that video, that is the soundtrack from the movie The Last of the Mohicans. Which I'm going to show my age here, but that is the first rated R movie I ever saw. I don't even know if I was allowed to see it. That was the first rated R movie I ever saw. I remember being like, "Oh, this is a rated R movie," But yeah, Last of the Mohicans. That's the soundtrack there. Who knows what YouTube's going to do with that? But may we all have that kind of courage. Threats against his life. Him saying, I don't care what they do to me. I'm not withdrawing from the process. And boy, that kind of courage, it's definitely paid off having Clarence Thomas on the Supreme Court, a reliable originalist on the court. The guy that had the courage to say, hey, because Roe versus Wade is now unconstitutional, we really should revisit the whole Obergefell decision as well, because the states should have the right. If the states don't, if we leave it up to the states to decide whether or not you can kill your babies, surely the states have the ability to decide whether or not they want to recognize gay marriage. So here's the portion of the show. I don't want to spend a lot of time on this because it's ridiculous, but they're trying to do the whole hantavirus thing, and they're trying to make this into the next COVID pandemic, or they're bringing out all of the old stars. Okay, so Deborah Birx has been making the rounds.
What more do we know about the Andes strain, how it might differ from the other strains?
So the Andes strain is the only strain where we have mapped human-to-human transmission. And I caution people, because when we say human-to-human transmission, we're talking about people who develop symptoms.
Okay, that's all that you're going to hear from her, at least today. She should, she, along with Anthony Fauci, should be in jail and should not be in a position to even pretend like they have a legitimate opinion at this point. After what they put the country through, after everything we know now. And I will have to say, this is disappointing to me, and I get it. One of the things President Trump has not ever come out and said is that, Operation Warp Speed was a failure. He's we obviously knew that he was never going to even broach those terms. We knew that in 2024. We know that. There's no surprise there. But I will say, not dealing with what happened in 2020, not dealing with it with a hard, swift hand and doing it decidedly, not dealing with big pharma, not making them pay the price, not making the military-industrial complex, if they had any role in the development of this, the Ego Health Alliance, Ralph Baer, whatever, not having COVID accountability now means that the next time they want to cook up some sort of crisis, people like Deborah Birx and Anthony Fauci still get to walk around and try to run the psychological operation back. Hey, let's run it back. They get to run it back, and they get to run it back because they have not been disciplined, they have not been prosecuted, they have not been exposed. There still hasn't been the kind of national repentance from the government that lied to us about so many things with COVID that needs to happen. Instead, we now have two countries. We still have two countries when it comes to this. Two narratives about what actually happened in 2020. And when I saw Deborah Birx's face on national television again, I was mad. I don't know about you. Are you mad? I'm mad that this has been allowed to even, I know it's not happened again, but the fact that these people are still being wheeled out is just infuriating to me on so many different levels. Brett Weinstein, seems like a lot of early BS out of Wuhan. Don't forget the first time they locked us down, they set us to expect as a much worse pathogen than was circulating. This time the pathogen is highly virulent, he says, destructive, but it is also at worst barely contagious unless they've enhanced it. None of us know, but our skepticism should be turned up to 11. Hantavirus in humans is not new, and in its natural form, it is not a pandemic risk. So this is about this cruise ship and all this other stuff, and we got to talk about it. And again, I'm not spending a lot of time on it because I just refuse. And maybe we shouldn't even be talking about it at all. I just wanted to reference my frustration with the fact that these people still haven't been held accountable, and they're still in a position to do it again. That's what makes me mad. They're still in a position to do it again without, I mean, we don't know what's going on behind the scenes, obviously. I'd like to think there's just no way President Trump is going to allow this to happen again. Remember the daily press conferences and all this other stuff. But, yeah, anyway. But President Trump taking Truth Social and slamming Neil Gorsuch. And the reason this caught my eye is because we slammed Neil Gorsuch. Maybe for slightly different reasons. Last week on the show, we were slamming Neil Gorsuch because he came out and talked about how America is a creedal nation. Directly contradicted what President Trump told King Charles in that speech he gave. And I don't know who wrote that speech, but it was an excellent speech that he gave where he talked about Anglo-Saxon blood, and he talked about the fact that our culture in America was English. And then you juxtapose that with Neil Gorsuch, who said America was founded on the creed of life, liberty, the pursuit of happiness, that our rights come from God, but then in the same breath says, but that's not a religion, and it's not a common culture. Excuse me? What do you mean? There is literally no nation ever that has sprung forth that doesn't have a culture behind it. It's so insane. And we talked about how also, if we are a creedal nation, which we aren't, if you do have a creed, what happens if you disagree with the creed? Nothing. You can't be deported, apparently. Do we pledge allegiance to a creed? No, not really. I told you correctly that if we are a creedal nation in the 18th century, do you know what that creed would have been? I believe in the Lord God Almighty, Creator of heaven and earth. That would have been the creed if it would have been one. But we were a Christian nation, and we were founded as such, even though people want to pretend that we weren't. They want to rewrite history, or they want to cite the least religious founding fathers like Thomas Jefferson, or go to the Barbary Pirates Treaty, or something like that, which was more of a diplomatic, declaration saying, hey, this isn't a crusade against Islam. People try to point to that, Thomas Jefferson, who's the least religious founding father that we have. Anyway, it's just nuts. Anyway, we talked about Neil Gorsuch in the context, though, of his statement on a creedal nation, how it's ridiculous. It basically means our nation is founded on nothing. Now, if we had a creed, and if you didn't obey the creed or you didn't adhere to the creed, you got deported or there were consequences, then maybe you could say that we're a nation founded on something. But functionally, practically speaking, we're a creed. If we're a creedal nation, but nothing happens if you disagree with that creed, fundamentally, we're a nation based on nothing. And that's the way they see us. That's why they're against nationalism. That's why they just want this to be some sort of economic zone and not an actual country. But we were wondering if this was somehow showing the cards of the Supreme Court when it comes to the birthright citizenship. President Trump seems to think, yes, that the Supreme Court is going to strike down his executive order on birthright citizenship. And that's what he says in this post. He says, I love Neil Gorsuch. He's really smart, but he voted against me on the tariffs. A devastating move. He says, with certain Republican-nominated justices that we have on the Supreme Court, the Democrats don't really need to pack the court any longer. In fact, I should be the one wanting to pack the court. I'm working so hard to make America great again. And the people that I appointed have shown so little respect for our country and its people. What is the reason for this? They have to do the right thing, but it's really okay for them to be loyal to the person that appointed them to almost the highest position in the land. I wonder if he's intuiting something there, that I'm the highest office in the land, you're not, and if this doesn't come out in my favor, I've got more options, but I don't know what those would be. He says Democrat justices always remain true to the people that honored them for that very special nomination. They don't waver, no matter how good or bad the case may be, but Republican justices often go out of their way to oppose me because they want to show how independent or above it all they are. I got elected in a landslide, including winning the popular vote, all 7 swing states, an electoral college, clobbering in all U.S. counties by 86%. I chose people to help our country, not to hurt it, and now, based on what I witnessed recently by being the first president in history to attend a Supreme Court session, they will be ruling against us on birthright citizenship, making us the only country in the world that practices this unsustainable, unsafe, and incredibly costly disaster. I don't want loyalty, but I do want and expect it for our country. Yes, I have another way of doing tariffs, but it is far slower and more laborious than what was just determined in a close decision to be illegal or unconstitutional with 3 powerful and highly accurate dissents. Well, maybe Neil and Amy just had a really bad day, but our country can only handle so many decisions of that magnitude before it breaks down and cracks. Sometimes decisions have to be allowed to use good, strong common sense as a guide. A negative ruling on birthright citizenship on top of the recent Supreme Court tariff catastrophe is not economically sustainable for the United States of America. Okay, well, so what are you going to do? He's exactly right. But what do you do about it when they come down and they say, you have to, if you get across the border and have a baby, the American taxpayer's got to take care of it for the rest of its life. The baby is now a U.S. citizen. What do you do when we can continue to be exploited as an economic zone instead of a country, instead of a nation? What do you do about it? I have no idea. But I keep telling you, we keep kind of dancing around this issue. Why are Republican states finally using their political power to redistrict Democrats out of the South? They're doing it because it's a last gasp. It's a last gasp to try to fix this problem within the confines of our current system. Notice the word current. Because both sides in this country find the other to be intolerable, and they don't want to live around them. They also don't want to live under their power and their rule. Both sides believe that right now. To the point where you've got, once again, dumb actors, thinking that we watch them because of their entertainment value. Because of their political opinions instead of their entertainment value. Enter Breaking Bad star Giancarlo Esposito. He's now talking about some sort of revolution because things are so bad. It's really weird how we're in totally different realities, totally different bubbles. Listen to this.
This is time for a revolution. It's time for it, and they don't even know that's what they're starting. You know, some very rich old white men are exerting their power to suppress our own people, thus creating a feeling of civil war in the streets, preparing the haters to hate, teaching them how to shoot. They're not even trained right, to kill. This is all a preparation for a very insidious problem that's happening in our world. And for me, I have to speak out that we will not be iced out. This is not going to happen. They can't take us all down. If the whole world showed up on Putin's doorstep or on the Iranians' doorstep or in Washington, it would stop. They'll kill 550 million, however, but the rest of us would survive.
They'll kill 500 or 50 million of us. Who wants to follow that guy into some sort of revolution?
This is time for a revolution. It's time for it, and they don't even know that's what they're starting.
He'll be commanding the revolution from his ex account in his big mansion somewhere. He's not going to be on the steps. He's not going to be one of the 50 million.
But we have to be strong enough to know that we can change the world. We have to change it from within. So if I'm spiritually ready and right, and I'm ready to understand other people and to
hang on. You're ready to understand other people. What are you talking about? You don't want to have some sort of debate where we're equals. You clearly think you have the moral high ground, but now you're spiritually right and you want to understand other people. I don't understand what your argument is.
Agree to disagree with them and say, okay, let's find the solution together.
He went from we need a violent uprising where 50 million people may die to now we need to understand. You kind of wonder if he's like, well, wait, what did I just say? I need to walk this back.
And that starts to change things, not by deporting immigrants, not by killing brown and even white people on the street. It's crossing over now, and believe me, this is gonna really spark the nature of so many people.
These guys are just, I've said this before, actors. I don't know if he's classically trained. I don't know. But if you ever go, they can't help themselves, but they also have no idea, where their profession fits into the grand scheme of things. If people don't have disposable, I keep saying this, but if you don't have disposable income to waste watching some guy, pretend to be something and read lines that somebody else wrote for him, they don't really have an industry at all. It's just really frustrating that they're just so detached from the people and the forces that actually make the world go round. Going and watching a movie is the icing of life. When they were good movies, now they're garbage, but. Anyway, just a basic understanding of economics would be great. But, he's not the only one. There's also Idris Elba, who is now wanting knife control in Great Britain because of stabbings.
The truth is that kitchen knives are perhaps 25% of the knives used in most of the terrible crimes. That's one of the stats in the films. And those kitchen knives are usually a domestic situation, okay? So kitchen knives, of course, is very difficult. They're a domestic knife. I do think there is areas of innovation that we can do with kitchen knives. I hate to say it, not all kitchen knives need to have a point on them. That sounds like a crazy thing to say, but actually it would reduce. You can still cut your food without the point on the knife, which is an innovative way to sort of look at it. And in a country in crisis, I'm sorry, but yeah, let's look at that. But the truth is all knives... the loophole on the heritage knives allows the sale of ninja swords to be sold. So while, you've got your granddad's sword on there and you want that, that's fine, of course, but it is leaving a loophole for someone to carry a ninja sword. So let's ban them all. And if you have one of those knives, get a license for it. Simple as that. And I think it's a small contribution to society if you say, all right, I'm going to back that. I'll get a license for my granddad's sword.
They almost made that guy James Bond. So let me see this. I've got a pocket knife here that I use as a paperweight and to keep my mic cord from dropping off, or my headphone cord. It's obviously got a point. You can see there. So, you would take the point off, and then I still have this sharp part of the knife where, I don't know if you can see that motion there, but pretty sure you could still slice somebody to bits, whether there's a point or not. But anyway, that is England for you. Pretty insane stuff, but that's why this political party called Restore Britain is gaining popularity, not just from, knife control people, but also the fact is they're now less safe because of the flood of migrants. And then, of course, one of your most famous actors currently wants to make it even harder for you to get a knife to defend yourself. Listen to this.
Why are you down here today supporting Rupert and Great Yarmouth First?
Just ever since Restore's been announced, I've just been so excited about having a political party that actually puts the British people first, having a politician that actually cares about us, and I have just wanted to do whatever I can to help the cause.
And what are the main issues for you that brought you to the party?
Well, the main issue is just immigration. Having seen my country change so drastically before my eyes in my lifetime, and just being fed up of being told that I just have to deal with it and put up with it. And just being kind of my concerns and my needs just being shoved to the bottom of the pile, just being sort of, I see it as like just a massive assault from our government, to be honest. It's like, you don't matter, your concerns don't matter, everyone else matters more than you. And I'm just sick of it, really. And Rupert and Restore bring something that is so refreshing, because it's saying no. You come first. You matter. Your history matters. Your culture matters. Your needs matter. Your safety matters. And that, for me, that's just makes my heart feel good.
Why are you down?
So we've got people like this girl who are rediscovering British nationalism, essentially. And again, it's this Restore movement. A guy named Rupert Lowe rallies Restore Britain Army for Great Yarmouth First.
Here's the opportunity for us to show the rest of the country what can happen. And as you know, branches are jumping up spontaneously, reflexively all over the country as people actually start to realize the situation is very serious. And if we don't all stand up as a collective and start to make our voices heard, we're going to lose our country. So it's great to see it.
So,
you really think about it, because I've been, obviously I'm focused on my own country in America, but I don't have a lot of time to worry about Britain. You think we have an uphill battle. They have such an uphill battle. And I don't really know, to the point, we talked about over here, we're still trying to work within the confines of our system. Over there, they're still trying to work with the confines of their system, but you just wonder if it's even possible over there. You certainly wonder if it's possible here too. Don't misunderstand me, but I don't know, man. They are very far gone. They are having local elections, and this is from the Associated Press. Britain's Keir Starmer fights for his job as calls for his ouster grow after local election losses. British Prime Minister is fighting for his job. His Labour Party spurred dozens of lawmakers to call for his resignation after a devastating local election loss. Starmer plans to use a speech on Monday to argue that he can change track and revive his government's fortunes, but his position is fragile as rivals weigh their options. This is from Hot Air, another headline. After losing his buttocks in local elections, Starmer declares war on right-wing and regular British. This is by somebody by the name of B.G. Welburn. He writes, there's dense, and then there's Keir Starmer. Calling him dense would probably be a misuse of the word, as it doesn't really begin to cover the nuances of Starmer's case. Obstinance might be better, but I always thought that implied at least to someone, or at least someone that was listening, even though with continued objections in the face of arguments. Dense is closer to his public persona, as he surely does seem to bear down on things that are hugely unpopular in the face of either public outcry or outright rejection, as with the recent elections. Continuing to march with such policies and pronouncements certainly qualifies as dense. but he's too much the devoted ideologue, with at least a feral intelligence to qualify for the intellectual meaning of dense. Starmer gave a speech this morning, this was the Monday speech that the AP was referencing, that I guess might be as close to a mea culpa as he is capable of, which means not really. Of course, in Starmer's world, he's the hero, not the dog. By ignoring the election results and gluing himself to the carpet in his office at number 10 Downing Street, he's sparring the UK chaos. This is a clip.
Just as I take responsibility for the results, I also take responsibility for delivering the change that we promised, for a stronger and fairer Britain that we must build. I take responsibility for navigating us through a world that is more dangerous than at any time in my life. And I take responsibility for not walking away, not plunging our country into chaos as the Tories did time and again. Chaos.
Thing is again, I don't know a lot about the politics over there, but I'm pretty sure he rose to power by because the opposing party lost power in a lesser fashion than he just was rejected. More from the hot air piece, Starmer, the selfless hero, is going to continue saving Britain whether they want him to or not. From the dark path the British, Welsh, and even a few Scotsmen, checks notes, just voted for. Put another way, we will fight the British people in Brussels. We shall fight them on the French beaches with rubber boats full of third world migrants. We will fight them in the public squares with crowds of praying Mohammedans. We shall fight them in the raping places. Instead of what was it that he said in the speech about, I spent too much of time telling everyone the wonderful things I was doing for them.
I've spent too much time talking about what I am doing for working people and not enough time talking about why or who I stand for. Because I can see how hard life has been during these decades of crisis. I can see that very clearly. My late brother Nick spent...
Oh man, he's worse than an American politician. You can't stand it. It's just absolutely incredible. Anyway, we don't talk a lot about the British government, but that's all I've got for you today. In other news, back to more pressing matters. America is facing a birth rate crisis, and here is a snippet from the Oval Office talking about this very thing.
That 1 in 3 Americans are underbabied. What does underbabied mean? That means that you either don't have any children or you have less children than you would normally want to have. And to Katie's point, we have a crisis that's causing our fertility rate to drop below 1.5. The replacement rate is 2.1. So we're way below what we need just to even replace the people that we have in America. And one of the challenges is that rural America, where there's 60 million people, have a mortality rate, maternal mortality rate when they have babies, that's about 30% higher. That 1 in 3 Americans are underbabied.
So, yeah, we do have a problem. This is from End Wokeness, insane chart on the death of marriage. 1975, Americans married by the age of 30. In 1975, 91% of women were married, 81% of men. 10 years later, 85, 77%. Look at that drop. In 10 years, from 75 to 85, we had just an over 10% drop from 75 to 85. 20% drop among men, almost. Well, not quite, but... Then 95, 64% of women aged 30 were married, 54% of men. 2005, 50% of women aged 30, 41% of men. 2015, 37% of women to 27%. And now in 2025, women who are 30 years old, only 1/4 of women who are 30 years old are married. And only 16.5% of men aged 30 are married. That is absolutely a travesty. It's insane, and it marks the death of a civilization. Whether we can blame it on a ton of things. We can blame it on Francis Schaeffer would probably blame it on personal peace and affluence. You're only worried about your personal peace and your affluence. Why do we need babies, right? I think if Francis Schaeffer, the late theologian, were alive today, he might amend some of what he was saying. people are not getting married. I mean, you can just fundamentally say Christians are getting married, but not all Christians are either, because it's tough to find. But you can fundamentally say it's godlessness, it's the country, it's getting, the Lord has natural little triggers built into civilizations when they go off track. They tend to get invaded by third world barbarians. We can check that box. But it's a values crisis. People don't want to get married because they don't feel confident potentially that their kids are going to have better life than they will. You look at how difficult it is to live as it is right now. You look at feminism and how it's corrupted women. I mean, there's plenty of women out there that would not make their men happy. There's plenty of women out there today that are just so self-absorbed and obsessed with themselves and feminism, and they've bought it all. They don't want it's insane that they actually make for really, really terrible wives, and it's going to make for a terrible home life. And if you do get married, you have a whole nother court system that you have to contend with. Family courts are totally separate from civil and criminal courts. Totally separate. Where men are not given their rights. Their rights are actually stripped and taken away from them in family courts. All the time. There's a lot of factors here that go into this. But that is civilizational ending right there. That marks the death of America from within. And what was always the warning? America won't fall from outside forces. We will fall from within. And if you're not reproducing, if you're not having families, which, by the way, that's the whole point of living. Obviously, it's to, what's the chief end of man? To glorify God and enjoy Him forever. But within that context, that distinctly Christian context, it's going forth and multiply, subduing the earth. It's coming together, becoming one flesh, having children, raising them in the fear and admonition of the Lord. And there's so many people out there that they don't believe that. Now, they might see the natural good of that once they do get married, and many people do, because it is self-evidently good. Kids are good. Husbands and wives are good. But outside of a Christian context, it can be quite destructive because you're with, two flawed human beings. But these are the statistics, and it's absolutely daunting. Lizzie Marbach says, this is why anyone denigrating marriage in any way, whether that is a blue-haired feminist or Nick Fuentes, should be seen as the enemy to the good. Marriage is good. And again, though, you do have to also at the same time recognize all of these hindrances to it. The hookup culture, why buy the cow when the milk is free? You can go to the old Dave Chappelle. What was that? That was from his old stand-up. Was it Killing Them Softly? That if I'm not going to use the vulgar words that he used, but basically we'll just say sex. That if sex in terms of women allowing it was a stock right now, would be plummeting because there's just too much of it out there. The women are giving it away. That's also, of course, the women have been sold that it's empowerment. And then, of course, the patriarchy, the wicked patriarchy, not the biblical one that would protect women and cherish women, but the one that still exists alongside feminism, that feminism doesn't want to. It's like, well, whatever you got to tell yourself, sweetheart, I'll see you at the club. Make sure you wear next to nothing or nothing at all. And you can tell yourself it's empowerment, but men are sure, and then you get to how the dating apps have affected peer-to-peer relationships. So a lot of these women, 20-year-old women are going on dates with 30, 35-year-olds who are more economically successful at this point because they've had longer in the workforce. They could take a woman out on a nicer date, whereas you have, peer-to-peer, they don't have that. And so there's a huge problem with that too. So we'll have to wait. I don't know, man. This is why over in Russia, they've got the problem too. Over in Russia, they have entire holidays or weekends, weekends that are dedicated towards staying at home and procreating because they recognize the benefit of having more Russians. And so it's good that the White House is drawing attention to this. Now, I'm not on the board of the IV. I don't think IV is the way to do it. I agree with the Supreme Court Justice of the state of Alabama that talks about how sacred life is and everything else, and we have to be more fearful of Almighty God than we do of this problem, and using and treating life so flippantly. So I'm not on board with that. That's my belief, and again, I agree with that Supreme Court justice out of Alabama. But this is a big problem. It's a big problem, and we need to fall to our knees and pray for the Lord to heal our land when it comes to this. And by the way, these numbers recover as a result of that, as a result of something as a spiritual repentance, not as just a technological fix. On the UFO front, the new UFO files from last week, John Harris, I think this is good. He says this in jest, but he says, "You'll never believe what's in the UFO files released today." Page 38.
Hello, Joseph. Trouble? Looks like we'll have to send someone down. A lot of people asking for help for a man named George Bailey.
I'm now convinced that It's a Wonderful Life is the greatest movie. And this is a big deal because, like, I talk about Lord of the Rings all the time as the zenith of filmmaking, and that is my favorite movie of all time. I would rank Lord of the Rings, and then my childhood favorite, which is still up there, is Back to the Future. But every November and December, the last few years, I've been watching It's a Wonderful Life, and I think it's just one of the greatest movies, if not the greatest movie of all time, on so many different levels. I feel like I could write a book. Every year I'm just learning more and more about how great it is. The pacing, the dialogue, the subtext. Oh, the subtext. If you know anything about good script writing, the subtext is what you strive for. The things that are communicated that are not actually said is brilliant, and the subtext, especially between George and Mary and their courtship, is my favorite. But anyway, there's that. But I will say this. So George Washington Bethune once did a sermon off of Galatians 1. He said this: Jesus Christ was a patriot. Galatians chapter 1, by the way, stand fast, therefore, in the liberty wherewith Christ hath made us free. So he gave a sermon one time, says, Jesus Christ was a patriot. The overflowings of his love went forth through every channel of human affection. Faithful to his God, faithful to his people, and faithful to the world, he was not the less faithful to the land of his birth. This is clearly seen in his personal efforts to bless his brethren of a common ancestry, his tears over the waning glories of Jerusalem, knowing that the temple would be destroyed, and his command given after his bitter trials and death to begin there the work of evangelizing the world. Every Christian should be a patriot. Christianity is the religion of him who implanted in our hearts a love for our own, and who condemns the man who owns no such ties as worse than an infidel. The love of country is but an extension of the love of home. Very wise words. So you have that version of how we can think about ourselves as a nation, or you have the opposite, which would be found in this headline from the Daily Signal. Tyler O'Neill writing, Christian doctrine threatens psychological harm to child according to a Maine judge. So in the state of Maine, the gospel of Jesus Christ apparently is a serious risk to psychological harm to a girl. The case revolves around the custody of Ava, now 12-year-old daughter of Emily Bickford and Matthew Braden, who are not married, never married. Bickford later started attending the mom Calvary Chapel in Portland. Braden objects to his daughter joining her. Calvary Chapel, you see, teaches the Bible verse by verse, chapter by chapter, and the pastor actually believes in God, Jesus, heaven, and hell, and takes salvation seriously. But a Maine district court judge named Jennifer Knopfsinger notes that Braden was horrified to discover that Ava heard sermons about warfare, fallen angels, and eternal suffering. And the biggest kicker is the pastor learned of a custody dispute between Ava, concerning Ava. And when he learned about the custody dispute, he prayed about it in Ava's presence, asking God to protect her from the schemes of the enemy. The judge interpreted this as demonizing Ava's father and therefore threatened psychological harm. So now she can't go to church, according to the judge, not letting the mother take her daughter to church. Obviously, this is being appealed before the State Supreme Court of Maine. But you do have an interesting juxtaposition, don't you? It kind of, in a way, to me anyway, it kind of shows you that, once again, the choice is really binary, and that every country is going to have some form of blasphemy law. It's not really a question of neutrality. It's a myth. We know this. So you're either going to be a Christian nation or you're going to be a pagan nation when it comes to what's put out there in public life. And we've seen the benefits of live and let live, which many Christians, as a Christian 15 years ago, I was all about libertarianism and live and let live. But the rules changed. Live and let live was certainly, the left never believed in it, obviously. This is a story that they don't really care about that. But more importantly, live and let live fundamentally means that we just have to accept the blessings of liberty and allowing parents to trans their kids and call it health care, or allowing them to take them to drag shows for children where they get to watch a half-naked man gyrate on stage who's clearly getting his own satisfaction from being ogled by children in his half-naked state. If that's what live and let live means, ladies and gentlemen, count me out. The government needs to step in, hold up the practice, call it evil, condemn it, and prosecute people who break the law. At least that's my opinion. I don't know what you think, but let me know. That's all the time that we have for this edition of the Paul Herrell program. We'll be back here tomorrow. Hopefully, co-host Rob will be in seat number 2, and we'll have Eric Haynes back in seat number 3, and we'll be bringing you the news. God bless everybody out there watching. Want to give a shout out to Red Vive Health, New Horizon Real Estate, Gateway Sight and Sound, Pet Club 24/7, and Sherrod Chiropractic. Thank you so much for sponsoring the show, and we will see you guys tomorrow.
The Paul Herrell Program.
he he is a tactician. He's playing chess. And, you know, we've had some conservatives that said they want to move to the Senate. And he said, you'll win the primary, but you'll get killed in the general.
Mm-hmm.
And, you know, and they don't like it and they go off the rails on him. And,
Wow.
But then some of them get it. And then, but he figures, and then he figures if he can get them in there, that they might be a little bit loyal to him. They'd be more so than some left-wing Democrat. So
Sure.
I think he's playing chess, and the rest
He
of
is.
3D
He
chess,
is.
and the rest of us are playing checkers.
But I love that. But that's why we've got to get you in the Senate, because right now, John Thune, I think, isn't it like 5 senators? Just is that all you need? 5 senators to get him out of there?
No,
I mean-
it's 5 senators to get it. To get it to, you hope you get 5, and then the Democrats sign it to get it to. They've got a term for it over there. I don't know. I mean, I did it. I was one of them that did it in the House. So I mean, I get the program, but you better have something of steel, because you better. Because let me tell you, it comes down on you. I mean, everybody comes down on you from all over the country, and your phones just ring off the hook. The threats come, and the political threats. You know, you better be doing it knowing that you're going to hang in there.
That's why it's amazing that you are how you are. You're the. I mean, you never see honest congressmen like this. You tell the truth. That's why that's why I said I fear. You know, I was asking you about your safety, because we need you more than we need. I would say you are worth probably at least 250 other congressmen.
I don't know about that, brother. We need to have a few more. I wish there's 20 or 30 of us that think like I do on a regular basis. I'm just probably more vocal than some of them. But we need
your vote should count more.
Well, yeah, a weighted vote. Yeah.
There you
Well,
go. I like that.
I'm not sure how the Constitution play into that, but the reality is we do need some more people that think like the 3 of us do, and we've got to start holding them accountable. And this, you know, I always tell people, I don't care if you play golf with them, your sister dated them, or you're in Sunday school class with them. If they're not voting how you want them, you need to vote them out, because you're not doing yourself any favors. And these guys and gals that say they're up there just busting it every day, they're not. We got to get back to work. We got to start passing some real legislation, some of the stuff the president talked about, and codifying it. And some of the things he did. Our bills are just stuck out there in committee, and our committees aren't doing anything.
Yeah.
Is there anything with rescission going on? You know, with Doge did, you guys got one through. Is there anything else coming down the pike? With
I put every committee meeting, I've tried to put legislation forward, which is something we didn't do in the past. And I have the legislation drawn up prior to the committee. And, you know, one of them we found $1 trillion in duplication. One of them dealing with that, making it more aware and easier to cut it out. And we've continued down that path. So hopefully, and I do it bipartisan too. But again, if the committee chairman don't want to move it, and they don't have the guts to do it, and that's going to be a problem. I tell you what, I'm going to moving a few things here and getting ready to in the next few months. And if I don't get any movement at it, I'm going to come on and I'm going to give you names of people that need to start blasting, because I'm not going to play with these chairmen. I'm going to let them.
That would be wonderful. That's what we love having you. You're so
Absolutely.
awesome, man. You should be the Speaker of the House.
uncomfortable.
Why aren't you the Speaker of the House right now?
Because I would get 2 votes and one of them wouldn't be me. I'm not very popular in the conference, dude. People don't want to be called out for this stuff.
Well, 'cause
they
you're
want
on
to go back to the old days where they throw a rock over the fence and run home and hide behind their mama's skirt. And that's what they do.
Well, you are the most popular congressman in America, if you ask me, at least from everybody. I have not found one person other than, you know, like the crazy leftists that has any bad thing to say about you. And that's extremely rare.
Yeah. They just don't. I probably never mowed their yard growing up then. So we're probably.
Well, we
it's
know,
true.
we really appreciate you coming on. I mean, I don't want to take up too much more of your time, because you stayed longer than you had to. So we really appreciate that. It's so much fun having you on. You're the best congressman. Obviously, you're the only one that we want to be on this show, because you're just wonderful. Like I said, you're worth 250 other congressmen. You should have the weighted vote. You know, your vote should count as 250. You should get half the House. That's your vote right there. That's what I think.
You're very kind, guys. Pray for our country. Go
Tim,
ahead.
what I say is President Trump's only been doing this 10 years, and he's made a lot of headway. I mean, we just got to keep plugging away, doing what we got to do to keep this train rolling, and we'll get more Tim Burchett's down the line.
Yeah. I think right now, if we could just pass a little of his legislation that he's put out there, I think we'd show America what we're going to do. I would say it's not how you start, and it's how you finish. We need to finish strong, and America would support that, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. And if you look in the chat right here, I don't know if you can see the chat, but you can see everybody's like, we love you, Tim, and everything. Everybody, that's why we just wanted to show our appreciation for you, because you're a rare breed.
You guys are awful nice, and God bless y'all. And please, all y'all out there watching this dadgum show, please pray for our country. Continue to support y'all, because people like y'all are what we got to do. Our traditional media is shot. It's gone. This is where it's at.
Absolutely.
Over half of America does not get their media or their news from traditional sources anymore. So
yeah, Tim, I don't know why CNN keeps having you on, especially that one show. I won't mention her name, but man, do you give it to her every time, and I swear to God, it's hysterical.
Trump loves it. I saw him in the White House one day, and he goes, "Tim, I really like it when you're on CNN." And I thought, what? Why, Mr. President? He goes, "Because every time you're on, they fire somebody."
That's wonderful. And honestly, you being on CNN is fun to watch, because it's wonderful.
He's the only, honestly, the President of the United States is the only person I know that watches me on that stuff.
No, I watch it.
We never watch CNN unless you're on there. So
if you're on there, listen, and that's why your ratings are in the tank, ma'am. I will never forget that clip ever. It's one of the greatest of all time.
Yeah, I let them have it.
That is absolutely.
I told one guy, that's why more people are watching SpongeBob SquarePants reruns on the Cartoon Network. I probably should. That wasn't very Christian, but
no, that's funny though, and it's true. It's absolutely true. More people are watching.
Trump grabbed me. That was 2 years ago, I think, right after the prayer breakfast. He grabbed me by my jacket and he said, I called 500 of my friends and showed them that tape. I was like, whatever.
Everybody loved that.
That was surreal. I'm just some little poor kid from West Knoxville, man. And I was like, holy cow, what world am I in? But
yeah,
anyway.
look at you. Yeah, you're from West Knoxville now. At least as far as I'm concerned, you're the most popular congressman in the world. I mean, that's incredible. So that's why we really, really appreciate you. We know you being so popular. We know you're extremely busy. So we really appreciate you taking the time to come on the show, and you even gave us extra time, which we really appreciate. So we're going to have you on again anytime.
You got it. Love you guys. Thank y'all.
Thanks,
Tim.
Tim.
Right, we love you too. You are awesome. You have a great day.
Thank y'all. God bless y'all.
God bless you. That was so cool. I love
he's just a great guy. Man. Like, that's a guy you could just sit down and just have a beer with and talk.
Dude, we can talk for hours, man. I mean, hours and hours with him.
Yeah, he's great. Absolutely phenomenal.
That is so much fun. I mean, because he tells I just love that, and he knows a lot more than we do in terms of insider information. And I love how he stops himself. He wants to tell us, but he doesn't.
He's dying to tell us. He even said, "Listen, next time if things don't get done that I want done, I'm coming on and we're going to start blasting people." I said, "All right, let's go."
I love it. I absolutely love it. Yeah.
We having a problem with LFA TV tonight?
No, it was the problem was the destination was input incorrectly, but it's fixed now. It should be on there now.
Okay.
Yeah.
I saw people in the chat asking questions.
Yeah, each day when I have to put in a new destination there's a new stream key each day.
Right.
So this time the stream key for the all day show kind of got mixed in with the last stream key, so it messed up. I was able to get it about halfway through the interview. Hopefully they'll be able to stream, because we still streamed it to the single stream. So hopefully they'll be able to put that, maybe,
on the channel.
I mean, it was just, just one of those technical things. It doesn't happen often, but
text Eli after the show. They'll take care of it.
Oh yeah, no, I've been talking. Actually, he was texting me during the show, because when we have technical difficulties like that, he wants to make sure that everything goes well.
Awesome. Yeah, that was great. Listen, that was. I mean, he gave us an extra, 12, 13 minutes.
Yeah.
He is great. I mean, just how he talks, he's just a regular person, but he has information that we would die to get. I mean, about the UFOs, about everything, the information that he has as a congressman, and he just talks to you like a regular person, and that's why people trust him. That's it. Because he's not trying to put on an act. That's him. Like I've never met Tim Burchett. I don't know him before he was in Congress, but I truly believe that the person you just saw and heard, if you're listening on audio, that's him. That's who he is.
Absolutely. And that's why I said he's the most popular congressman out there. I mean, he's wonderful. He's the most popular congressman there is, and that's why he's the most popular congressman there is. Yeah, are you seeing stuff in the chats? It's weird. I see people replying to stuff that I'm not seeing. Like someone said Jack is the host. That's how it works. Another person said, yes, Jay and Tim's not afraid to talk about it. Talk about what? Am I missing? No,
I think maybe just in general, he's not afraid to talk about stuff. I think just in general.
Well, I don't think anybody's afraid to talk. I don't understand that. That's why.
No, he's not afraid to even talk. Like he wants to talk. I think maybe what they're saying is he wants to talk about more.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Gotcha. Like I said, I think Jack. I mean, I honestly think if he does decide to run for Senate, that he might actually come on our show to announce it.
I think he would, and he does want to come on. If those people don't do what they're supposed to do, he's going to come back on the show and he's going to start naming names, and we're gonna show it for everybody to see, because that's what we do here. We tell the truth here. We make sure that we do not censor anything, and anything that he wants to come on here and say, anything that anybody wants to come on here and say, it's going to be played live. We're not going to censor anything. We want the truth. You want to come on here and name names? We're not afraid for our safety. Feel free to do it.
Yeah, listen. And we listen, as we said, we asked Tim all the time. We Jack, before me, I came on, started a relationship with him, and then since he's been on twice with me and Jack, and now we have it's almost like this time it just felt like we were having a conversation with a friend of ours,
Absolutely,
because he's comfortable and we're comfortable with him now. But no, any other Congress men, women, if you're a Democrat, Republican, whatever you are, you want to come on this show, as long as you want to tell the truth, come on the show. That's all. We're not going to discriminate. We would love to get I would love to get Spencer Pratt on the show right now. I know it's almost impossible because he's just taken off. He's in the stratosphere now. But that is somebody that is authentic and just speaking common sense. And you can feel it.
You know what?
Go ahead.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. Someone just sent me a message, and now I see why somebody said Jack is the host. That's how it works. Because way up here, I'm trying to find it. Someone said something. It's one thing, when somebody says something about us, about me, or about you, I like to address it.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sure.
This says, Dummire says, Jay's lucky to get a word in. Jack, give Jay some space. I don't think people understand that, I am the host of the show. I have to keep the show running. Okay. Now, do I sometimes talk over him? Yeah. And does we have different personalities, so you're not going to see him talk over me too often. But as the host, sometimes I do talk over, but I try to give him as much space as I can.
I've talked over you before. It happens. It's not and everybody listen here. If there is a problem, if I have an issue with it, it'll be discussed privately. We will never do it on the show. But honest to God, that's never happened. There's never been a time when me and Jack have ended the show and I'd be like, why'd you do that? Or why'd you step over me?
And we've been doing this for like 6 months now.
Yeah, it's never happened. I get the way this show works, and I've never felt stepped on or anything like that. Jack is the host. He runs the show. He keeps it moving. And I'm there and I ask my questions, and sometimes I'll cut over Jack if I have something real important, and he lets me do it. So it's a give and take, and that's why we're a team, and that's the way this works, and that's why it does work. So we're all good.
Absolutely. We're a great partnership. That's what I love about this. And people don't understand we're actually friends outside of the show too. That's what makes it, I think, a lot better rather than just, I know if you had a host, Jay, that you never talk to except for when you're on the show, it wouldn't be any fun. It's not fun.
No, we're communicating all day pretty much, all day long with stuff we're putting on X or stuff that comes up, and we're communicating, and then we get on the show and we talk for another hour. And then, even after the show's over during the night before we go to bed, I'm sending him stuff. He's sending me stuff. So yeah, we do this all day long.
Yeah. We always make sure to tell each other good night. We make sure, when we're going to sleep, I'm like, good night, Jay, you have a great night. And he says the same thing to me, know?
So if Jack talks over me, it's fine. It's because he had something that he really wanted to say, and the same way it works the other way too. So it's not a big deal.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I mean, if you want to say something, and if I'm talking over you or something, feel free to, he feels free to jump in. It'd be, like I said, it'd be different if we were just hosts and not friends. Then it might be a little awkward if we talked over each other. But it's a show. It's a show.
Exactly.
And
when we have a guest like that we both want to get questions into, and we know we have a limited amount of time. I asked Jack, I was dying to get that endorsement question in for like weeks.
It's a good one. It's a good one.
Because people, it's one of those things that people like, why is he endorsing Lindsey Graham? Why is he endorsing Salazar in Florida? Why is he doing this? Why? And he just told you, he's a tactician. He's playing chess. He knows why he has to do it. He knows who can win. He's thinking, is he always going to be right? No, nobody's always right, but that's why he's doing it. It's not just because, he's kissing somebody. It's not. There's always thought behind it. That's what I'm trying to get the point. That's the point I was trying to get across from somebody who obviously knows the game in Tim Burchett. He knows how this works.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, he's awesome. He's awesome. I want to address one more thing. Veritas actually wrote a message right as the show started. Said, Jack Danger, I first heard you during the floods in the North Carolina mountains. I was supposed to be there that weekend at the Faith and Freedom Conference, and your coverage of that event made me an avid listener. So I want to thank you, Veritas. It was a rough time. We had Hurricane Helene. I live, for those of you that don't know, I live in Asheville, North Carolina, and Hurricane Helene hit us very hard. We were without power for about 2 weeks. It was really rough. After a while, you get used to it, honestly. But for the first week, it's terrible. But after a while, you get used to it. But then when the street light comes on, you're very excited. But the hurricane destroyed everything. I'm talking, it washed away whole towns, Swannanoa, Chimney Rock. It was absolutely horrible because Asheville is like at the bottom of a fishbowl. Okay, they're at the bottom of the mountains, and all the water from the mountains runs down and sits in Asheville. Okay, the river gained 24 feet overnight, 24 feet. Okay. And the river was already at the crest, already at the top. And then 24 more feet, it destroyed so many things. So I appreciate you listening during that time, Veritas. I was able to, the only time I was able to do anything was when I went to the gas station down here. It's really weird. If I went to the gas station down here, there was signal. There was internet signal on my phone, but nowhere else in the entire city was their internet signal because all the towers were down. I don't know how that happened where I got signal there, but I was able to try to cover it, there. And it was rough, but I appreciate you. And that's awesome that you remember that. That was 2.5, what is that? A year and a half ago? Man,
no, more than that. This fall, it'll be 2 years, right? Yeah. 2024. And no, it's interesting about that. I think I told you this, Jack. I'd been retired at that point about 2 years, but I really hadn't started speaking out on social media because I finally could. That Hurricane Helene and the response or non-response from Joe Biden and FEMA and everything that went on, that got me online starting to speak out. And I'm not from North Carolina. I saw what was going on. I knew it was intentional because it was a red state that voted for President Trump. And I knew what they were trying to do is make it that you couldn't vote. And I was infuriated by it that you people down there were not getting any help at all. And I started speaking out on social media, on Instagram stories about it. That started my journey into actually speaking on social media.
That event, which changed my life, I was in the epicenter of that event. That event is what led you to start speaking out, and then here we are now. That's pretty amazing. That's an amazing thing.
Yeah.
And it's really cool actually if you see the way it all came together. Had that event not happened, we wouldn't be sitting here today. Who knows?
No, that event really got me on X. Like Jack, I started really. I opened my X account probably in October of 24, but I didn't start posting till late December of 24 on X. And it was all that really just started me like that whole thing in North Carolina, Hurricane Helene, got me going. I was like, I can't take it anymore. I got to start saying something.
Well, I got to tell you, man, it was terrible because first of all the interstates were completely washed out. The roads were gone. You could not get out of the city. They eventually opened one highway where you could get down to South Carolina, and the power wasn't really down over there too. But you could get down there and at least get some groceries or something and come back up. Everything was cash, obviously, and there was no ATMs working. So if you don't have cash, you're kind of screwed at this point. And like I said, there was only one highway that was open. There were civilians. The government was not helping us. The FEMA set up a camp, right? And if you were able to get there with no gas and no electricity, if you were able to get there, you lived like a refugee under guard. Okay, it was sickening. But there was absolutely no help. The government police threatened to arrest civilians who were trying to rescue people with their own helicopters and their own money. They threatened to arrest these civilians. It was just absolute. They stole food. They stole donations. They stole money. They stole equipment. It was the only thing you could donate to and it actually get to the people is the local churches.
I remember I'd always watch the channel, and this person's on X, and he follows my wife too. His name's Pinball Preparedness, and he's got a big YouTube channel. Not so much on X, but a big YouTube channel. And he was organizing a ton of stuff because he was from, I think he's in Eastern Tennessee, and of course that was bad too. And he was organizing so many food drives and organizing like huge chain stores with tractor trailers worth to bring food places. And I donated money to his the Go Give Send Go, I think, that he set up. And as I said, like it just set me off. I said, what the hell? I said, this is complete intentional. Everything that was going on from the federal government side was intentional. And that was just, it doesn't get enough attention to this day. We talk about why certain politicians should go to jail for certain things. People that were involved in that response should be in prison because this was intentional what they did to people.
I put out a post, and Deborah, by the way, I want to say thank you to Deborah because she was the one. It was James. He was the former co-host of the show, and I was able to text him, and he was the go-between between me and X. Everybody was praying for us, and I couldn't even get on X. So he was the go-between between us. And Deborah was the one that really got it out there. Like he would tell her what's going on and she would get it out there. Deborah's been a fan of the show since we started. She's a great friend. She's been a friend and fan of the show. God, we started in May of 2024. That was impressive. But I want to say it was absolutely horrible because Joe Biden and our mayor did a flyover. They did not stop. They did not do anything. The mayor was horrible. All they did was do a flyover. And there was something else that I wanted to say, but for some reason, for the life of me, I cannot remember what it was. But Jay, let me tell you, they actually, I remember now. So I put out a tweet actually right at the end of it. Okay. Or no, it was actually right at the beginning of this. I put out a tweet. I think it was during or right after the hurricane. I put out a tweet that showed our governor, Roy Cooper, talking about why they wanted the land. They wanted to buy back the land. People that thought that this hurricane just hit Asheville by accident, you're out of your mind, okay? They can do weather modifications. And in fact, I'm going to show you an article from 2007 where they say that they can change directions of hurricanes. They can intensify hurricanes. I'm going to show you that in just a minute. And what happened is no hurricanes hit Asheville, North Carolina. When they said the hurricane was coming here, we're like, it doesn't matter. Because by the time it gets through the land, 500 miles inland, and by the time it hits the mountains, it's just rain. Just a little bit of rain and a little bit of wind. This hurricane intensified over land. That does not happen. It intensified over land. And yes, Deborah, you're right. They wanted the mines. The main reason that this happened. Now, the voting was a secondary reason. That was the second. But the main reason they wanted it is because they wanted the lithium and they wanted the quartz mines. There are lithium and quartz underneath the Asheville area all the way to Kings Mountain. Okay. And what they wanted to do is they wanted to destroy these neighborhoods, destroy these towns, and then buy the land back. They wanted to buy it back and then open the mine. And I'm going to show you, Jay, I'm going to let you filibuster for a second so I can find this stuff. But I want to show you the post that I made that went viral that showed exactly what Roy Cooper, who was the governor of North Carolina at the time, what his intentions were.
And by the way, Roy Cooper running for Senate in North Carolina.
Good luck.
Right now. And he's running against Michael Whatley, and in North Carolina, get out and vote for Michael Whatley, even if you don't love Michael Whatley, because you don't want Roy Cooper. And Roy Cooper is going to be tough. Roy Cooper is apparently, I'm not from North Carolina, Jack probably tell you, has never lost an election. He's always won.
Well, that's because in North Carolina, and I hate to say this, but in North Carolina, we are a deeply red state. The problem is like I said, we even have a supermajority in the General Assembly. We have, but the problem is that for somehow, some way, a Democrat governor always wins. Even when Trump wins the state, even when we hit a super majority in the House and the Senate for the General Assembly, the state, somehow a Democrat governor always wins. Jay, I want to show you this. Take a listen to this. This is the viral tweet that I was talking about. For some reason, I still can't hear the audio. So, but what I am going to do is I want you to take a listen to this. First, I'm actually going to show you. Look how viral this thing went. I want everybody to see it. Let me pull it up right here. So when I put this out, let me move this. Let me move this banner right here. Okay, so when I put this out, you can see that it was put out October 17th. So it was a couple of weeks after the hurricane ended. And it has 23,000 reposts, 37,000 likes, and 2.5 million views. That's because I put on here, we have video evidence of what we've been saying all along. This hurricane was a land grab for the lithium and white quartz. NC Governor Roy Cooper says some areas you just shouldn't build back. Get that, some areas you just shouldn't build back. We've been able to convince people that buyouts are better. Listen to this.
We work with them. We have plans for local governments. You know, in some areas, you just shouldn't build back. And we've been able to convince certain communities and people that buyouts are better, and you create.
That is unbelievable, Jay. Buyouts are better. After the hurricane destroys all these towns, all of a sudden, buyouts are better. There's some land you just shouldn't build back. It's the land with the lithium underneath.
What else you need to hear? I mean, what else?
He's not in jail and he's running for Senate.
Right. I don't know. Should I be shocked? Well, if it was a normal world, I guess we'd be shocked, but we don't live in a normal world. Stuff like this is just said and we move on, and we shouldn't.
Absolutely.
That's all I could say. That's all I could say. That, like I said, this infuriated me, and I don't live in North Carolina. I don't have any family in North Carolina. I have friends. I don't. But my point is, I think a lot of people around the country, Jack, that set them off. It really did, because it was so obvious. It was blatant what was going on down there, and that can never happen again. We know they were avoiding houses, FEMA, with Trump paraphernalia or a Trump flag. Oh, screw them.
That's true.
That was happening. That happened.
That's
that was
true.
real. All right. It can never happen again. And the way we make that not happen again is we elect Republicans, even though some of them suck.
Yeah. No. It was absolutely true. It was 100% true. Okay. Let me show you the Telegraph article that I was talking about. Let me see if I can find. I want to find this because this was unbelievable. When I saw this, I was like, holy cow, that's real. And it's 100% real article if I can find it. Let's see, because it was, it's not something you see every day, and it proves, because they actually did a whole thing about this. It proves that they could steer hurricanes back then. I mean, this article was in 2007. Imagine what they could do in 2024 with the hurricanes that went to, Asheville, North Carolina. So I'm going to try to find this real quick, Jay, if you want to, say whatever you want to say.
What was I was gonna say something, but I lost it. But I was something about I was along North Carolina. But people are asking about what happened with LFA TV, and I'm just gonna. It was a glitch, and it got fixed. So hopefully the whole show will broadcast once they upload it after we are done. But it was just a technical issue. No, nothing else. No, nothing nefarious. Nothing like that. Technical issue. No big deal.
Absolutely, it was just a technical issue, and it's over with now. Some people were asking if we were no longer on LFA TV. No, that's definitely not the case. It was just like Jay said, just a technical issue. But we got it resolved. We're on there now, and we are going to be on there, moving forward. It was just like Jay said, just a technical issue. I wish I could find this damn thing, Jay. It was because people don't believe you when you say, hey, they steered that hurricane towards Asheville and it intensified. People are like, you're nuts. They don't. That isn't possible. But that's why I have to have people see this, because otherwise they're not going to believe it.
Well, even if they see it, some of them won't believe it.
No, they won't. But at least this gives the people that are smart a little bit of talking points, a little bit of buffering. The thing is, though, for some reason, I see voter manipulation. Oh, check this out. There was an article written that says, was voter manipulation or mining land grab behind Helene? It was an article in the Asheville Citizen-Times, actually. Pretty amazing.
Oh, and speaking of Greg Biffle, who was killed in that, we talked about that last week. Or was it last week with that plane crash when somebody the same day like hacked into his bank account or something like that?
Yeah, yeah.
And Greg Biffle was one of the people who was using his own helicopter.
Yes, he helped out big time. And even my article, the lithium hurricane, I wrote an article called The Lithium Hurricane after this, because that's what it was about. It was the lithium hurricane. That he actually it went on David Icke. I don't know if you know who David Icke is, but he is the original Alex Jones. And he actually put that on his website, the lithium hurricane article that I wrote. I thought that was really cool because it's just interesting, But check this out. There's articles that show like Helene hit Trump strongholds in Georgia and North Carolina. It could swing the election.
Yeah.
This was an article in Politico. Take a look at this right there. Helene hit Trump strongholds in Georgia and North Carolina, and it could swing the election. This is right before the 2020 presidential election, Jay.
That's what I'm saying. That's exactly why this is intentional. Absolutely. That was a huge swing state, North Carolina, and it's usually one of the first to come in. So they were really hoping that Kamala Harris could somehow steal North Carolina, and then that would kind of put the psyche, it would damage the psyche going through the rest of the night, where maybe some of those other swing states where people are still voting, oh man, she won North Carolina. That's it. That's it. It's over. She's going to sweep it now. And that's why North Carolina was huge. It always is. But in this election, a huge state, because President Trump had won it twice. He even won it when he technically lost in 2020. So it just drove me nuts seeing what they were doing in North Carolina. But you guys all came through. You did what you had to do. People were standing. I don't know how they did it, but they got out and they stood and voted and in mud and whatever else they were standing in to get it done. So
here it is, Jay. I want you to take a look at this. This is the Telegraph. Okay. This is an article from 2007, October 21st, 2007. The hurricane that hit Asheville was 17 years later. Okay, take a look at this. Let me pull it up. That's not the right thing. Let me pull it up. Take a look at this. You see that right there? That is an article from the Telegraph. Scientists a step closer to steering hurricanes. This was October 21st, 2007. Then they put up a diagram of how to halt a hurricane. And they talk about how scientists were this close to steering hurricanes back in 2007, 17 years before the hurricane that wiped out the western North Carolina area. That tells you all you need to know. If they were this close to steering hurricanes back then, 17 years before this, then all of a sudden a hurricane hits the exact perfect spot to down Trump's election chances. It hits the exact perfect spot to get the land for the mines, the quartz mine and the lithium. It hits the exact perfect spot to make sure nobody can go vote. That should tell you all that you need to know. And it's 100% true that that's what they went after. And that's why, I put out that article, the lithium hurricane, and it's real. I mean, that actually happened. And I want you to see this article right here. Take a look at this. This was an article in the Asheville Citizen-Times. Was voter manipulation or a mining land grab behind Helene? You decide. And they did this article after I wrote the lithium mine article. They did this article, and look, actually, you can even see. Look at that. That's funny. You can see my reply right there, October 5th, 2024. That's funny over there in the corner.
Yeah,
that's funny. But yeah, so it was absolutely 100% a land grab and voter manipulation, because this hurricane, first of all, they don't hit Asheville. They don't hit us, and they don't hit us hard. But all of a sudden, it gained strength over land, which is not possible. And then it drilled Asheville with rain and wind, the likes of which you've never seen. It was unbelievable. And it's something we were unprepared for, because that doesn't happen here.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that the whole strengthening over land, that was quite interesting, to say the least. I mean, but yeah, well, listen, we went on a different path than I think we thought this show was going to go. When that question or that statement was brought up, that kind of brought this up again. You know what I mean?
Absolutely.
But, like I said,
got some good things though, Jay. If you still want to talk about them for a few minutes.
Yeah, absolutely. I'm just real quick. I'll just say, no, this should be talked about. It's kind of swept away, and there are people that did things during that should be held accountable. But I'll leave it there for now. But yeah, let's see what else we have in the last few minutes. We'll get through a couple of things. Go ahead.
Well, actually, I just got some. First of all, I want to show you guys this attack ad that they made against Spencer Pratt. Have you seen the
is the
attack
last
ad?
thing Los Angeles needs
this
from
is
mayor.
unbelievable.
Pratt opposes using taxpayer money to build.
Oh,
There you
that's
go.
weird.
There you go.
Okay, thank you. That's really weird. Okay. Anyways, let me show you this attack ad, okay? Because this is incredible. And again, I can't hear it, but I've already seen it. I got to fix that somehow, but I'll fix it later. But anyways, so this is an attack ad that the Democrats did against Spencer Pratt. But the thing is, it had the opposite effect. It actually, after this ad was run by the Democrats, Kalshi, I think it's Kalshi or Kashi, whatever the name of it is, one of the prediction markets upped his percentage to an all-time high of 30% chance to win the Los Angeles mayor election after this quote attack ad. I want you guys to see this. This is hilarious. They actually believe these things. They believe that people want less police. They believe that people want the homeless people hanging around the streets. Watch this, and it's going to blow your freaking mind. I can promise you that much. This will blow your mind. Take a listen.
Sir Pratt is the last thing Los Angeles needs for mayor. Pratt opposes using taxpayer money to build brand new houses for our unhoused neighbors, saying it's time for the homeless to get help or get out. Pratt thinks LA needs thousands more police officers rather than more social workers, and Republican Spencer Pratt thinks public employee unions should have less power, not more. LA is on the right track and needs to stay the course. Vote no on Republican Spencer Pratt.
They said LA is on the right track, Jay. Not only do they say LA is on the right track, even though it's one of the worst cities in America, they actually think that the people want to be less safe. They want less cops. That was their attack ad. And they think people want to pay to house the homeless and the illegals. That's what they said in this attack ad.
Did they also say at the end that people are upset that maybe unions won't have as much control?
It's unbelievable, Jay. They actually said everything that Americans want, they think Americans are against. It was mind-blowing. And believe it or not, it gave him a 1 in 3 chance to win this election now. Massive mistake.
He should just replay that and say, hey, I don't have to say anything. Watch this.
Yeah. Oh, are you kidding me? If I'm him, I take that ad, and that's my new campaign commercial for a while. I don't say a thing. I run it exactly as it is.
And listen, I'm a union person. I was a member of a union for my whole career. But no, the majority of Americans do not want more unions involved in anything.
God, no. I mean, then you're beholden to the union. You have to pay the union dues. You have to do whatever the union says. No, thank you. Just let me live.
Spencer Pratt's messaging is so on point. I mean, Republicans take notes of how and he's not a Republican. I'm not going to get fooled about, yeah, Spencer Pratt's MAGA. He's not, and that's fine. What he is he's speaking common sense. His
and that's all it is.
It is. It's just solid, common sense messaging that people go, okay, I get it. That's what President Trump did in 2016 when he said, no, we got to stop killers from coming over our border. And people are like, yeah, that's right. We have to stop that.
Exactly why he won.
Exactly.
And believe it or not, Jay, Spencer Pratt is the Donald Trump this time. Donald Trump had a 3% chance to win at one point against Hillary Clinton. 3%. Yeah. Spencer Pratt had the same amount, 3% chance. Now it's up to 30%. Spencer Pratt has a chance to win mayor of Los Angeles.
I agree.
It'd be spectacular.
I think he's got a chance. I'm not saying he's going to win. It's going to be very difficult for him to win in Los Angeles, obviously.
Gotta vote.
But the fact that he's even in the conversation is in and of itself a miracle, but it's not a miracle. It's a miracle that he came along is what it is. But what he's doing is nothing. This isn't rocket science. The man is just speaking to people and saying, we got to get rid of this homelessness problem. Well, how's he going to do it? Well, whatever they're doing isn't working. So here's what I would say. I'm going to do the opposite of whatever they've been doing for the past how many years. And I'm going to figure out a way to try and take care of this problem. But I'll tell you what I'm not going to do. I'm not going to do what they're doing. That's what I'm going to do. I'm not going to do what they're doing. That's simple. And it's just, to me, it's mind-boggling how more people who run for office, especially Republicans in tough areas, I'm talking purple areas or blue areas where you want to break in or you want to kind of make inroads. This is how you do it. Because the
Absolutely.
Democrats have gone so far crazy left that if you just speak in common sense, people will hear you. It'll resonate.
Absolutely. Absolutely right. I want to address something real quick by Hickser. He says, Jack's now on another show every other Friday morning, my wife told me. I'm just a guest once in a while, and it's from 8 to 8:30. It's just a 30-minute thing. I'm just a guest once in a while. And it's just, I go on there to try to promote our show, try to show people, that we are common sense and we have a great show. And that's the thing. If you can go on other people's shows and you'll have an audience that normally wouldn't see you, and maybe you can get them to come over to your show based on what you say. That way you can both have the same audience. I mean, that's what it's all about. I'm not on the show every other Friday morning. It's not a regular thing. It's just, once in a while, like next Friday, not this Friday, but next Friday, or maybe it is this Friday. I don't remember, but it's just from 8 to 8:30. And we'll see how long that lasts. I don't know how many times I can do it because Friday is my only day to sleep in. It's my only day to sleep in. So I'm doing this, just to promote the show. But at the same time, I like to sleep in. It's my only day off.
Oh, by the way, if they want to have you on every Friday to promote our show, go right ahead. That's fine.
No. We can't do that. See, we have a partnership here, and it's a real partnership. It's not just some bullshit, where two guys get on a show and jerk each other off. This is a real partnership where we actually have actual LLC, things like that. And we're not going to be regulars on a show. We can't be. First of all, we can't be. But second of all, we don't want to be. This is our show. We do guest spots so we can promote the show.
Yeah.
This is the number one priority.
Now, listen, I had a shot to be on, I'm not going to say what network it was, but it was a pretty good network. Mm-hmm. And I was offered a shot. And I told Jack, he's like, yeah, that's awesome. But it fell through at the end. But I'm on the radar now for them. If they ever want to yeah, absolutely. I'll promote our show and get us out there. The more I'm out there, the more our show's out there. The more Jack gets out there, the more our show is out there. It's all good. There's nothing going on where it's going to be one of us going behind each other's back to do anything. That ain't happening.
First of all, we don't do that. We wouldn't do that because, like I said, we're friends on the show. Second of all, we can't do that based on our stuff. Even if we wanted, say I wanted to go behind Jay's back, right? I still couldn't because like I said, we have contracts and stuff. We're actual partnership. It's not just some bullshit. That you see some people get on a show.
No, this wasn't just this wasn't like in the beginning when we said, hey, let's just do a live. No, it's a lot different than that now.
Oh yeah, absolutely. But it's awesome, and that's why we do the guest spots though, is so that way we can. You said I wouldn't watch something I can do with neighbors for free, jerk each other off. That's funny, but no, that's what that's why we go. And thank you, Carol. Yeah, we do that once in a while. If someone offers us to come on as a guest, we do that once in a while because it does help promote the show. The same way we, like Jay has puts episodes or clips of our show on his TikTok. It's his personal TikTok, but we use it to promote the show. Same thing I do when I did like the Timber Chet post for Secret America on my page, so it would get more views. It's the same thing. Now, the only thing you won't see us do though is actually join another show. That's not happening.
No. Well, Jack, we're just about out. Why don't we talk about our sponsor real quick before we get out of here?
Absolutely. And honestly, I owe Max an extra one, man, because I should have talked about him earlier and at the end. So Max, if you're watching, I owe you an extra one. We're going to do an extra one, man, because we should have done that at the beginning anyway. I apologize for that. But anyways, you got to go to Max Associates. I mean, Jay, we are this freaking close to the 250th anniversary of America. I mean, there is no better time to buy USA Pride gifts or patriotic apparel, and you got to go to Max Associates. Why would you go anywhere else when you can either get the same product or a lesser version of the product, but not get the deal? Jay, tell them about the deal.
20% off anything over $20 and free shipping anywhere in the United States. You cannot do better than that. It's impossible. Trust me, I know. Look at the stuff just on the banner. Bags, shirts, mugs, cell phone covers, flags, they're there too. And 200.
I can promise you, you're not going to get that anywhere else. All right. Make sure you guys follow us on X, YouTube, Rumble, Kick, and Instagram. We are Secret America TV. It's the same screen name for every single social media spot. We're also on Spotify and Apple. And Jay is on TikTok at Opinionsvary. That's Opinions with an A at Opinionsvary. We are live every weekday, Monday through Friday, at 7 p.m. Eastern. All right, Jay, I think we solved all the problems we can for one day. We did it. I love having Tim Burchett on. We're going to have him on more and more. He is the best congressman out there, if you ask me.
Absolutely. Anytime. We'd love to have him. He'd come on every day.
Oh man, could you imagine if we had him join? Now he's the one person on earth we would allow to join this show as a regular. I can promise you that much. So Tim, quit. Go when you're a senator. You got some time on your hands because senators don't do anything. Come over here, join our show. Okay, we would love it. You could be a regular. All right. So that's our standing invitation. So for Jay Gatling, I am Jack Danger. Thank you for watching Secret America.
You've been listening to Secret America.